마주치는 네 시선에 뻔한 농담도 웃게 만들어 애써 쿨한 척을 해도 나도 모르게 끌리는 네 모든 touch 천천히 올라타던 fresh 밤보다 다르던 거 알아 우리 조금 더 솔직해볼까 You gotta call me baby all night missing me already. 익숙하게 조심스럽게 더 부드럽게 아슬아슬하게 날 뜻하게 굴지 말고 조금 더 솔직해지면 되잖아. Touch, hey, you know you like it, huh? I'm a drop in the ocean, just a face in a crowd waiting to be seen. Big dreams set in motion. I wanna go where no one's ever been. I would climb the highest mountain. I would dive the deepest sea, just so I could make you feel what I feel. Aiming for the sky. Yeah, I really thought we'd make it. Got my head in the clouds, but I can see the world from up here, from up here, from up here.
Hey there, welcome to 757 Spy Flight. This is one really cool terminal. I mean, I secretly suspect that it's probably some sort of a spaceship or something like that that crashed here in Paris and they turned it into an airline terminal or something like that. Well, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. Tim Dog's here. Hi, Mr. Posh Martin. We're keeping it nice and posh today. Truthful Dread, welcome, welcome. In and out of Frankfurt Friday. It should be epic chaos today. Absolutely. And that would explain the locals. Well, maybe Paris is where I need to go because I'd probably fit in with that. DC Gert, welcome, welcome. Good evening back to Belgium. Thank you for coming in. Tom is here on YouTube. Scott Scan, welcome aboard. Hi there, Black Dog. Good to see you. Thank you for coming on in. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing good today. Got the little Air Berlin A319 all ready to go. We got a couple of double hops to do today. We're heading to Frankfurt and then down to München. So we get a little Airbräu going on in Munich, but then we've also got Bozeman, Seattle, and Boise, and that's going to be heading on over to the second Friday night ops event. There's two of them in the U.S. today. One's in New York City, and then the other one is in Seattle. I know, Martel, I do miss WoW time too. But welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming on in today. We got everything almost set here. Let me go ahead and reset the music and we can get going. Martel, thanks for coming by today. Welcome aboard Abelars. And let's do the music folder, get the big long one here, and away we can go. And that goes down over there. Already seeing a little bit of ATC popping online in France. We do have ATC in Paris, or it should be coming online about now. And let's see here. All of that looks good. That's the music. Let's see. I work on the rave emote soon, and then instead of WoW, it can be rave time. Okay, I like raving. I'll give that has rave. Couldn't even do the punchline. Rave reviews. Hey Green, thank you for a really nice resub today. Thank you for being here for 24 months. We'll turn on some of the alerts and stuff. Today is also September in February. So I was able to go and actually get that going on. So if you're doing gift subbing and waiting for something like September, I've got one of those all set and ready to go. So there's, I think it's 35% off. I think that's the way it goes. Autumn's Arts and Crafts. I know that it's, we had, I don't think it was copyrights. I just think it was the YouTube, not the YouTube, the Twitch music thing got messed up, and it decided that a song that was a no copyright song had a copyright, and it was giving me, it was giving me trouble about that. Had to turn off VODs too for a while. I want to get that going again. Subuary, we'll call it Subuary and stuff like that. I know, I got it going. I'm amazed that, I didn't, when I hit the little button on it, Polyot, to do the 35% thing off all by myself, I was looking out on the horizon half expecting to see a mushroom cloud or something like that, but all I saw was snow. So I apparently did not crash the internet. Dogs and cats are apparently not living together. There is not mass hysteria. So imagine that. Welcome aboard, Cracker. Thank you for coming in today. Good to see you, Matt Cat. Thank you for stopping by. All right, into the airplane we go. And down here, flight management guidance, we'll get that going as well. GPS primary is lost, and our nav data has been updated to the 18th of March, which is looking good. ATSU time and AOC time. ATSU, Air Traffic Services Unit. AOC is Airline Operations Control, with a thanks to my friend Sibby, who taught me that years ago. I was turning it into some gross joke or something like that, but there you go. And Berlin 441, LFPG, EDDF, all looking good there. Almighty Lashley, welcome back in. You cannot forget the smell of an A320 in my first and second flight back in 2007 when you were 5. It had that new airplane smell, right, Almighty Lashley? The new airplane smell? I don't think I've ever been in a brand new airplane before. I think the newest one was a 737. That was that Denver to Dulles flight that we almost diverted to because of thunderstorms. But I think that was that was Cebu Pacific. Wow, they had a new plane. I thought they always got the older ones. Daniel is doing Flyin today. 7 hours. You did Copenhagen to Toronto. That's quite a long flight. And Mighty Morph is here. Hi, Mighty Morph. That's right. Yeah. Pauliot has actually experienced that. Hey, don't you have your new Boeing? You get to do a Boeing trip soon, don't you? To go and help pick up a new airplane soon? Mighty Morph, you've been diverted 3 times. We almost diverted because of thunderstorms at Dulles, which caused a big area of flooding and stuff like that in Washington, D.C., but nothing happened. Hey, Josh, welcome aboard. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Yeah, that's right, the Boeing flight. Pauliot's going to travel with some friends to go and pick up a brand new Boeing airplane. Before you saw the news on TV of Cebu Pacific finally getting their A320s. I always call the planes Airbuses because of the news. Really? Well, you know, if you were 5 years old, you probably made a big memory. Tim Dog says it's gusting to 37. 68, yeah, so that's the weather system coming in. That's the gust front ahead of the weather system that's coming your way. So that's kind of a big deal. So colder air behind it. Sorry, Tim Dog. Hi, Iceman. Somebody started a hype train, and Michael is on a 25 stream streak right now. Thank you for coming in. Let's see. Better than calling them the scare bus. Yeah, I've really, there was a time, you know, at the beginning of the live stream, I just was really uninterested in Airbus at all. But all of a sudden, you know, jumped in, and I've become quite the fan. So much so that it, you know, had the chance to live life over again, I'd probably want to, you know, have a career as an Airbus pilot. This is a really fabulous little airplane designed to fly in crowded skies and really nice. And ADIRS 1, 2, and 3. I don't know what the actual experience is like, but haven't met an Airbus pilot that's come into the live stream and said, yeah, piece of junk. You know, stuff like that. I know we would rebrand to A319 Spy. Nah, we're gonna eventually we'll get around to doing the rebrand you suggested, just calling it Spy Flight. And you made some nice logos for it too, so I got to get on that. We'll see if we're gonna blow up the world first, and if we decide not to blow up the world, then maybe we'll go and start, you know, doing improvements again. Let's see. Almighty Lashley wants to board an A350 in real life.
Subscriber
boy, I
confirmed.
don't know.
Top clearance granted, Agent.
Tim Dog,
Loyalty
first
noted.
person to take advantage of the Subuary thing that we've got going on. So, Tim Dog, thank you for gifting some subs to the community,
secured.
and you saved
Every bit
35%.
helps.
So,
Thanks,
I think I
Agent.
was able to make that work today, and that was really nice. Paulie, that's right. There was, you know, if you're following current events and stuff like that, there was actually a little bit of news out of the U.S. today. So if the tariff things have been bothering you, there's news about that. Mr. Posh Martin, thank you for helping me to keep the caffeinated beverages flowing. It is definitely appreciated. Thank you for helping me to keep everything going here at Spy HQ. Let's see. Speaking of A320 pilot, X-Plane, you met one who didn't like the A330 and the A340 because of the cockpit config. Well, the A350 is a unique config too, so I like that a lot. Daniel, I do have Fire and Ice. Keflavik to an airport that I really have a hard time pronouncing in Iceland.
Top clearance granted,
Mr. Posh
Agent.
Martin just jumped
Loyalty
in
noted.
and gifted some subs to the community. Mr. Posh Martin did
Subscriber
10.
confirmed.
Wow.
Top clearance
I really
granted,
appreciate
Agent.
that. Thank you
Loyalty
so much.
Noted.
And Captain Chris gifted some subs to the community. Captain Chris did 10. I really appreciate those. Thank you. Yeah, 'tis the season where they kind of drop a little bit. So I really appreciate you keeping those going. They make such a big difference. And I was glad that I was able to do the 35% off and not screw it up today. So Mr. Posh Martin, Tim Dog, Mr. Posh Martin, and Captain Chris, thank you for gifting some subs to the community today. Tavale got one of those. Yeah, that's it, Speedbird. I think I need to go and pick up like beer or something so I pronounce it correctly, though. Let's see. Joshi, we are doing Paris to Frankfurt to München And then Bozeman to Seattle to Boise. Pilot Elite, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Nemo Sir, did I say that right? Instead of yapping, start up. You know, get the airplane going. Yeah, welcome to the spy flight. We tend to do rabbit holes and stuff. So flight level 230 is what we got over there. That looks really good. Let's do page B and get ready to come on in here. That's what I hear, Daniel. I hear that that's a tough landing. We've been there once before, if I remember. Zero fuel weight for our flight today is 51.6. 51.6 is our zero fuel weight. Page 2, center of gravity. Preliminary stuff is 28.9. 28.9. Let's go ahead and accept that and return. And that looks good. So 51.6, 28.9 goes in the top shell, top number. And then over back to the flight plan, let's do our fuel budget. Hi, Justice. Welcome aboard. Let's see. Taxi fuel is 0.150. And that's good. Route reserve, 15 minutes is 0.664. Is route reserve. Alternate is Dusseldorf, 1.28. And alternate is 0.946. I boarded 30 minutes of extra fuel for our flight today, just in case we've got the hold or something. And fuel planning is groovy green, so that means we're ready to go there. There is a mound on the airport, but another airway. So happy Friday, Justice. Thanks for coming in. Fabio would spend over an hour on the ground. Well, you know, part of it is also, you know, getting the live stream going, saying hi, you know, doing Friday. Another day of VATSIMing, Curly Air, doing pretty good. I hope you're great today. All right, I think that they're just getting ready to get things started. Let's just go ahead and plan our flight. I think we'll probably be just fine. So let's go ahead and start loading the airplane up here. And ground services, preconditioned air, we'll toggle a jetway and go over here and get cargo and go to the F plan. Last time I checked, real world de Gaulle was on the 27, so departing is going to be 27 left. 27 left is our departure runway. It's going to be the Renault. X is an O, so Renault 6 Alpha. And of course they've got a gazillion departures here. So Renault 6 Alpha, there it is, and insert. Last time I checked, Frankfurt is on the 25s. My guess is they're going to put us on 25. I'm going to guess the right side. We're a baby bus here, so my guess is probably not the top runway here. So I've got, and these are never in order, so it's kind of hard to figure these out. So there is 25 left, but I would imagine ILS Yankee 25 right is usually what they give us on these. So that's what I would expect over there. So that looks good. Let's see. Legend Disciple, welcome aboard. Yeah, Legend, this is the Phoenix A319. It's the A319. Cracker just gifted some subs to the community. Thank you for gifting some subs to the community, Cracker. Luca America, welcome aboard. Cracker, thanks for the extra support. Really appreciate it. Seattle Flights is going to do the Aviation Expo. Captain Sibby has arrived. My official Airbus flight instructor from long ago. Hi, Sibby. That was cracking for sure. So my guess is I'm going to plan ILS Yankee 25 right is what we'll probably get. ILS 25 right, the Yankee. Coming in on the Incom 1 Alpha arrival. Incom 1 Alpha is what we're doing. And our VIA is going to be Delta Fox 426, and insert that one too. I think we're all ready to start boarding passengers. Happy Finally Friday, Captain Sibby. And if you, Philippine Airline, make sure to be in their comments section for them to notice you, Air Asia. Otherwise, they won't care. Is that a real thing, Almighty Lashley? Really? Let's do boarding. All of our doors were open. Mass and balance. Passengers boarding. We'll give them 6 minutes to get down the jetway. It's only a baby bus, right? Okay, all of that looks like it's pretty good. So come back over here, init, and page B for final load. Let's just go ahead, and I think we could probably go ahead and squawk 1000. So we'll squawk 1000 in this part of the world. That'll probably work for us. You made a bit. What happened on your landing in Mykonos? What happened, Captain Sibby? Your landings are pro landings. You didn't happen to, did you stumble over like an A350 out in the water or something like that? 1022 on the altimeter. So 1022 is our altimeter setting. There we go. We'll also have to do the one for the co-pilot. 1022. Let's see. Climb and maintain. I checked that earlier today and I missed it. Here in Paris. Seem to have lost your landing skills. Uh-oh. Let's see here. Okay, so what do we have? Oh my gosh. What on earth is all of this? Holy cats. This thing just went and did everything. Alright, we're going to have to start clearing some of these out. It didn't load anything that I needed here. The auto load was ridiculous. AGC, let's leave that in there. We need the north configuration, but we don't need it for that. North and west, we'll leave that one in there. Alright, so it didn't go and get any of our departures or anything. So it's going to be RNAV SIDS north 27 left. RNAV SIDS, that's the south side. These are not in any kind of order. RNAV SIDS east. Maybe they're east. I'm missing a little chat here. Hang on. Does this give me the Renault 6 Alpha? Renault 6 Alpha. This is it right here. RNAV SIDS 2627 east. All right, so we got that. Now we have to go to the procedure page, and that will tell me RNAV SIDS 26, no. RNAV SIDS, this is the one. Then we have to go and actually get the chart that's correct. How many do? Oh, 10, that's not bad. So let's see, zoom in, look at the top here. And we're looking for Renault 6 Alpha. There's the bubbly, which is cool. Renault 6 Alpha. Whoops. Go back one. There it is. Okay, flight level 100 is our initial climb clearance. And on the Renault 6 Alpha, no frequencies. Okay, so just flight level 100 for our initial climb clearance. There we go. That looks good. Is there a bug? No. I am speeding to get us out of here, so I will catch up with chat in just a second.
Subscriber confirmed.
Foggy
Top
Canadian did a nice
agent.
resub. Thank you for the resub,
Loyalty
Foggy
noted.
Canadian. And all of this looks good. I think we had a Kype train, and that was a level 7. So some really generous gift subs. Thank you so much. Thanks for boosting me back up there just a little bit. Seriously, thank you for the great help. Keeping this silly thing going here. Final load sheet is aboard. Let's put that in and go. So let's see, 51.6, that is current. Rarely changes here in the baby bus. 28.9, that rarely changes there too, except that. I need 4.7 tons of fuel to make it to Frankfurt. I have 6.8 because we think we might have to hold a little bit. All right, that looks good. Performance is next. Let's go. Mighty Morph says Spy Hat. We're going to get that done in just a second. All right, over here. And that should work for us. All right, this is going to be a north and west config. Okay, that looks good. Let's go. Captain Chris says, tut, tut, tut. Flying a 350-ton plane in Madeira was a big regret. Oh, no, it was a fun experience, right? All right, let's come on over here and close up and go. Let's see, ground services. Oh, it's already ready to go. Let's APU and depart. ScotScan, the Mexican flight was good. Always flying in there is really nice. So starting up the APU, let's have GSX push us back. Prepare for pushback and departure. Let's see, we'll do their choice. Ground power's there. There's ground crew, there's the wing walkers, and we're all ready to go. Let's go ahead and start squawking mode Charlie on taxiways. That's good too. We're in Europe, so no CTAF. So 122.8 is already set. Turn the radio on. Already turned on the Katie Pilot app. So that looks good too. APU's coming up. So coming out of here, I think we basically taxi straight ahead and then left by the big, you know, spaceship wreckage thing. 1022 on the backup altimeter. 1022, that looks good. And the APU is up and running. APU bleed going on. Power is available. Disconnect ground power. And let's do fuel pumps. Fuel pumps are going on. Seatbelts going on. And actually, this is a taxi out. This is a taxi out. We don't need GSX for this. This is a taxi straight forward. Let's go and just restart it and get rid of it. Okay, that'll work. All right, APU is good. Let's go ahead and disconnect preconditioned air. Let's disconnect the ground power unit. Parking brakes are on. Let's disconnect chocks and cones. Everything's great out there. Departure perf. Load sheet. Sync the weather. 1022 is correct. So looks like we're good to go there. Do we have intersection data for this? Oh, we do. Let's leave that because we may do an intersection. Benji, yeah, there is great CPDLC. All right, let's go. I think we can start. Beacon going on. Beacon is on. And airplane appears to be clear. Let's start an engine. Starter goes to ignition start. Indicators are all good. Sometimes I just need to run my throttles back and forth in case it's in reverse mode. And starting engine number one. Engine number one starts. Something about eating lettuce. I think we should take off with the GPU attached. BYOG, bring your own GPU. There you go. Think of how efficient it would be. You'd only have to have one GPU for an airplane, not a gazillion of them at every airport. Mighty Morph says spy hat. We should do a spy hat. That sounds good. And True Trig said posture check. We'll do that sort of. And we got a good start on engine number one. That was the generator bump. It's available starting two. Engine number two starts. There goes engine number two. Time for some coffee. Okay, that all looks good. We'll do all that in a minute.
Demo traffic from stand Eco 24, Air France 028.
Okay, we're going to go straight ahead. Out we go. Alpha. Tango Uniform 4. We need to go straight up here to Quebec and Quebec out to the runway. So straight out that way, and there we go. Okay, starter. Back to normal. Starter's back to normal. And the packs are on. APU bleed can go off. APU master can go off. And let's see. I think we could probably reasonably do a Quebec. Let's try the Quebec 3 intersection. So Quebec 3 is going to be our intersection for departure. And send that to the McDo. And then we'll come back over here. And out we go. We don't need south config. So straight ahead, out, Alpha, 2E4, and Quebec. That seems to be easy enough, right? What could possibly go wrong? Taxi light. Cabin call. Control check. Flaps are going to be 1. Trim's going to be up 0.9. And that looks good. Speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes max.
Protocol traffic, Condor 418.
Parking brakes off. Tow brakes are on.
Bravo, Quebec.
Let's go.
6 for runway 27 left.
All right, let's come on over here. Get the chair ready. And let's get ready to rumble. Turn out a little bit here. You know, we could probably actually do a UE right here instead of going into the terminal area, because we're in a nice little small baby bus. You have a bad feeling about this about quoting Han Solo in Spies? Never tell me the odds. And that looks really good. Fortunately, this thing just does a nice little thrust idle taxi out. I see an airplane coming in the opposite direction. Did they flip the runways in the real world? Are they coming in or going out?
Delta 4.
Let's see what's really happening here in France. So we're coming out here. How's everybody going here? Okay, that one appears to have come out the other way. I think we're probably still good.
Transit 3911, sorry, 25 to get it. And Transit 3911, all the traffic taxiing to gate Alpha.
Hi, Norse Viking. I hope I said hi when you came in. Bonsoir Moustache, welcome, welcome. And let's just loop-de-loop out here like we know what we're doing. And there's the taxiway lights there. Somebody is supposedly working on a nice Paris de Gaulle airport, but I'm not entirely sure when that's going to happen. I think those were tail lights of an airplane. I don't think they were landing. I think our direction's still good. Something about Han Solo landing on taxiways. Oh, all the really great things that Harrison Ford acted in, and sadly, in so many circles, that's how he's going to be remembered. And there's our cute little Air Berlin livery.
Legal traffic Air France 028 on Papa 2. We are starting taxi to runway 27 left via Papa 2, Romeo, Eco 5, Eco Quebec, and Quebec 6.
Hey, Mr. Jazz, we are feeling jazzy on a Friday. cute little airplane. And plenty of Swiss chocolate hearts in the seat pockets for all the passengers. Hey, wait a minute here. Okay, yeah, good. We have our Swiss chocolate hearts there. Can't not have our Air Berlin chocolates, right?
New recruits detected.
All right, we're
Welcome
looking
aboard,
for
Agent.
5.
Stay sharp.
Tango Uniform 5 is how we think we're going to come out of here. There's BD9. Does that get us to Quebec? There's Quebec over there. We could do this one. Charles de Gaulle traffic, Bonsoir from Air Berlin 441 coming out of Terminal 1. And we are going over to Quebec via, I think it's Bravo 5 to Quebec and runway 27 left. De Gaulle. Hope I said that right. Amargosa, welcome, welcome. Okay, now we're looking for Quebec. Anybody over there? Anybody over there? Nope, good. We're not blocking anybody. And then this should be Quebec right here. Come on, have a queue on it. Hey, we have, all right, see? We're in the right place. We have arrived at the queue continuum. All right. Minimum takeoff fuel to get in there is... Minimum takeoff fuel is 5.3. I have 6.7. We're good to go. Hi, Brent. Brino Luna is in chat. Welcome aboard. We are in an Airbus A319, and then Bozeman to Seattle. Alaska flies a 737-900 on that route. So we got 737-900 for that. And we decided, so okay, so we got plenty of fuel. What did we go for? We went for Quebec 3 intersection. Okay, so Quebec 3.
Buckshot Papa, Oscar 15. You're good to go. I got low engine all sense.
And a cute little baby bus going by. Very sporty little airplane. Found some use for the 900. Yep. They do the 900 from Bozeman over to Seattle. Alaska Airlines flies that. I was looking for a Horizon flight. Sadly, if you go taxiing down on those taxiways over there, you're supposed to see the Air France Concorde. It's never been modeled in Flight Simulator 2020 or 2024. Very annoying. There's Quebec over there. We're looking for Quebec 3. So Quebec 3 is the one we want. That's Quebec 2. So we want the next available left turn. Next left turn. That's right. Although I've always thought there's something fishy about this salmon livery. Anybody got any sushi jokes? Let's see. In Lisbon, Brino Luna says we have a highway going right adjacent to the start of the landing strip. So you get to see airplanes very up close. You got to see a big old Emirates today. They do a lot of A380s, don't they? Okay, that should be, look at that. Q3 right over there. Okay, I've got an airplane right up there in front of me, so they're probably next for the runway. It was a bad joke, I know. All right, so there was an airplane over there to the right of me. There we go, parking brakes, and my guess is that airplane over there is lining up and waiting right now. Yep, they're going to line up and wait, and then we'll go. Why did this sushi chef, easy to say, hey, I could say Harry pocketed it, but I can't say sushi chef, refused to serve the musician because he was out of tuna? Hey, Ricky, welcome aboard. You got the Phoenix A320? And are you really enjoying the A320? Your only issue was descent. Well, as you can tell, the quality of the humor has started its descent here on the Spy Flight. That's about the closest descent thing I could come down to. Okay, we're waiting for this one. The quality descended long ago. We are a submarine at this point. Oh, we could play that submarine game. What was it called? Silent Hunter. I bought Silent Hunter. I thought I would have so much fun playing Silent Hunter until I discovered that I was a U-boat, and I felt guilty. Sinking, you know, cargo vessels with food and stuff aboard, so. De Gaulle traffic, Bonsoir from Air Berlin 441, holding short of runway 27 left at Quebec 3, lining up and waiting for 60 seconds and then taking off for departing traffic. De Gaulle. That's right. That I saw that if I'd gotten Silent Hunter 4, I could have done that, but I never bought Silent Hunter 4. Mr. Posh Martin, did you like Silent Hunter 2? Submarine games can be kind of fun. Okay, let's check. Make sure nobody's on approach. I don't see anybody over there.
14, you'll line up and await. 27 left from Quebec 6 on departing traffic. Chelsea go.
Kind of letting the time go by. That's going to eat up about 30 to 45 seconds of the 60. Okay, that looks good. Landing lights going on. Cabin call. ECAM checklist is green. After departure, it is right traffic. So there's the 5-mile range there. We'll wait until it gets about halfway out and go. Hi, Toby. Cheers, Modding Unlimited. Welcome aboard. Polyot had fun with Silent Hunter 4. I have not tried U-Boat. Okay, so now that airplane is 5 miles out. 5 miles out. Okay, everything else is right. And they're starting their turn. And throttles up about halfway. Throttles are halfway. Manual flex. SRS, runway is set. Auto thrust is blue. It's up, and away time. 100 knots.
Chelsea traffic, Condor 418 is lined up and waiting
V1.
on 27 left from Quebec
Rotate.
6 for departing traffic. Charles de Gaulle.
The Gulf traffic, looks like the 31 Charlie is holding short of correction, runway 27
Positive
left,
climb,
left,
gear going up.
behind because of 341.
Traffic, runway 8222, lining up runway 24.
The Gulf traffic, Sterling 177 has just pushed back on the Quebec apron. We're going to taxi to Quebec 3 via Foxtrot and Quebec.
Lever climb, thrust climb. Charles de Gaulle traffic, Air Berlin 441 is now clear of runway 27 left. No damage to the runway. Departing to the east. Happy landings, de Gaulle. There we go. Flight directors, AP1. Let it take care of it. We have a long way to go and not much time to get there. So we'll let the AP do a little work today. And flaps going up. Flaps up. Speed brakes disarmed. After takeoff items, auto brakes off, landing gear is up.
Charles de Gaulle traffic, Condor 418 departing 27 left from Quebec 6, Charles de Gaulle.
Pilot Life is doing a flight in China today. Is there a sub-sim? There are several out there that are like really good.
The Gulf traffic, looks like the 31 Charlie, lining up runway 27.
It's 11
left,
degrees,
behind
so we're a
departing
degree
Condor
above the freeze
341
zone.
at,
Hi, Creighton.
Quebec
Welcome
2.
aboard.
The Gulf.
Creighton is in Australia. Well, good day and good morning. Thanks for coming in. Still kind of coffee time here at Spy HQ, too. Although it's a little bit later in the day here.
Runway 8222, take off runway 24, left to seek departure. Calling.
The Gulf traffic Air France 028 on Quebec 6.
Flight level 240 for the final climb.
Traffic departing the Gulf traffic.
Now there's a hold in here, and we ought to put in the hold, just cause I've noticed that they're doing it. So it's at MGood with an inbound course of 112 degrees and left turns. So let's just be ready with that. If we have to, we can bypass it very easily. So find MGood. There it is. There's MGood. Click it, hit hold. Again, the inbound course is 112. So 112 is the inbound. And the turns are to the left. So left-hand turns. And are there any time or distance? None. So hit insert temporary. Back to performance. Now we've got the hold in, so if they tell us to do the hold, we're ready to go. But if we don't, and we don't have to program it in at the last minute. 11,000 feet, landing lights, nose light, cabin call. Will is here. Hi, Will. You don't think about the time differences until you're forced to think about it. That's a good, yeah, no kidding, Will.
From Quebec.
Polyot, thank you for taking the time to explain pushing and pulling of the dials here in Airbus. And looking good there. Frankfurt, here we come. And once we get on the ground at Frankfurt, we'll try and do spin up a flight plan to Munich. Because, you know, Munich, Airbräu, and stuff like that. Brussels is coming online right now. And now all of a sudden we're hungry for Belgian fries, right? Hi, Russ. Welcome aboard. Happy Friday. Happy weekend, Russ. We just departed out of Paris de Gaulle. There was supposed to be ATC here. Maybe I took off too soon. I don't know. And a nice little turn over there. Some nice, cute little clouds around. Pauliot got wind control. The AG, that's the one with the landing gear lever, right? The Paris event does not begin until 1930 Zulu. So there we go. That's why there wasn't any ATC. Thanks, Loviz.
028, taking
the lever is metal, which is nice.
27 next, sorry. We will be following departure at Rex 6 Alpha to the north, the Gulf traffic.
It looked like from the videos, it did look like it was fairly nice. Okay, let's see here. We've got strobe beacon, wings, nav and loco. Everything else is good there. Seatbelts can stay on just a little bit longer. Russ watched Canada sneak by Finland in men's hockey. They will play the winner of Slovakia versus US for the gold. I'll spare you a they're not pucking around this time joke. How's that sound?
Subscriber confirmed.
Midwestern, thank
Top
you for a
class
resub
ground
today.
Loyalty
Thank you for being
noted.
here for 5 months and some very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Super duper nice of you, and thank you. Well, that would be an entertaining matchup, given all of the real-world drama. I think seatbelts can go off. It's a nice, calm flight today. Don't see the wings flapping around there, so again, really nice day today. And almost to our final cruise of flight level 240. Yep, I thought the ground spoilers were still armed. Okay, we got those taken care of. Cool. And Frankfurt, here we come. Let's see if there's any ATC waiting for us. There's cute little Berlin 441. And there's Frankfurt over there. And then München is 26 left, 26 right are the runways there. 26 left and right in Munich. It looked like the linesman ref gave validation to a very subjective offsides call to allow a Canadian goal to count, and the Finns are not happy. I'm shocked to hear that there might have been questions about, you know, the ref. I would never want to be one of those. I figure it's easier to be a player than to ever be a ref. I would never want to do that. Didn't Commander blame someone else on the team? Something about being a total loser. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised, Polyon. I honestly, I haven't seen an awful lot of the coverage, and certainly, you know, not anybody's, you know, expert opinion about that, but the world. Thank goodness for the for flight sim and VATSIM. You know, it's the one normal world as everything else is going up in flames. And there's the end of the star. Russ says, don't push the Slovakians out yet. So that game that's the next game, so the next game you were talking about, Russ, the Slovakians have a good chance at that? That's right, the Seattle Seahawks did win the Super Bowl. I didn't keep close track of that, but I believe that they were like the underdogs going into the Super Bowl. So the question is, can the Slovakians beat Canada? Well, I know that there's probably a joke about Timbits in there, but I can't figure it out right now, so I'll just sit here and drink coffee and listen to music. Hey, Toomey Brasco, welcome aboard. I've got no, the Seahawks, oh, Lovis says, no, I'm wrong. The Seahawks were favored and they won big and it was a boring game. I know, Lovis, imagine, how many Super Bowls have we had, though, that have been like that? It's, you know, it's all of this hype, and it's a boring blowout on one side or something like that. I mean, there you go. Okay, Russ saying Slovakians have fought and crawled their way into the final rounds. Don't discount them or they will beat you. Polyak can't remember the last time you saw a good Super Bowl game. I know a couple of Super Bowls that made me really, really annoyed, which is why I've stopped watching them. But there were lots. Loviz says, yeah, the better games are going to be in the playoffs, right? The better games are the ones in the playoffs. All right, everything looks good to go there. 166 miles to top of descent. In the 2025 World Championship, Sibish says Canada shut out Slovakia 7-0. What team do I root for? All of the cool people in the spy flight are the team that I root for. It used to be the Denver Broncos, but that was back in the days before they won the Super Bowls. And they made it to a couple of Super Bowls and basically threw them away. And that's when I really got annoyed. And I mean, it was a long time ago. But, yeah, they just threw them away. And I can go into my standard rant about why. But, you know, it was a long time ago. And clearly I need to do something about my repressed annoyance. They almost made it to Super Bowl this year. Well, at least Elway wouldn't have been there, throwing the ball so freaking hard that he, you know, the wide receiver couldn't catch the ball. He said, you know, being annoying about that. Hi, Abelars. Yeah, the greatest show on turf. RND, going Bears. And all of that looks good. Yeah, he's the general manager now, but back then he was the quarterback, and the big thing was he's got a really powerful arm, and he can throw the football really hard. So hard that Sammy Winder, the wide receiver, couldn't catch it because it was a bullet, and did that during the Super Bowl. All right, I have got to get off that soapbox. Got to get off that soapbox. All right, there's the arrival. And let's see what's happening in Frankfurt. Abelard says that the Bears may be moving out of Chicago. Really? Man, that's like an institution in Chicago. Ooh, IVAO is up in Frankfurt right now. Arrival ATIS, Information Yankee. Parallel ILS Yankee approaches, 25 right, 25 left. We're all set and ready to go there. I'm set up on the right side. The greatest show on turf is definitely the World Cup final. That's why 1.6 billion people watch the World Cup final. Oh, the World Cup, not the Quidditch Cup. I was going to say, was there turf in the Quidditch Cup? The only time Simi will watch is the Super Bowl. All right. Let's see. Transition level 60. Winds are 190 at 6. 190 at 6. Remember, when we get on the ground, start your flight plan for Munich. Temperature is 4 degrees. Altimeter is 1022. Put that up here just so, yep, that's good to go too. Transition level is going to be 60. So 60 is my transition. It's the baby bus, config 3 to land. Tell GPWS that we're going to go config 3 to land. And minimums for the runway that we think we're going to get is going to be the Yankee for 25 right. So minimums are 1350 for category 1 or 560. We'll do 560. 560 and Barrow is set. We're set to land. That looks good. 132 miles to top of descent. Over on the INCOM arrival, at INCOM, we have to be between flight level 240 and flight level 210. Very conveniently, we are at flight level 240, so we just get to chill. Let's see. Polyot says World Cup final is number 1. Number 2 is the Men's Cricket World Cup, mostly because of India. And number 3 is the UEFA Champions League final. So those are the most popular sports that the most people watch. Sibby has never seen cricket. I once saw Peter Sellers try to explain cricket to Goldie Hawn on Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In. That was pretty hilarious. There are lots of lists out there for the most viewed in the world. Super Bowl only gets around 100 to 300 million people. Polyot says India loves cricket. Almost the whole country will watch. I'm actually not the one to explain cricket. I'm sure that there is a very good explanation for it. Truthful Dread played cricket all the way through college and university. Really? It's got a really interesting bat that they use, which is like this flat paddle thing that's long, and then there's these 3 sticks at the end that I think you're supposed to take out. Cricket is good. Polyot played it in school. Probably can't have kids now because too many times you have taken a 60 mile per hour. Really? Loviz likes cricket bats. It makes me want to hit things. Mr. Poshmartin, are they made from willow? I don't know. Mr. Polyot was on the university rowing team
confirmed.
instead of cricket.
Top clearance granted, agent.
So you were always
Loyalty
causing a
noted.
row? I'll just roll myself out of here for that one. Sunjammer, back with a very nice resub. Hi, Sunjammer. Welcome aboard. thank you for being here for 92 months, Sunjammer. Welcome, welcome. And I have got ATC 133435. 133435. So you were doing rowing and cricket. All right, 133435, and this is EDGG Rudd Center. And that means this would be, this is Langen radar. 60 mile an hour? Really? That's a fast one. Langen radar, good Abend, Air Berlin 441, almost overhead Valor at flight level 240.
Berlin 441, line hello, income 1 Alpha arrival.
Berlin 441, income 1 Alpha arrival, thank you. Cricket bats are made out of willow. I row crew, stroke position. So you were in number 8 in the boat, right?
6 Echo Whiskey, contact tower, frequency 119.655, bye-bye.
The fast bowlers can top over 100 miles an hour with the cricket balls.
Thank you, sir. Steering 304, level.
Okay, we're all set and ready to go. This is short, Joshy, but what we're going to do is we're going to stay on VATSIM when we land, and then we're going to refile a flight plan and go from Frankfurt to Munich without ever getting out of the airplane. Yes, number 8, stroke sets the stroke rate for the boat. So if you were number 8, that was sort of like you set the pace for rowing the boat. I'm guessing. I'm probably not using the right term. I'm just a drunken sailor who sailed boats. I don't know about the other stuff. I think the Marietta did have a very big paddle in it, an oar. I don't think I ever used it for anything.
Lufthansa 131, turn right, heading 010. Ready, 010. Berlin 441, direct ram up.
Berlin 441 is direct ram up. Okay, we just blew off the hold. So, direct to ram up.
Confirm left.
And away we go.
Heading 020 now. Right,
yeah, number 8 sets the stroke rate for the boat.
Berlin 441, keep the speed 300 knots or greater.
300 knots or greater for Berlin 441. So we're going to hold it about 320 right now. And then there was this one swan on the river cam that would attack all the boats as we were doing bumps. It got so bad they had to remove the swan to another location, but the swan kept coming back. I never managed to piss off any birds or fish when I was sailing.
Radar, good evening. Condor 418, 50230.
Condor 418, line hello, Raspo 1 Alpha arrival.
So I guess, I mean, the swan would then, I mean, those boats are not, the gunnels are not that high up off the water, so the bird could probably hop into the boat and flap you to death or something, right? Okay, everything's good to go here. Hi, Danny VDW. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming by today. A swan wing flap is so strong, Irby says it can break bones. I would imagine so. There's some of these animals you don't want to mess with.
Berlin 441, descend, flight level 170.
Descending now, flight level 170, Air Berlin 441. Mexico City was very nice last night. It was a really nice flight, Josh. It was fun to hop back into the 737 MAX too. And you can't do anything at all as wild swans are owned by the monarchy. Oh, really? So in your case, you may, yeah, I guess you could probably defend yourself if you're being flapped at by a swan. But really, you've got to be nice about moving them to some other pond and hope they stay there.
Inbound Delta Fox 198 passing 9000.
Papa Kilo Lang and Kuda, climb flight level 240.
Wild swans are owned by the Mars, so yeah, you can't do anything. That's like, you know, being mean to a cow in India, right?
Terrain 441, descend flight level 110, level by ram up.
Flight level 110, we will be level by ram up for Berlin 441.
Lufthansa 131 left heading 290.
Okay, we're good to go there. To be honest, they would probably protect a swan more than they would well, that whole thing. Yeah, I think you're probably right about that. There have been some rather seismic changes in the past 48 hours about the various crises that face the world these days. I'm kind of, with these developments, I'm cautiously thinking that maybe we aren't going to die after all.
Lufthansa 7 Charlie Kilo, contact Langen 124.73, bye-bye.
Man, the coffee is really good this morning. I'm guessing that's probably because it's 29 degrees Fahrenheit, minus 1 degree Celsius. I'm guessing that's why the coffee tastes so good today.
Lufthansa 31 Charlie Langen Kuda,
I'm going to slowly start to sneak my speed down just a little bit to 300. They said 300 or greater. I was at 320. I figured the thing to do is get as much speed in, you know, distance from the planes behind me as we could. We're still going to make flight level 110. And my company message for Berlin Ops says no ADC required. Straight A's for the Air Berlin flight today.
136560.
136560.
Well, Hawks Nation, congratulations, welcome aboard. With everything going on and doing a 3-hour intervention this morning, I have zero energy. I would imagine, yeah, well, first of all, there have been some, I mean, for the Times, some rather seismic headlines lately, low-vis. But I would imagine that an intervention is very hard. I would just imagine it's really hard, low-vis. You know what? You get to sit back, pour your favorite beverage, order your favorite takeout pizza, and sit back and chill with friends. Menzies, thank you for a resub today. Thank you for a 15-month resub and some very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you. Just to prove how seriously they take it, there is actually a position within the royal household called Warden of the Swans. You know, if you like airplanes and if you like birds, I would think that's probably a pretty good gig. Lovis will fly later. Well, Sibby, come on. Welcome to the Spy Flight. We're always talking about pizza, right? Menzies, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for keeping the live stream going with your resub and always coming in and saying hi. Appreciate you stopping by today. Welcome, welcome. I know, pizza. Wouldn't it be great to just be able to just go someplace and have pizza with friends? So what they do, Sunjammer says they've got something called swan upping, and that's where they ring new swans. I honestly do not know how it is that I could turn that into a joke. Swan upping. I mean, can't we go back to talking about track goo or something like that? I could turn that into something
Berlin
silly.
441, direct Delta Foxtrot 401.
Direct now, Foxtrot Delta 401 for Berlin 441. Swan upping. Swan upping is an annual ceremony in England in which mute swans on the River Thames are rounded up, caught, ringed, and released. I'm guessing that ringing a swan basically means you put a ring on him or something that says, hey, I'm an official swan. Traditional on the Thames are apportioned among 3 proprietors.
Berlin 441, contact arrival 120.805, following.
120.805 now for Berlin 441. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
You too.
120.805. I'm going to have to fly my airplane, so I'm not going to be able to do any swan upping. I hope nobody decides to squawk about that. Retriever Neil, send you up the Swanee, like the Swanee River. Okay, we're good to go there. Oh, I think I have to check in. Arrivals, Good Naben, Air Berlin 441 is maintaining 300 knots direct to Delta Foxtrot 401.
Berlin 441, line radar, hello, information, Zulu is current, expect ILS Yankee 25 right.
Expecting the ILS Yankee 25 right, and information Zulu is aboard for Berlin 441.
As a pop-up might descend to 5015 H1022.
Madi, afraid not. That got caught up in the silliness of, you know, long delays and bad timing with the holidays and probably a little bit of this, you know, the tariff wars and stuff. So it just got returned. They did a partial refund, and I'll wait until the world's a little more sane and I'll try and order it again maybe next year or something. Truthful Dread says that they invented bog snorkeling. Bog snorkeling? That sounds like you have to go swimming in some pretty nasty stuff.
Hello, descending to flight level 117.
I don't know, Warden of the Swans, if I'm going for a job in the UK, I would think that that would immediately get me a little bit of, you know, respect and say, hey, we think you're pretty cool. Yeah, it was a little disappointing, Marty. On the other hand, I've got a great Thrustmaster set of throttles, so I'm happy with that. I'm sorry I didn't have time to dive into swan ringing. I actually really kind of like stuff like that. I might make a good transplant someday. Let's do seatbelts. There we go. Vital Rabbit. Welcome aboard, Vital Rabbit. We are hopping on into Frankfurt. And then heading down to Munich. So get your Airbräu mug ready to go.
German Air Force 5, Hotel.
Yes,
Okay.
can you season fries at McDonald's? Well, you'd probably be really good at chicken wings. It's a snorkeling race in a peat bog. Ugh. As I recall, if I understand this correctly, a peat bog is like, ooh. It's like, ooh.
I'm sorry, we cannot accommodate such a request.
745 Hotel, no.
Loviz is looked at house at Tailwinds Air Park and Estes. Oh, those are those places that you're in your backyard, you have a runway, right, Loviz? I think that's like pretty really awesome, one of those places. Descending now, flight level 90, Air Berlin 441.
Foxtrot Charlie, passing flight level 130, descending 110.
How many O's are there at the end of an average house? Or do you get in on annual fees? Yeah, I always thought back, you know, before, you know, when I thought I'd be successful, that it would be so cool to move into a house that had a runway in the backyard. I've just thought that would be perfect.
18, line radar 185, Zulu is correct, expect ILS Yankee 25 right. We'll expect ILS Yankee 25 right.
10,000 foot cabin call. The runway used to be for drug running back in the 80s and 90s. Hey, look around at the trees. Maybe Don Johnson, you know, hit one of them with the, hit one of the trees with his Ferrari. Below? That's right. You might find, you could find a hidden stash. I mean, you know. This has been a good flight. Well, yeah, I would suspect that you probably might find that too. I mean, that was a pretty scary crowd. That was a pretty scary crowd. Probably still is. They've just gone far underground. Okay, next flight. Don't get off VATSIM. Stay on VATSIM. Stay in your airplane. Oh, there's a link to where Love is that says you can now luxurious fly-in estate at Tailwinds Airpark. Oh my gosh. That, you ought to look at that. I better concentrate on my airplane. On my pixel plane. And bringing the map another click. Okay, everything's good to go here. We're already set up for the arrival. Activating the LS system. Everything's good to go up here. Final cabin call, seats for landing. Loviz says that those airports, it's cheaper to live there than where you live now. And does it have a garage for your airplane? You know how, like, at some places, you know, at golfing retirement areas, there's a special garage that's just the size of a golf cart. Is there an airplane-sized garage? Geez, Polyot, you don't even have an airplane. Yes, the houses have a hangar. Isn't that great? That would be so cool. Real airplanes.
15355, German Air Force 5 dead by.
Conda 3 Foxtrot Charlie, descend to flight level 990.
Don't call us Shirley.
Descending none of the Conda 3 Foxtrot Charlie.
Polyot just called.
411, descend to 5000 feet, QNH 1022, reduce speed 220 knots.
230 knots on the speed, descending now 5,000 feet, and the altimeter is 1022 for Air Berlin 441. That's right. Sibby is actually a really good golfer. So, you know, Sibby'd like to find a place. Only $250 a month HOA fees feels low for a frickin' airport house. Never mind, that's just a calculator. Oh. Okay, we're all set for flaps 3 for landing. After landing, so let's see, none of these are good for us. We need the 2-5 left, and I need better AGCs. So we need to get the east and west airport ground charts. APC west, APC east, good to go. Chances are, after the east side, they'll probably put us somewhere over there.
441, contact arrival on 127.280.
127.180 now for Berlin 441. Have a good weekend.
127.280.
127.280. Thanks for catching us, Berlin 441. 127.280.
Contact 3 Fox Charlie, contact arrival 127.
Frankfurt arrivals, good Abend, Air Berlin 441, descending to 5,000 feet and maintaining 230 knots.
Berlin 441, good evening.
Arrival, good evening, Conda 3 Foxtrot Charlie, passing 8,000 feet, descending 7,000 feet, And on heading
Okay,
220.
we're all set and ready to go.
Contact 3 Foxtrot Charlie, hello, direct Delta Foxtrot 480.
Direct Delta Foxtrot 480, Contact 3 Foxtrot Charlie.
Okay, let's go ahead and grab the airport ground chart for runway 25 right. And we're going to be exiting left probably at Papa 16. Speed brakes, auto brakes. Well, Sibby didn't just play e-golf. Sibby also used to play real golf too. And the Sibby golf course is the one near the old Elgat Airport. You had to be very careful at that golf course. Your divots could dig up the staff of Leonidas. Polyot says the property is not for you. It is a little bit too small than you were hoping for. Well, there you go. I mean, you have to have your standards, right? Gotta have your standards. Pretty cloudy tonight here in Frankfurt.
Condor 418.
Condor 418, hello.
Everything's ready for our landing. So Munich, Bozeman, Seattle, and Boise. There'll be ATC waiting for us in Boise today. Somebody posted over on Discord that there'll be ATC in Boise. So get ready with your potato jokes.
Yankee 25 right, descend 6,000 feet, QNH 1022.
Descend 6,000 feet, QNH 1022. And where there's a Foxtrot.
That's right, Polyot needs a moat as well.
Yankee 25 right.
Although that could be arranged in Florida, and your moat would come with alligators. So you're good to go there. You just have to have the property for a moat.
Aberdeen 441, turn right, heading 220, cleared at the Yankee 25 right.
Right turn, 240 cleared for the ILS Yankee, runway 25 right.
Aberdeen 441, make it heading 220.
220, thank you for that, Air Berlin 441. Looking good to go there. Approach mode is armed. Looking good to go there. Arm the approach, get a little help from the autopilot, flaps 1. Polyot says there's nice houses in Jupiter. I hear if you get a house at Io, you have to have a lot of air conditioning. And at Europa, you're going to need some extra heating.
Subscriber confirmed.
Cracker just
Top
gifted a
clearance
sub
granted,
to Scrappy
agent.
Pilot.
Loyalty noted.
Thanks for gifting a sub, Cracker. Actually, you've been doing that a little bit today. Thank you for the extra gift subs. And they are on sale today. I was able to turn on the 35% off thing.
In 441, maintain 170 knots or greater until 5 miles final.
170 knots or greater until 5 mile finals now for Berlin 441.
Condor 3 Foxtrot Charlie, descend 5,000 feet.
Descend 5,000 feet, Condor 3 Foxtrot Charlie.
How about wheels? Love this airplane. The Phoenix airplane even models the sound of the hydraulic system of the gear thing. The landing gear cover flap thing. I'm sure there's a much better aeronautical term from the gear flap cover thing, but you heard the sound. All right, looking pretty good here. And the approach is armed. Everything is good there. Well, I do the landing gear a little bit soon, Scrap Pilot, because I get kind of busy in the airplane, and I've got these really groovy camera views that I set up with Chase Plane. And so if I put the gear down a little bit earlier, it's because I'm going to be busy at about the time that I wouldn't want to put the gear down. So that's why I do it a little bit earlier, so that we can go outside the airplane and watch the wheels go down. But you're absolutely right. I do it a little bit sooner. Polyot says there's a nice house out there. I have to say, I did think that my jokes about Europa and Io were pretty good about Jupiter, Florida, but nobody seemed to get those, so I guess Neil deGrasse Tyson isn't watching today. Polyot says that Tiger Woods stole Polyot's balcony design. Scrap Pilot, your airline would not be happy with the thrust. Yeah, I know. I'm wasting pixel fuel right now.
441, contact tower, 136.5. Bye-bye.
136.5 now for Berlin 441. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
And you.
136.5. Yeah, I'm pretty liberal about wasting pixel fuel. 136.5. Ground, oh my God, we got a gazillion grounds today. The jokes weren't eye-opening. Oh.
November 11, hold short November, Singapore 49.
Frankfurt Tower, good knob, and Air Berlin 441's about 7-mile finals for runway 25 right.
Berlin 441, Frankfurt Tower, gute, wind check 190 degrees, 8 knots, runway 25 right, clear to land.
Good from Berlin 441, 25 right, clear to land. Yay, it's landing time. I still think we ought to just abandon the rest of the flight plans and develop transporter technology so we could all just beam over to the Frankfurt version of the Leaky Cauldron for beverages and snacks. Hi, Henry. Welcome aboard. Mighty Morph. Yep, we're going to continuing service to München. Then we'll do Bozeman, SeaTac, and Boise.
Frankfurt Tower, good. Number 2, wind check 190 degrees, 8 knots.
Number 2, contact Frankfurt Charlie.
And speed for landing. Flaps 2. I've got the other air runways. I don't have my runway yet. I don't think we're going to see my favorite cool blue building on this one. It's too foggy right now. Winds look like it's kind of right down the runway here, but it's a little bit fast there. I've got my runway. Yeah, there's a cool blue building in the downtown area that's really neat. Polyot says there's 2 homes in Jupiter that Polyot likes. Whether it has been Menzies, I mean, you've had really, really cold temperatures and a lot more snow, which is unusual, I'm told. You know, Captain Mint used to tell all of us that it's really not that snowy and cold in Germany, and that it's more like icy and chilly than snowy and cold. But this year has been really different for you. All right, everything's good to go. Gear down 3 green, auto brakes, speed brakes. ECAM checklist is green. Hi, Mia Charlotte Plunkett. Did I say that right? Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. There's the other blue building.
Good evening,
The
Condor.
blue building down
418
here, that's
ILS,
the train
25
station, which is really neat.
Condor 418,
So that
Frankfurt
train
Tower,
station's
good day,
neat.
wind
I want to
1,
check
wind
that
check
out
1,
someday.
90 degrees, 8 knots.
You
number
don't
3.
need any parachute right now.
Number
Professional
325
sim
right
pilot,
here,
come on,
Condor
Sibby.
418.
Nobody needs a parachute. It's going to be a great landing. Nobody's going to be hurt. No reason to call law enforcement. Yeah, it's a blue train station. Oh, you've got to be prepared. Okay. Okay, a little bit of a wind shift. We got blown off to the right here a bit.
Hundred above. 200. Minimum.
Landing.
$100. 50. 30. 20. Retard. 10.
Man, that seemed a little bit hard. We were coming down so nicely. Good evening, Ruben. Welcome to Frankfurt.
Condor 3, Foxtrot Charlie, preceding traffic about to vacate, wind 190 degrees, 8 knots, runway 25 right, clear to land.
Runway 25 right, clear to land, Condor 3, Foxtrot Charlie.
Tower, schönen guten Abend, Lufthansa 31, Charlie ILS, Yankee to Test 1. Lufthansa 31, Charlie Tower, hallo. Air Berlin 441, welcome to Frankfurt, taxi left Papa, November 11, hold short of November.
Taxiing left Papa, and then November 11, we will hold short of November, Berlin 441. We've done this before, and that's one of the cool parts. You might say a little bit, okay, you go to Berlin every week,
Top
every
clearance
Friday,
granted
right?
agent,
Well, the cool part
royalty
is you
noted.
learn how to get around the airport. How to, we always go to Frankfurt and stuff. Well, I know where we're going. I generally, Papa, and then it's going to be over to November 11. And that's how you get to be a better pilot. Loviz just joined the gifting today. Thanks, Loviz. Thank you for all of your great support and helping me to keep this silly thing going here. I really appreciate the extra support. Also, today is Subuary. It's not September, but I did get the Subuary thing going. So we got that happening. But thank you. So you got 35% off. Loviz likes a sale. I think we all kind of like a sale, don't we, Loviz? I wish that our friends from Twitch would give us more of those.
25 right, clear to land.
25 right, clear to land, Condor 418.
Condor 3 Foxtrot Charlie, jetzt normal. Via Papa, November 11, hold short of November.
Thank you, Lopez.
Papa, November 11, hold short November, Condor 3 Foxtrot Charlie.
And we're going to come over here. And we
441, contact apron 121, decimal 755. Bye-bye.
121.755 now for Berlin 441. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Have a better one. Bye-bye.
121.755. We'll have a better one. Hey, if I get to spend it with Flight Sim friends, that's a great weekend. 121.755 is apron. Got another airplane just coming down.
If you don't understand the taxi instructions, then maybe Frankfurt on a Friday isn't the wisest choice. Taxi via November, hold short of November 11.
I don't want anybody to not feel good about being on VATSIM, okay? There's good advice. If you don't understand the taxi instructions, maybe Frankfurt on a Friday isn't the best place to be. I'm not kidding. That's pretty. That's probably pretty good. Lovis says this, that's somebody's closet. At least they cleaned up the dirty underwear and stuff. I mean, geez. I must have missed that part of the conversation. Diego, welcome back in. Hi, Ruben. Ruben did EGLL out of, and you're never going to do it again. It wasn't even an event. That's your closet? Yeah, that's like the size of my living room. Is that your closet? No, it can't be. It can't be.
Lufthansa 114, continue all the way to holding point runway 18 via November.
That yes, get us. No, that isn't yours. Just say, God, please. I didn't just insult Loviz's closet.
Don't have time. Taxi holding point 18 via November. It's not that hard.
Your closet's a mess. I don't know. Ever since I became a live streamer, I took all of the TV stuff and put them in bags. So that's one of the closets in the house that you just sent to Stuart with a pretty please emoji.
If you don't understand that simple taxi instruction, you're probably gonna get very lost once in the air. So it would be better to review the phraseology, the aircraft and all that before flying to Frankfurt on a Friday.
This is
Just go straight ahead all the way.
I've never heard this kind of a Frank. It's Frankfurt. It's Friday, you know. All right, I better get a taxi instruction here.
No, straight ahead.
Good evening, Connor 3 Foxtrot Charlie on Papa.
It's got a dock? Ooh, is it big enough for the Marietta? For my sailboat? I wouldn't say angry, just a lot more practical. Hey, I got a sailboat. It wants to be in the water.
You were instructed to hold short of November 10, hold position.
Oh, copy. November 1610.
Hey, Brent, good Abend.
Turn 16 on November.
Center 716. Hello, taxi holding point 18 by November.
Taxi holding point 18 by November, Lufthansa 716.
Apron, good Abend, Air Berlin 441, approaching November 11. Good evening.
Berlin 441, apron, good evening. Taxi straight ahead, hold short of November.
Straight ahead, we will hold short of November, Berlin 441. It's easier to join a boat club, and it's the same with a plane club.
855, good luck.
Professor Woland says it's just very German. I don't know. Maybe they've touched a little German nerve with me. I don't think they're being angry. They're just being real.
November 15 and Lima, contact tower 124855. Bye bye.
Overtaking November 5 and Lima and contacting tower 124855. Dankeschön, Abend, servus.
Hey, Piers Morande, Stindofly, welcome.
Correct. Berlin 441, taxi straight ahead, hold short of Lima.
Straight ahead, holding short of Lima, Berlin 441.
Condor 3 Foxtrot Charlie, taxi straight ahead, hold short of
Yeah, but if you have your own boat, you know where all of your snacks and beverages are stashed.
Where are you?
Where are you? Ooh.
Yeah, but where are you?
Yeah, it's not as good as who are you, I guess.
We are on the ramp. We push back from Stand Alpha 30, now area 2.
Flying Winnebago, I used to be the same.
Pushback clearance?
Flying Winnebago, I used to have issues with the
okay, then go back to
with accents too, but not anymore. It's really it gets easy after time.
Probably wrong call sign. Berlin 441, left on Lima, hold short of November 8.
Left turn on Lima, holding short of November 8 for Berlin 441. Lima, November 8.
8 on Papa, going to be joining November 11, short of November.
Okay, anybody coming over there?
Charlie,
There's a
Lima,
lefty, they're
November 8.
holding for us.
FM 610, continue taxi by November, holding point 18.
Oh yeah, that's a boat lift. A lot of people, especially that have a through-the-hull engine, like, you know, speedboat like that,
Good evening,
they're
Condor
going to have a
November
boat
11,
lift because you don't want to leave a through-the-hull boat, you know, engine in the water unless you absolutely have to, because those are going to be the ones that are going to spring a leak the most, and unless you've got a good emergency sump pump aboard, so that's why you want one of those boat lifts like that.
Lima, expect Victor 113.
Taxi November 11, hold short of Lima, expecting Victor
DC
113.
Gert, this is Aerosol.
Frankfurt 11, hello, die Lufthansa 140.
Matteo's Gardening Service. You can get it several places if you want Matteo. You can get it from Steam. You could also get it from the Microsoft Flight Sim, the Microsoft Store, which is where I got the game.
1404, hello, taxi straight ahead.
Okay, we're supposed to hold short of November 8.
Taxi straight ahead, hold short of November 8, Lufthansa 1404.
Berlin 441, stands by on apron 121855. He will call you.
121855, we'll wait for their call. Berlin 441, thanks.
Condor 3 Foxtrot Charlie, same for you, stands by on apron 121855.
121855, and we will wait for the call. Condor 3 Foxtrot Charlie, bye.
Condor 418, taxi second left on Lima, hold short of
7, please.
Condor 1131, taxi November 8, short of
Jupiter
November.
looks like a nightmare to get flood insurance. I would imagine so.
Number 3 for uniform right on November, hold short November 10.
They probably water down the drinks
Right on
too.
November, hold short November 10, Lufthansa 3 for uniform.
And Loviz says if you've got a dog, watch out for the frogs there. You have to watch out for your dogs.
Berlin 441, taxi by Lima, hold short of November 4.
Continue the taxi via Lima, holding short of November 4, Berlin 441.
Condor 3 Foxtrot Charlie, taxi Lima, hold short November 4.
Taxi Lima, hold short November 4, Condor 3 Foxtrot Charlie, hello.
Hello, Lufthansa 3 for uniform, connect apron 121755.
121755, Lufthansa 3 for uniform, schönen Abend.
I think it kills you, Polyot. I think if your dog licks the frog, your dog dies.
Victor, left November, November 6, short of Lima.
Left November, November 6, short Lima, Lufthansa Volker Victor.
If you own a boat, well, yeah. When I moved to Texas with the Marietta, that was one of the things that I had to include in my, you know, in everything. I had to make sure that I could get me and the Marietta out of Texas if there was a hurricane. There's November 6, we hold short of November 4. Hi, Jeff the Hawk, welcome aboard. Polyot's got a business idea. I'll do the live streaming. 121.955 for Berlin 441, thanks.
Condor 1131, taxi right November, hold short of November 10.
Right November, hold short November 10, Condor 1131.
Can't see him that far out. Apron Goodnaben, Air Berlin 441 is on Lima. We're supposed to stop at November 4.
Berlin 441, apron, hello, taxi via Lima and November 3, hold short of November.
Taxi via Lima and November 3 will hold short of November, Berlin 441. Lima, November 3 and November. So now we continue to November 3. Okay. They're called bufo toads, cane toads. Hey, November 321, welcome aboard.
700, taxi November Blue.
Oh, I
and
never really
November
got
1,
boat
hold short of
envy because the Marietta is so cool because it's heavy duty, but it goes pretty fast. That's November 4, so we got another one. Plus, it was perfect size for me, and this was the best part. I could single hand my boat, so I could handle it completely by myself. I didn't need any kind of crew assistance. And there were people that had like, mine's a 23 foot. There were people that had, 28 foot, 30 foot. There was a 40 out there. And I just thought, that's too much boat. On the other hand, it is a little bit small, but I had a great stereo on it. It was a comfortable berth, to sleep in. So I never suffered from boat envy.
Katarina Charlie Kilo at November 1, refer to an opposite direction 320.
Opposite direction 320, November 1. Affirm, Charlie Kilo.
Berlin 4 for 1, stand Victor 115, via November 3 at November Orange.
Going to Victor 115 today via November 3, November, and Orange for Berlin 441. Wait until Jeff Bezos. Oh, God, no. Nah, I don't want anything like that. If you've got to have a bunch of diesel motors and stuff like that on your boat, no. You're not a real sailor. And I can,
Able for any
he's just one of those weekend guys.
Continue via Lima, hold short of Lima 4. Lima short, Lima 4, Lufthansa 4, Echo Victor. Easy 41 Juliet, contact tower 11878, ciao.
Orange is the far line.
Easy 41 Juliet, tower 11878, ciao.
118780, easy 71 Juliet, thanks.
Ground good evening, Lufthansa 1 Juliet Alpha, holding number 4. First, Berlin 4 for 1 at November 1, refer to opposite direction 747.
Berlin 441, yep. Sorry about the early turn. We've got the 747. We'll wait. I thought it was supposed to be...
You will taxi into November 1.
Berlin 441, roger. Victor 115.
Taxi Lima, Hotel
Orange 115. Okay.
Victor, contact tower 11878, ciao.
What is my boat is like the Jolly Roger? Are you a real sailor? Sure.
Contact tower 11878, ciao.
Pauliot is on a boating holiday in June and it has motors. Okay, here's the deal about your boating holiday. There's a bit of a difference here. You're going out on a boating holiday. Okay, you're not like sailing. You're not doing a bunch of sailing and stuff. You're going on a holiday. There's a big difference between that and, doing the silly kind of stuff that I used to do. So there's a difference. You get to enjoy your holiday, and if it's got motors, guess what? No big deal. You get to enjoy that. But, if you're going to get into the sailing and racing and stuff like that, then that's a little different. Oh, wow, you get to take the helm, too? Hey, that's actually kind of a cool thing to do.
That's all the pilot abgeschürt. 11878, Lufthansa 4, Echo Victor, ciao.
Okay, one thing, Pauliot, I just want to make sure you're going out on a motorboat, right? It's not a 3-hour tour, is it?
What we were told.
Are you going with other people? Is one of them a professor and is another one of them an actor, actress, something like that? If it's a 3-hour tour, I'd be a little bit afraid.
Lima, November 3, hold short of November 1.
Okay, we're going to Victor 115, so it's second from the right.
Hold short of November 1.
Now, if it's a 3-hour tour or something, then I'm worried. It's a week and you're taking your mother and her friend. Okay, that's gonna, what a great trip. And you don't have to worry about that crack that I made about it's not a real sailing or something. This is a vacation boat, and you should enjoy every minute of that, okay? Especially if you're taking family.
Sensor 1560, taxi straight ahead, hold short of November 5 and contact tower 118780.
Straight ahead, hold short of November 5 and contact tower 118780, Sensor 1560.
Passport apron, speedbird 6 Romeo Bravo, requesting pushback.
Speedbird 6 Romeo Bravo, pushback approved, facing west, direction facing east, November orange.
Facing east, November orange, speedbird 6 Romeo Bravo.
Frankfurt Airbräu, Luftziel 02 Whiskey, requesting pushback from Victor 114.
First, Condor 418, then Victor 114, November 1 and
parking brakes.
One more time for
your partner said they said they sadly they said yes.
November 1 and
all right, come on down here. Remember, we're not getting off VATSIM. We're not getting off VATSIM. We're going to stay on VATSIM and redo a flight and go out. Okay, APU is ready to go. APU is ready, and engine number 1 and engine number 2. Let's do P, predicted wind shear off. And we're going to come up here and do fuel pumps. So continuing service down to München. Off, off, and off. And beacon and wings and seat belts. Come on down here. Let's come over and have GSX do the deboarding stuff for us. Request deboarding. All right, so all of that looks good. We'll go to the Phoenix app, go to ground services, and we're going to come over here and we'll do our cargoes. Let's request a ground power unit and preconditioned air. And there we go. We should do a spy flight VIP yachting holiday. Paul, we're going to give Loviz an eye patch. Arg, matey. Loviz has a friend from Jupiter, from Grand Bahama, and that's a easy few-hour trip. Hey, you know, Crockett and Tubbs made it from Miami out to Bahamas. So they actually made it out there, remember? All right, all this looks good, and we'll get deboarding going on. Okay, let's do our next flight. Yeah, so somebody's probably going to need a bigger boat. Okay, next flight. So we already know here in Frankfurt, the departure ATIS says runway 25 center and 18. So 25 center and runway 18. All right, let's go over here and 25 center. I'm going to bet on runway 18 because we're going south. Bimini is a nice trip. Cuba from the Keys is 90 miles. Jabuz, did I say that right? We're actually going down to München because the Airbräu brewery is down there. All right, so let's see. We are at stand Victor 115. That's normal for us. And we don't need that anymore. Okay. And let's go ahead and get rid of this. And that's good too. All right, flight plan time. Oh, let's make sure that München is still good. That's right, we could do the Ford Trimotor. Loviz did this really cool trip that we took down the Florida Keys Highway in the Ford Trimotor. Was fun. 26 left, 26 right. I'm going to guess, let's bet on 26 right for the arrivals coming down from the north. Lexbro, welcome aboard. Oh, good morning. Good day to Melbourne, Australia. All right, let's come on over here. They put all three of us together, Captain Chris, so they might be getting good at spotting spies here. They might be good at spotting spies. Oh gosh, are there more party balloons floating around that they're shooting at? All right, let's go. It's beer, flight 441. We are at EDDF. We're going to EDDM. And we're going to go, and we're in a baby bus. And it's Air Berlin. Air Berlin. Cool. All right. Let's see. Runways. I'm going to guess runway 18 and 26 right for the arrival. Because that's on the north side of the airport, and that's the one we're coming in on. Fuel planning. I'm going to live dangerously. I'm going to board 15 minutes of fuel. I think we only going to need fuel minutes. Hunter Girl, welcome aboard. Race down to the airport, Hunter Girl. We're flying from Frankfurt down to Munich, down to München, and we're all going to Airbräu. I'm pretty sure the hot air balloon was one of the first flights that Loviz did when 2024 dropped over the Grand Canyon. So it was a flight simulator balloon. It wasn't a spy balloon or a party balloon. I guess those are a problem now too. All right, looking good here. Let's finish the plan and get going. Okay, so all this looks good. It's the Cinder 8 Sierra Rocky 1 in, and they never have us do the arrival into Munich. Generate the flight. Hey, they've got really good looking burgers there. You got the night shift tonight. We will help you with the first part of the night shift here. But does have a hot air balloon because spy balloons if a spy's on board. It does. All right, PDF time. Yeah, the burgers at Airbräu look good. They have online menus with pictures. All right, that looks really good. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. How did I read your comment but get 90% of the words wrong? Because it's going by too fast. It's going by too fast, and I'm trying to do too many things at once. I'm sorry. I got 90% of... But does a hot air balloon become a spy balloon if a spy is on board? Yes, it does. Okay. We've got that done. That's good to go there. Hey, Fryock, welcome aboard. Beware, Fryock. I'm reading 90%. I'm reading comments. Yeah, professional TV, Weather and Anchor. Hi. Yes. Yeah, well, I don't have a tie on or a little Anchor earpiece on, so... Hey, I'm great at multitasking. There were times in my world that I was able to go and do a I could have producers yelling in my ears while I was yapping about the weather and not get in trouble. Hi, Hayden. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. All right, looking good. Now, I think we do have to make a change here, though. I think we have to do what I call bump VATSIM. So let's just go over here and look at our flight. Oh, nope, it's already updated. Look at that. EDDF to EDDM. It's already updated the flight plan, so we don't have to go off and on. So, let's see here. I'll bet we could use CPDLC, couldn't we? Let's do CPDLC. Okay, init. That looks good, and let's come over here to the McDo menu. Back to ASUS. Back to Air Operations. Flight init and re-init. Auto queue would be your downfall. What, running the prompter? Prompter's easy. Prompter's easy. That's actually, I mean, a lot of people make a big deal out of reading off teleprompter. No. In fact, I'm thinking of ordering I'm thinking of ordering the new one from Elgato. Elgato. Looks pretty nice. You're talking to the guy who spends half a day doing closing statements. Well, you don't have to do it on camera, though. I think if you had to do it on camera, that would be really freaking hard. Okay, we are at Victor 115. Okay, gate number is Victor 115. There we go. Departure latest is information alpha. Okay, station is EDDF, Frankfurt. And a nice little Guten Abend from Air Berlin, and send it. There we go. There we go. Trav, you did a foggy flight this morning. Received messages. And then there's our arrival message. We got that one. And there's confirmation that our clearance went out. All right, come on over here. And we're going to come and do Phoenix. Hi, Thalo. Welcome aboard. And let's go and import the next flight into the into the EFB. EDDF, EDDM. Looking good. We have 28 minutes to get out of the gate here. All right. Let's see. It got rid of all of our stuff.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Okay, we're good to go there. Polyot has gifted a sub to Phalo.
Subscriber
Thank
confirmed.
you. That was
Top
nice of you, Polyot. Thank you. Jim
Loyalty noted.
did a resub for 42 months. Thank you. Awful nice of you. Thank you so much. All right, let's clear all of this and do init request. That's right, professional weatherman and anchor here. Hey, I haven't done that for 7.5 years. So I think that all of that is over. Now I am I'm a streamer and a tuber. I'm edgy. Yes, I'm on the cutting edge here, folks. Oh my gosh. Do you go to water parks? Uh-oh. There's our telephone ringing. ATC message. Let's see what they say. And it says, Berlin 441, it has been received. So close it. Hey, we got a clearance. All right, so let's go and check and see on the flight plan here. Hey, thank you. 42 months already, Jim. I know how time's flying by, isn't it, Jim? Thanks for the resub, Jim. And I really appreciate you doing a resub, and time is flying by like you wouldn't believe. So thank you for helping to keep me going with this. I could not do it without you. All right, let's go and get our route off of the flight plan and put it in our flight notes. There's the route, and that looks good. Flight plan denied. Ah, no. They like spies here in Frankfurt. Berlin 441 is cleared to München off of runway 18. Man, I should be a fortune teller. Runway 18. Yes, just being super edgy today. All right, Cindy 8 Sierra. That is correct. Our squawk is going to be 1 4,000. That's good. Next frequency is 122.035. 122.035. Clear. Let's do page 2. Next frequency is... Oh, we got a Gouda. We got Gouda too. Hey, Bazhat. Welcome back in. Doing really cool. Thanks for coming by. Thanks, Bazhat. 42 months is a big deal. Thank you. All right. Looks good. All of our data is aboard, and our clearance is now confirmed. So we're good to go with that too. All right. Hi, Sam. Sam is in chat too. Okay. Load sheet is aboard, and all of that looks great. Let's go ahead and start building up our flight to München. All of our doors are open. So let's come back over here and reset. And then sync our new route. We got a nice Gouda, didn't we? Yeah, I'm still trying to remember the different areas. So north of here, it's Moen. But here in Frankfurt, it's Gouda. And I think you could do Gouda in Munich as well, I think. That's one way of saying hello in German, but it's regional, right, Hunter Girl? So it's regional. Moen up north, Gouda in the middle, I think. I don't know. I have a lot to learn. That's right. Expect me to make a couple of cheesy jokes about that any moment now. Okay, RNAV SIDS, AGC, airport ground chart, and we don't need that. Okay, that looks good. And this is going to be runway 18 prox south. All right, so we need to go and grab that. First, let's come over here. Runway 18, and it's the Cindy. It's not that way. Cindy Sierra. And we're exiting Cindy Sierra. I think we exit here. Yes, Moen is north, Gouda is in the middle. Hey, in about another 100 years, I might actually be able to carry on a conversation. All right, so we need to look for RNAV SIDS runway 18 procedure south. RNAV SIDS runway 18 procedure south. Okay. There are 6 possible pages, and we want the Cindy 8. Oh my gosh, how often does this ever happen? It's the first frickin' page. Thalo is already hungry. Welcome aboard, Thalo. Are you going to order pizza today? What kind of pizza are you getting? Okay, initial climb is 4,000 feet. This is stuff they don't tell you in your clearance, so that's why you have to look it up over here. And then after, when instructed by tower, it's Langen radar 136130. 136.130 Langen radar. Okay, all of that looks good. Cool. Now then, we're good there. Let's go and do Munich. Thalo does not want pizza. You had pizza yesterday. Well, today's leftovers, right? All right. Arrivals, Stars North, and it's the Roki Rocal 1 Bravo, but the thing is they almost always blow this completely off. So that's going to put you out at the Mike non-directional beacon, okay? So after that, on the instrument arrival, what we do is we think we're going to be 26 right, but be sure and get an ILS for 26 left. Because there's also a transition at Rocal. So there's the Rocal transition that goes in, or you could pick it up at Mike here. And most of the time, you see how it's got this groovy little line here? Polyot had steak yesterday. You had steak. I'm trying to find a new steak joke. Because when it comes to jokes like this, finding the perfect one, there's a lot at stake there. So at Mike, it's 5,000, and there's a direct transition, which they usually do unless it's crowded. Then they might have you do the actual approach. So you never really know, so it's best to do that. So Hunter Girl says in the south of Germany, it's service. So Moen, service. That joke was a little bit well done. Yes, I deliver a well done joke. So it's Moen, Gouda, and service, north to south. Yes, that's. I'm going to stake a claim on that, on the steak jokes. Okay. Oh, and also get 2-6 left. You never know if they're going to flip you over. ILS or localizer, 2-6 left. Good. We got that one there. All right, that looks good. Now we need to do airport charts, and we need APC east and west. And if we want, usually they're going to put Air Berlin. I think they usually put us over on the west chart eventually. And that's okay because in the middle of the two terminals, Airbräu is in the middle here. That's how your COVID when I got to Florida. My throat. Dead game time. The recumbent bicycles are really good. So let me take off my airplane hat and put on my, I used to be a nationally certified bicycle safety instructor, okay? If you're gonna get a recumbent bike, please, please, please get one of those very big, long poles with a red flag on it and keep it up there. Remember, you're so much closer to the ground and you need that flag. It's really been shown that if you're gonna get a recumbent bike, you've gotta have a tall flag and keep the flag in good shape, okay? That's important. Yep, I used to race bicycles, and yeah, don't tell Keela this because that was a little weird. Okay, let's go and come up here. On, and on. You got the flag. Okay, good. Some people will they'll get the bike, but they will forget to get the flag. You've got to have that for the recumbent bicycles. It's not a requirement by law, but it's just to keep you safe because you're so close to the ground on those. And it's a really good thing. I mean, you know, the racing bicycles and stuff, you're so much higher off the ground and you're not going to take a fall. You know, I've got my 2 racing bicycles and I shouldn't get on them or anything like that because, you know, as I'm getting older, a fall's going to be more serious. The recumbent bikes, you're closer to the ground and your fall is going to be as bad. You could make it a pirate flag. It's just got to be something that people are going to see. Because if they don't see you, you know, you're going to be Bantha Poodoo. You could get a Boeing 737 flag. Do you think we'll be moved to the center runway? Jim, generally not down to Munich. Down to Munich, they put us on runway 1A. Okay, we're good to go there. Let's do numbers because it's airplanes. So let's see. Cost index is 34. 34. And that looks good. Let's get wind and wind data. People will know, well, the pirate flag, they will notice that for sure. Okay, looking good. And cruise altitude. SimBrief says 23,000 feet. Flight level 230. And page 2. Let's do the weights and go flying. 50.7. 50.7 is our zero fuel weight. We're going to board 93 passengers. 93 passengers and 28.3 is our center of gravity. 28.3 is our center of gravity. And that page is good. Okay. Well, the Navy is actually fairly nice to people with pirate flags. I have a literal beacon on my bike frame for when you're riding at night. Irby, that's really smart. That's really smart. I know that when I was out training, I had a flashing red light on the back. So I actually did that. On the other hand, I was riding faster than some cars were driving. Okay, taxi fuel, 0.150, 0.15. It's because there were some really bad drivers there. All right, contingency, 0.622 is 15 minutes. Alternate, 1.08. Our alternate today, and 0.937. And fuel planning is Groovy Green. Dad Game Time got a bright headlight and a flashing tail light. Helmet, bell, and mirrors. You're all set, Dad Game Time. You really are. The only other thing that I'll suggest is if you've got some people that you can ride with, that's a really good thing to do too. And another thing, if you have an idea, if you're looking, maybe get one of those waterproof hard plastic things for your phone. Have I forgotten to do Volanta? I have. But technically we haven't pushed away from the gate yet.
Again.
Oh.
Spy, do you need a checklist?
I need a a burger with chili and cheese and a Newcastle. All right, that looks good. Let's do flight plan. Frankfurt, departure, runway 18, Cindy 5 Lima departure. No, it's the 8 Sierra. Cindy 8 Sierra. Insert, München, arrival, expecting the ILS runway 26 right. We are going to be, almost don't want to put the star in. Let's just do the VIA. And our VIA is going to be via Mike. Although maybe it's going to be Roki 26. Let's do Mike. That's the fastest. And if we have to do a direct to, we could do that. Cool. Fly via the moon instead. Oh, to go and get what I want? Yeah. Okay, all that looks good. Let's do board the plane. We gotta have passengers. Instead of the star, we're gonna go to the moon. All right. Doors are set. Let's do board the airplane. Passengers walking down the jetway, or up the stairs as it were. Squawk is still going to be 1000, so that's good. Flight plan is aboard, init page B. Everything's good to go there. We've got China Airlines behind us, so there's a 787 for China Airlines. And we've got a Lufthansa and a Condor. We've got Aer Lingus and a Lufty and a Candy King. There's a sassy little airplane going out. Polyot is tired. You added extra letters. That's okay. It's Friday. We all get to slack on Friday and sit back and enjoy being happy. Let's see. All of this looks good. Alignment is going on good. I think everything is just fine. We could sit back and have another beverage. Okay, 122035 is next for us. I think they're going to Dublin too. They're probably taking a bunch of people over to Arthur's place for a party. That's the Guinness connection. Yep, they're all going on like a, you know, $700 pint of beer or something flight. Although there's probably some pretty good stuff here in Frankfurt too. Okay, all of this looks good, right? We're just waiting for final numbers. I have 75 of 93 passengers aboard. Never bothered to... That's right, it's the Guinness connection. That flight is people going out for Guinness. Oh, we got light rain falling. We've got light rain falling here in Frankfurt. Jim says it's a shame it's not a Ryanair. Well, I mean, their logo, after all, Jim, Ryanair's logo is a big harp on the back. What's the Guinness logo? It's a big harp. They should probably give away free Guinness on Ryanair, just saying. Probably get a lot more passengers that way. All right, initial climb clearance is 4,000 feet. Altimeter is 1022, that's set to. Yeah, I don't think Mr. O'Leary would go for that. It might increase costs a bit, right? I don't think Mr. O'Leary would think that's a great idea. On the other hand, Mr. O'Leary's good at promotion, and that would be a hell of a promotion. Fly Ryanair, get free Guinness. Okay, 50.7, that is correct. 28.3, that is correct. Let's come on over here and return. And that looks good. I need 3.8 tons of fuel to make it to Munich. I have 4.96. Because you can never have too much fuel on VATSIM on a Friday. Let's get ready for performance. He would not be able to pay the retainer if he gave out free Guinness. Hunter Girl, it's raining right now for real in Frankfurt. Is it going to turn to snow later on tonight? One of those kinds of things where it gets snowy and stuff. Okay, everything's good. Let's disconnect preconditioned air. Ground power, we never plugged in. Parking brakes, I'm going to disconnect chocks and cones. And we're good to go there. Let's come on over and get the numbers out here. So it is no longer dry, it is wet. Sync the load sheet, sync the weather, and calculate. And send to the McDo. Okay, looks good. Tastes great. No, it's warm, so it's just going to rain tonight. It's not going to turn to snow. I did notice when I checked out the airport, I usually check out the airports we're going to. Too warm for snow. I did see snow on the ground at the simulated Munich airport. So I did see that there. Okay, everything's good there. Let's get back on frequency and let's have GSX get ready to push us back. Prepare for pushback and departure. No. Too warm for sighing. Driving to a blue light call when snowy must be a nightmare. Actually,
KLM 5 November Kilo.
Hunter Girl can tell us because she's a real first responder. I think they specifically trained for that. I think they specifically trained for snow driving. I know they do here in Montana.
Thank you.
Almost time to go. Hunter Girl says it's probably still snowy in Munich because they're higher above sea level. They do in the UK? Yeah, I think it would be everywhere. Well, they probably have different kinds of training in the desert.
The 418, squawk 1116.
They have sandstorm training. Maybe something about watching out for camels too. And cobras.
Tower 118-4780, Killing 5 November Kilo, cheers.
Frankfurt delivery. Guten Abend. Air Berlin 441 is at Victor 115. Information. Alpha is aboard. We've got our clearance aboard too. Requesting startup and pushback.
Berlin 441 Apron, good evening. Pushback and startup approved. Facing east, November blue.
Facing east, November blue for Berlin 441. Thanks. Facing east.
Actually, Berlin 441, are you able for intersection Sierra runway 18?
Information Sierra runway 18 is just fine for Berlin 441.
Perfect, then you can expect intersection Sierra.
Information Sierra for Berlin 441. Okay, we'll redo that in just a second.
Intersection.
Good Airbräu, Ocean 139, November 3, Holding Ship November.
Ocean 139, hello, Charlie 14 via November.
Charlie 14 via November, Ocean 139.
I'm going to change the direction and just go straight. I've gone and confused myself. We're just going to do a straight push. Ready to go? I think so. Seatbelts on. Bacon on. Let's do fuel pumps on. I'm probably turning them on backwards. Everything looks good to go there. Let us depart the scene of the crime. Parking brakes off. Typos are entirely okay. We do not take off for spelling here. Listen, you know, if I can't be counted on to read like a professional TV news anchor or weather anchor and stuff like that, you don't have to worry about typos. Starting one. And we're supposed to stop at the blue line. I think having a stop at the blue line was just sort of something they said out of the blue. Couldn't get the button pushed. Gosh darn it, I got to get the button closer. All right, GSX. And stop here. And do we have a good start on engine number one? Looks like it's starting. The out of the blue joke did not deserve a button. Okay. And that engine's available, starting
Frankfurt,
two.
Good evening, lot.
All right, well that starts. Let's go and redo our takeoff for Sierra. Intersection data,
106, but if it's
Sierra.
occupied, then somewhere else in the area.
Recalculate and send that to the McDo.
Good evening.
All right, so it's going to be Sierra now. We can do that. Charts.
Lot Mike Alpha will taxi via Lima. Please confirm which taxiway we should
Mr. Jazz says the jokes are entertaining tonight. Thanks, Mr. Jazz. I thought so too.
We'll hold sort of November 1, 3 Mike Alpha.
If they're not the funniest things in the world, if they get you to chuckle a little bit. Hey, Polya, so one of the things that I thought was kind of cool about the landing gear lever thing was having the little clock here. Does the little clock work really good? From the wind wing thing there?
November 1, November, short of
Hi,
November
Hyper.
5
The 800 or the 800 Max? Oh, that's hard. Yeah, Polya, I think both. Oh, I remember Blues Clues. Okay, two good starts. Started back to normal.
Apron number 515 Charlie Charlie GA ramp. We're ready to move. We got engine started.
515 Charlie Charlie, hello, pushback approved.
Hyper RB Gamer. Welcome in. I think they're both really good games. I think that it comes down to personal taste. I think the PMDG is going to have slightly better. I think the PMDG is going to have slightly better, much better EFB, electronic flight bag, the iPad thing. But other than that, when their EFB comes out, like Pauliot just said, it's going to be good. I don't know when it's going to come out. I don't want to say the 4-letter S word soon, just cause. Okay, everything looks good there.
And number 515 Charlie, ready to taxi.
Flaps are going to be 1. Speed brakes are going to be arms. Auto brakes are going to be max.
515 Charlie.
Almost time to go.
Contact tower 11905.
19905 Charlie, thank you.
And see, that's the size of real people compared to, and this is just an A319. And there's a gear pin. And if we were nice, they wave at us. If they're not, they flip us off. Bye. Thank you. Okay. Let's do control checks. And pitch trim. Elevator trim. Rudders. 0.9 is trim for elevator trim. There we go. That looks good. Jim wants to do a 777 whiskey flight, but you don't know what flight to do. Well, if you're going to do the whiskey flight, you can't have any scotch aboard or beer. It's got to be a whiskey flight.
I have the plane in front of me.
FM, and after the plane, then Victor 106 straight ahead.
Okay. After the plane, stand Victor 106.
The plane. Apron, hello again. Berlin 441, requesting taxi from Victor 115.
Berlin 441, taxi left November Blue and November East, then uniform, hold short of uniform 2.
Left November Blue, then November East. Uniform, we are holding short of uniform 2 for Berlin 441. All right. So left turn, uniform, November Blue, November East.
Pushback approved, facing East, November Blue.
All right, so let's get out of here and get out of the way. Lights, parking brakes, and we're going left. Hi, Jerry. I hope I said hi when you came in. Welcome aboard. November Blue and November East. There's some really cool buildings up here. Pauliot says that British Airways does a 777 flight between those two airports, and it's a fun challenge. Okay, so Blue, November Blue, and then there's going to be a November East. Uniform, hold short of uniform 2. So we're basically going to loop-de-loop around here and hold short there. I should get over on my little blue line, huh? Let's do a config check.
Apron, very good evening.
Config is looking good. Predictive wind shear can go back on. And the ECAM checklist is green. We're ready to go. Hi, Turdog. Welcome back in. Thanks for coming in today.
Pushback approved, November Orange.
November Blue, November East.
Pushback approved on November.
And then uniform to stop at uniform 2. Doesn't say. There's November East.
Condor 14 on November, short of November 5.
418, contact apron 121.855.
21855.
I'll bet those passengers over there are going to have a lot of fun on their flight.
Foxtrot Charlie, just to confirm, it's facing north.
Ooh, looks like the rain is picking up here in the sim.
Facing west. Roger, confirm Fox Charlie.
We have more rain here. A nice busy night at Frankfurt Airport.
Here is 7 to the Echo.
Okay, there's November Blue, and then November East comes kind of over here, I believe. I thought the lot joke was pretty good.
Ground, hello, Adria, holding the Lima.
Lean 07 to the Echo, hello, taxi left
Okay,
Lima,
this
November 1
should set
and
us
November,
up
then Delta 1 Alpha.
over to Uniform and Uniform 2.
Okay, can you repeat one more time the instructions?
First, Abilene 441, contact tower 119er 905. Have a nice stream and flight by.
119er 905 for Air Berlin 441. Thanks. Hope you have a great weekend.
Bye.
119er
07
905.
Zulu Echo taxi via Lima, November 1 and November, stand Delta 1 Alpha.
Okay, Delta 1 Alpha.
119905. And we hold short of Uniform 2.
Romeo 5, hold short of 25 left.
Okay.
Romeo 5, short 25 left after traffic, right to left.
Brainbagger wants rain in Tampa. I figure you get rain practically every day, Brainbagger, in Tampa. Frankfurt Tower, Guten Abend, Air Berlin 441 is holding short of Uniform 2.
Berlin 441, hello, cross Uniform 2 and 6, taxi via transition 1 to holding point, Sierra, runway 18.
Cross Uniform 2 and I think I heard 3, and then it's transition number 1, 2, and that we're holding short of Sierra for Berlin 441.
And holding point Sierra, runway 18 and cross Uniform 2 and 6.
Uniform 2 and Uniform 6, thank you for that. I didn't get the 6 in. And our holding point is Sierra for runway 18, Berlin 441. Uniform 2 and Uniform 6. So there's Uniform 2, Uniform 6.
K2925 left, Sky 421.
There's drought restrictions, really? Okay, this should have been Uniform 2, and then Uniform 6 is next. And we're going to see the new terminal that's showing up, and they're going to start using the new terminal on the south side of the airport before too long. So the new terminal is down here.
Connect apron 1 to 1755, ciao.
Locked.
39 X-ray, connect 1 to 1755.
Come on, airplane.
Contact apron 1 to 1755, after 920 X-ray.
6 Tango, contact 1 to 1755.
1 to 1755.
Imagine that, Brainbagger. Did you ever think you'd have drought restrictions in Tampa?
570 kilo, hello.
The rain's really starting to come down now.
25 left, OT.
765, hello.
Uniform Mike. So that's Uniform Mike, but we want the next one, I think.
90 Mike, 7 0 degrees, 8 knots, 25, left, get to land.
25 left, system 80 Mike.
And around we go.
4 to 1, continue on Mike, Tango, hold short of Tango 4.
So we get a nice intersection department because we're a baby boss on this.
Sky 421.
Tower, schönen guten Abend, Lufthansa 31 Charlie, short Uniform 2. So 31 Charlie, hello, cross Uniform 2 and 6, continue via transition 1 to holding point, Sierra, runway 18.
Cross Uniform 2, cross Uniform 6, taxi transition.
Something about being ahead of the GE90s. Okay, how bad is fuel? Pilot brief says minimum takeoff fuel is going to be 4.2. I've got 4.8. So we could have put a little more fuel in here.
Limited Lima taxi to holding point 118 via Romeo Sierra 28 and Sierra.
And we're just kind of continuing around here.
Iberia 765 into 210 degrees 8 knots 25 left, excellent.
25 left, Iberia 765.
That Lima X-ray taxi Mike 30, voltage of 25 center.
Mike 30, watch out 25 center.
This big terminal that's on the south side, I think it was probably like 4 or 5 years ago. VATSIM Germany did a replicate, a sort of a historic recreation of the Berlin airlift from Frankfurt. And they had all of the DC-3s, C-47s, and DC-6s staging on the south side of the airport in Frankfurt.
Bozeman, you missed Tango, continue now on Mike 30.
Continue on Mike 30, Sky 41.
Transition 1S, S11R, S28, just to let you know. Thanks, Captain Chris. So, transition S11 Romeo. So, at S11, oh, look at this, it's closed here. So, at S11, we have to go over to Romeo. That's what we've got to do, right, Captain Chris? Because the part of this taxiway is closed. Menifee, we're actually going to be flying the Seattle stuff. We're going to be doing the Seattle stuff today. Alright, because this stuff is closed, so Sierra 11.
Cross runway 25 left, hold Mike 1025 center, Bravo.
We have to go over to Romeo.
Aero 421, connect 8, kitchen connect tower. 118 is in build 780, Roger.
118780 tower, Sky 41, choose.
Thank you for that. Captain Chris, I had no idea.
11880, listen very fast.
The 2 hotel advise able for visual approach 25 center.
Say again, for the plan to hotel.
Advise able for visual approach, runway 25 center.
Unable, we don't have visual contact with runway.
It started to rain cats and dogs here.
18780, Charlie, thanks.
Menifee's doing LaGuardia to Detroit today.
210 degrees 8 knots, runway 25 left, excellent.
25 left, good, land airport, go faster than a kilo.
Iberia 765, taxi right, Mike, Tango, voltage of Tango 4.
Mike, Tango, hold for Tango 4, Iberia 765.
The 2 hotel reduce the final.
Reducing final approach speed, left hand to hotel.
Abelars, there's probably puddles all over the runway here. Okay, coming up on Sierra 11. And the charts ran out on the east side, so let's go to the west side now. And then here's the west side. There's Sierra 11, and we continue on this until Sierra 28. That's Sierra 10. So next turn, we make the other one. I've got a DLH light that's going a lot faster behind me. You got November direct to runway 18. Maybe you're a bigger airplane than I am. You may be a bigger airplane than I am, Curly Air. All right, next left should be Sierra 11. and we jog off to the right. Yeah, look at this.
Hotel 10 degrees 8 knots,
so Captain Chris, you can see the scenery stops here.
Taxi left, Mike 30, hold short of 25 center.
Taxi left, Mike.
Transition 1. It's even labeled as Transition 1. Well, with rain like this, all right, that should put us over where we belong over there. Now, according to Captain Chris, we continue on this until Sierra 28. Sierra 28. And I'll bet there's going to be something that's painted on the ground that points us on Transition 1 again. Hey, at least the airplane got washed, right? At least the airplane got washed. Should have boarded a little bit of extra taxi fuel on this one.
Seven 210 degrees 8 knots, 25 left, get turned.
We're getting the nice tour of Frankfurt Airport today. South side of the airport.
That's hotel, continue on Mike 30, full stop 25 center.
Continue Mike 2, correction 30, hold short, runway 25 central, Lufthansa City Hotel.
Curly Air got November all the way, but you stopped at November 5, 7, and 10. Yeah, those are normal stops, I believe. I think those are normal stops for that taxi. Now then, that might be November. Holding short of Sierra, 441.
Oscar, continue via Sierra 25, Romeo 5, hold at 25 left.
Actually, Romeo for Oscar, continue Sierra 25, Romeo 5, and holding short 25.
So we're supposed to hold short of Sierra here. Actually, I think we're supposed to go to 28, actually. Yeah, we're supposed to continue and hold short at 28. Hi, Keith. Welcome aboard. And so we stop and make the turn and hold short at Sierra. I see where we're going.
Tower Google, Lufthansa 137, about runway inside. The 137, hello, 1210 degrees 8 knots, 25 left, clear to land. 25 left, clear to land, Lufthansa 137. Kitchen Evelyn 441, continue via transition 1 and contact Tower 118 as Kitchen 124855, goodbye.
124855, we will continue via transition 1 for Berlin 441.
Nice evening. The 31 Charlie, contact 124855, ciao.
124855, this is the 31 Charlie, ciao.
All right, does it say transition 1 on the paint here? Yeah, look at that. It says transition 1 on the paint. That's cool. And then we continue down to hold short of runway 18. Captain Chris's office is near Taxiway Sierra.
Condor 418, wind 210 degrees, 8 knots, runway 18, cleared for takeoff.
18 cleared for takeoff, Condor 418, take it easy.
Okay. Departure 136130.
FedEx 5035, line up runway 18.
Line up red runway 18, FedEx 5035.
Lufthansa 7 Lima Lima, you identified contact departure 136130.
Departure 136130, Lufthansa 7 Lima Lima. Sure.
Okay, I think we are fully ready. Now, let's see if I chewed up too much fuel. I wonder if I have too much fuel. Minimum takeoff fuel is 4.2. I'm at 4.6. We're good. Hi, Beppy. Welcome aboard. 136130 says Captain Chris out of runway 18. The rain was heavy earlier, but it started to taper off a little bit. AZ, I think I can land at EDDF.
138 behind the departing FedEx Boeing 767.
Very possible. This was a long taxi. Mia Charlotte is back in chat on YouTube. Welcome, welcome.
418, you identified contact departure on 136.130.
136130 for Condor 14. Take it easy, brother. Have a good weekend.
You too. Bye-bye.
Frankfurt Tower, good Abend, Air Berlin 441, approaching runway 18 at Sierra, fully ready.
Air Berlin 441, Frankfurt Tower, well, good evening. FedEx 5035, wind 210 degrees, 8 knots, runway 18, cleared for takeoff.
All right, got a really big airplane over there that's going to take off. We are not taxiing to EHAM. And did you almost call us Shirley there, Jim?
Lufthansa 154 heavy with you.
Lufthansa Cargo 154, Frankfurt Tower, good evening.
Oh, hello, Lufthansa 7 Tango Whiskey.
Lufthansa 7 Tango Whiskey, Frankfurt Tower, good evening.
Phalo, you'd think that we were ready to, we'd be ready to go. Do we have hot brakes? I don't know. I don't think so. Let's look at our wheels. Wheels. Nope, brakes are just fine. They're a little warm over here on the right side, but not so bad. Plus, it's raining outside. There goes a big FedEx out there.
Intel secured. Every bit helps.
Oh my gosh, Will
Thanks,
from online just dropped some bits. Thanks for some extra bits, Will. That was awful nice of you. Thank you so much. Captain Chris has hot brakes. Oh, did you bring burgers? If you brought burgers and stuff, you could put them on your brakes and it'd cook them.
FedEx 5035, you identified contact departure on 136.130.
Eric, are your flaps up? Are your flaps up and is your gear up? Sometimes that happens. Also, it might...
Air Berlin 441, behind the next departing Lufthansa Airbus A320 from intersection Lima, line up runway 18 as number 2 behind.
Number 2, behind the Lufthansa A320, we will line up behind Air Berlin 441. A320. I don't see them.
Lufthansa 138, wind 210 degrees, 8
Captain Chris, I'm sorry I went too slow. I didn't want to rev up my engines too much. Flaps are up, flight level 390. All right, so Eric, okay, your speed is at 270 knots, but you're at 39,000 feet. Look at your ground speed. So over here, I'm not flying. Ground speed. I bet your ground speed's better than 200 unless you've got a really, really nasty headwind. I'm looking for the Airbus A320, a lofty Airbus. Actually...
1 Whiskey Yankee, line up runway 18, you are number 2 behind intersection Sierra departure.
Okay, we're waiting. That should be a Lufthansa A320. It is. Let's go. Parking brakes off. Strobes on, landing lights are ready to go, cabin call, and away we go. Ground speed is 465. So Eric, actually, you're doing pretty good. Keep in mind, the higher you go, your airspeed is not going to be as high. And it actually drops down a little bit, especially at a big high altitude like you're at.
Lufthansa 138, you identified contact departure on 136.130. Tschüss.
136, 130, 138, jump.
So in other words, Eric, everything's kind of normal for you.
Lufthansa 8 Hotel on November en route to runway 18 with you.
Lufthansa 8 Hotel, Frankfurt.
I'm going to turn on anti-ice.
Air Berlin 441, wind 210 degrees, 8 knots, runway 18, clear for takeoff.
Runway 18, clear for takeoff, Berlin 441. Boy, did we get a nice tour of the Frankfurt airport today. Up and away time, manual flex, SRS and runway. SRS is set. There is no runway because there's no ILS here. Auto thrust is blue, up and away time. Mustache says beer cheers.
Behind the next departing Boeing 737 from full length, line up runway 18 behind.
V1, hands are off the throttles, and we'll rotate. And positive climb, gear going up. Probably can't see anything, it's a little dark here. Lever climb, thrust climb.
Quality 1, Whiskey Yankee, wind 210 degrees, 8 knots, runway 18, cleared for takeoff.
AP. AP's good. Let the airplane do some work for us. There's our turn. Stop at 4,000 feet.
November 771,
and flaps up. Speed brakes disarmed. Auto brakes are off. Landing gear is up. We're in good shape.
November, so point November south of runway
105 tower, hello.
And a nice departure. We did a great fly into and out of Frankfurt Friday. This was cool. This was a good one. 220 knots, we're good.
We recommend you keep your seatbelt fastened whenever you are seated. Toilets are located.
Part of the reason, Eric, is, you know, the higher you go, the air is thinner.
Quality 1, Whiskey Yankee, you identified contact departure on 136.130.
So your airspeed isn't as big.
Lufthansa Cargo 154, your number 2 behind intersection Sierra departure.
And a nice departure. Mr. Posh Martin just gifted a sub today. Hi, Mr. Posh Martin. Thanks for giving a sub. Oh, to Eric, who's new. That was nice of you. Thank you. Josias is in chat. Welcome aboard.
Frankfurt Tower, Japan
Passengers getting a nice view today.
8 is taxiing on November to
120155.
Traffic high.
Japan Air 408 Tower, hello.
Frankfurt departure, good now, Air Berlin 441 at Delta Foxtrot 174 at 4,000 feet.
Guten Abend, Air Berlin 441, climb flight level 110.
Climb now, flight level 110, Berlin 441.
Quality 1 Whiskey Yankee, turn right direct Cabo.
Okay, looking good.
Sorry, you read
There's our climb, and that looks great.
Correct.
I think this is like the first time I ever tried to fly into and out of a Frankfurt Friday. And I think everything went really, really smoothly. We got a little bit, I don't know that we got that lost. It wasn't a bad loss.
Good evening, Mike, Charlie.
It was actually, I think we did it as good as it could be. 5 degrees says there's no ice. I'll go with
441, contact 136.315, ciao.
136.315 for Berlin 441. Thank you, ciao. 136.315. And this was Langen.
Lufthansa 31 Charlie, hello, climb flight level 11.
Langenradar, good evening, Lufthansa 3 Delta
Okay,
Mike,
looking good there.
110, climb flight level 130.
Lufthansa 3 Delta Mike Langen, guten Tag, identified.
Langen radar, guten Abend, Air Berlin 441, passing flight level 100 for flight level 110.
Lufthansa 3 Delta Mike, climb flight level 200. Berlin 441, Langen, hello, identified, climb flight level 230.
Climb flight level 230, Air Berlin 441. I guess we probably shouldn't sing the Jeopardy song on VATSIM on VATSIM frequency. The music police might get upset with us. The music police wouldn't be unhappy, and I think that the controllers wouldn't appreciate the serenade.
Berlin 441, direct Dinkelsbühl. Lufthansa 3 Charlie, direct Dinkelsbühl.
Lufthansa 3 Charlie, direct Dinkelsbühl.
Lufthansa 3 Delta Mike, climb flight level 200.
Climb flight level 200, Lufthansa 3 Delta Mike.
Lufthansa 138, direct Lima Bravo Uniform, descent flight level 130.
Is that DKB?
Direct Lima Bravo Uniform and descent 130, Lufthansa 138.
Berlin 441, direct Delta Kilo Bravo.
Delta Kilo Bravo, thank you so much for Berlin 441. I thought it was, but I wasn't sure. It's DKB. Thanks, Captain Chris.
Hello, I'm not covering upper airspace. You might switch to advisory. Goodbye.
I thought it was that. I just figured I would look at my map and make sure. Hey, Mark, welcome aboard. We are on the VATSIM network. So we're over on a live network for airplanes and air traffic control. I'm just putting a link in so that you can see where, how you could see the map and sign up if you want to do VATSIM.
Air Berlin 441 Langen?
Air Berlin 441 Langen.
Have you been issued a speed restriction from a previous controller by any chance?
No speed restrictions from a previous controller, Berlin 441.
Thank you.
No speed restrictions. We're being good pilots. I was a little bit scared. It's sort of like Berlin 4. Oh my God, what did I do? What did I do? Yeah, sometimes they give the VOR's name as opposed to, and that I always like to make sure. Map's a little bigger. Flight level 230. Let's see, landing lights, done with that. Nose light. Wing lights back on. Cabin call. And turn GSX off. There we go. Climb is going good. Everything's perfect.
Contact 418, contact München 136230, ciao.
What was that frequency one more time? I got DCATs blasting in my ear.
Contact 418, yeah, contact München 136230 and the traffic is climbing to 1000 feet below, so should be no factor.
136-230 might be next, München radar.
Contact 418.
Somebody should call ahead to Airbräu and tell them to start cooking up, let's see, a big plate of meatballs, big plate of nachos would be good too. A little bit spicy, not super spicy. Okay, so you want to know if this is something you can do in Florida. Mark, yes, you can do this anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world, Mark. You can do it you can fly like, I just wanted something spicy, Mr. Posh Martin, spicy and cheesy. I don't know. I'm different kinds of food today. Schweinstock und Bier is waiting. Did I say that even close to right? Still no fly? But Mark, you can fly anywhere. So we're on the VATSIM network. This was the map link that I sent you in chat. So you can see that we're flying there's all sorts of ATC right now in Europe. Well, we're about ready to go and fly in Montana, Washington, and Idaho on another VATSIM event. You can see that there's a bunch of people flying across the U.S., the Atlantic. We're going to be flying up in here a little bit later on for another VATSIM event, but you can sign on anywhere in the world. We're going down from Frankfurt down to Munich. So there's Frankfurt, there's Munich. And any place you want. 23,000 feet, everything looks good. Let's do seatbelts off. Seatbelts are off. So I don't know if you know about this, Mark. The airplanes, some of these are modeled so well. The seatbelt light works in the cabin. So you can see no smoking's on, seatbelts are off. Let's see, I was not even close. Okay. So I got beer, I got that. But the other one, I need to work on that. I think the only way I'm going to learn that is to just move over and do total immersion in German to learn German.
Ryanair 100 Tango, switch to advisory.
Ooh, wants destination data.
Advisory 100 Tango, bye-bye.
Let's refresh and do destination data. Let's see. EDDM München. It's going to be Information Hotel. And that's hotel, so this is good. Matteo, you cannot find the game. So where are you looking, Matteo? Are you looking for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 or 2024? That's what you're looking for. Let's do destination data. Altimeter 1024. So 1024. 1024 is the altimeter in Munich. The temperature in Munich is 2 degrees Celsius. The wind is 190 at 5.
Berlin 441 for further entertainment. München radar 136230, goodbye.
136230. I don't know. They're not going to be able to beat the entertainment here. Have a great weekend from Berlin 441.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Take care.
For further entertainment, how about that? All right, that was looking pretty good. Let's get the last few numbers in. Transition. Let's see. TRL. 60. Transition is 6,000 feet. It's a baby bus, config 3, and landing flaps 3. And we're going to come over here and do this. There we go. I finally hear somebody. Okay, München. And we're expecting the right side, right? That's the one on the north?
27 kilo, report speed to Langen on 123, decimal 280. Bye-bye.
Speed to 123, 280, bye-bye.
1650. München, guten Abend. Air Berlin 441 is overhead Delta Kilo Bravo at flight level 230. Guten Abend, Mike.
441, München radar, servus, identify.
Mike, good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Actually, I think we're still in Guten Abend part of the flight. Unless you're talking about in the US, and then we're still in TOG time. Okay, I've got a discontinuity, but I think we'll fill that once they tell us what we're going to do for the arrival. Okay, all of this looks good to go there. Top of descent is in 36 miles. If they have us do a descent on this arrival, flight level 100. If we do it, I don't think we will. Kuros is in sponge mode. Kuros, the cool part about it though is there's a ton of stuff to learn, but it all kind of starts adding up and you start remembering things, and at a certain point in time you say, oh, I get it, and then it all kind of clicks at a certain point. But there are so many cool things to learn. This is not the old school Microsoft Flight Simulator from the old days. This has gotten a lot more sophisticated. And now with the advent of things like VATSIM and really great payware airplanes, it's pretty amazing. Stindofly said they had to shut down today in Vienna because of heavy snowfall. Really? So you got that. So a couple of weeks ago, Stindofly, they had to shut down in Frankfurt and also Berlin and maybe even Hamburg. So there were 3 a few weeks ago that had to shut down because of too much snow. Now you've got a ton of snow in Vienna right now? Really? How much is it? Kuros, yeah, the Phoenix airplanes are just a ton of fun. There's stuff to learn about them, but once you start to learn these airplanes, it's like, wow. It's really cool to be able to fly them all over the place like we do, and Stindofly says it's the second time Vienna's had to shut down this year. Really? No kidding. And I'm going to guess it's probably not just the airport, but probably roads and trains too, right? Because if you've got enough snow on the ground to shut down the airport, I'm going to guess that the trains through Austria are probably going to have a problem too. Everything's good.
Everything 441, descent to reach Uber, flight level 170.
Descend to flight level 170, Air Berlin 441. We have started our descent. Okay, so I totally botched our food order. So over here is the Airbräu menu. So let's see, there's all the brews. I think that amber looks the best to me. That amber looks really, really good. Okay, what do we have? Airbräu Classics. So they've got a cheese selection here, Bavarian sausage salad.
Berlin 441, contact 128.030. Bye-bye.
128.030 for Berlin 441. Thank you.
Berlin, question Lufthansa 31 Charlie, München.
128.030. We're looking at the menu, guys. And this was München too. Okay. 15 centimeters in Upper Austria right now. No kidding. München radar, guten Abend, Air Berlin 441 is about 10 miles from Bochum, and we are descending to flight level 170.
Berlin 441 with radar low identified information, hotel, descend to flight level 110.
Descend flight level 110, information hotel is now aboard for Berlin 441. EDDM, I think we had it earlier, right? Nope, yep, we had hotel, so I did not lie. Okay, let's see.
418 descend to 4,000 feet, QNH
let's see, Swiss sausage salad. Here's a cold cut platter. So there's a cold cut platter that we could get. Sharing. A plate of roast pork, pork knuckle, and a piece of duck dumplings, red cabbage. So that would be a sharing plate or something. So that looks good. Here's a 3 grilled medallions of pork, farm duck. So there's a sharing plate, which is kind of... okay, so Stindo Fly, that's what that was. So that was that. And if you've ever seen the menu from Airbräu Brewery, they've got this one thing called 1 glass of water, 1 dry bread, and a cigarette. They call that the hangman's lunch. I don't know how that got in there, but that's just like, really? What is this? But you can go and get their menu at their website. This is the menu for Airbräu, the brew pub that's at Munich Airport. So there you go.
Berlin 441, turn left heading 110, expect 26 right.
Left turn now, 110, expecting 26 right for Berlin 441. Okay, 110. I know, AZ, there's so many places, you know, depending upon where we are. If we're in Manchester, we've got to go to the little burger bar at the end of the runway in Manchester. If we go to Munich, we've got to go to Airbräu. Benji, I've never been there. Not that bar. Oh, the one in the one at Manchester? That's what I've heard. That's right. And if we go to Jackson Hole, we got to go to and get moose bread, right? We got to get on moose bread.
Left heading 08.
Dead game time. I'm sure I'll forget it.
439, Delta Mike 429, Connor 418.
Connor 418, negative, stay on heading.
That's right, moose bread from that one place at Jackson Hole, Wyoming.
6 descend to 8,000 feet, QNH 1024 in München.
Descend to 8,000 feet, QNH 1024 in Munich, or Center 36.
We're already set up for the arrival. Altimeter is 1024. We're going to be in a Boeing for the next 2 flights. We got a Boeing 737-900 for Bozeman to Seattle to Boise. I don't forget the number, Dad, game time. I forget the airline. That's what I always forget. And seatbelts.
The 908 Lima, stop climb, flight level 090.
090, 908 Lima.
Actually, not yet.
Also 908 Lima, proceed direct Akini.
Direct Akini.
Yeah, I like to use Moody Rocket, yeah.
418 right,
a lot of us like to use the same flight number, but we do different airlines.
Lufthansa 31 Charlie, direct Delta Mike 423, thereafter Delta Mike 429.
Lufthansa 31 Charlie, direct Delta Mike 423, thereafter 429. Lufthansa 31 Charlie.
Well, there is a lot to remember. And it is. That's one less thing to remember. Plus, if you're live streaming and you're sitting here blathering around on a microphone like this, it's easy to kind of be listening for a 441 out there. And 441, I better shut up, that kind of a deal. So that's the other reason why I'm always 441.
Lufthansa
768, hallo, Squawk 1000. Condor 4130, cleared ILS approach, runway 26 right.
Cleared ILS 26 right, Condor 48.
Austrian 336, contact Wien 136, decimal, correction 132.
Ooh, somebody's going into Wien, so somebody's flying into the snow zone in Vienna.
Over to Wien, 132.6, ciao.
Well, my guess is...
Berlin 441, left heading 080.
Left turn 080, Berlin 441. My guess is Innsbruck is probably really snowy too. If Vienna's closed...
So the 768, climb by sit to flight level 190.
Flight level 190, Lufthansa 768.
The 574, contact München 132, decimal 4550.
132455, choose Lufthansa 574.
Lufthansa 768, proceed direct Kirby.
Proceed direct Kirby, Lufthansa 768.
A little bit high, but not too bad.
Air Berlin 441, descend to 4,000 feet, QNH 1024.
1024 on the altimeter, descend now 4,000 feet, Air Berlin 441. Eventually, if you're going to do a lot of VATSIM stuff, I really do recommend having some flight sim toys on your desk. Stindofly says, not really, not that much snow in Innsbruck. It's mostly over in Vienna. Really? That's kind of amazing to me. Berlin Ops shows that we were on time for our departure.
Condor 418, contact Munich Tower 118, decimal 705 feet.
118705.
118705 for Condor 418, have a good one.
Lufthansa 768, contact Wien 132, decimal 6 service.
A little fast, not bad. Mr. Posh Martin is having fun with the Olympics.
Berlin 441, rate of descent 1,500 feet per minute or greater.
1,500 feet or greater on the descent for Berlin 441. Mr. Posh Martin likes the big air and curling.
Lufthansa 450 kilo with you, passing 4,800.
Lufthansa 452 kilo München Radar, hello, Squawk 1000.
Squawk 1000, Lufthansa 450 kilo.
München Radar schon genannt, Lufthansa 5 von Victor, passing level 100, climbing 190, Mesa Sierra.
Arm the approach phase. Mike on the radio says mostly that's all they're doing is curling and big air. So Stindofly says they only have 5 centimeters of snow at Innsbruck, and that's low. Really? I mean, Innsbruck's supposed to be amazing. Curling. It's always curling. It's interesting to see every now and then. I don't think that I would, sign up tomorrow to take curling lessons. And I hear those curling stones are like ridiculously expensive. I mean, super ridiculous expensive.
Timing 190, Dankeschön.
Avenue 441, turn right heading 180.
Right turn 180, Berlin 441.
Lufthansa 31 Charlie, descend to 4,000 feet, QNH 1024.
Lufthansa 31 Charlie, descending 4,000 feet, QNH 1024.
Lufthansa 452 Kilo, München radar, hello, identify, climb via 6 to flight level 190.
Anti-ice, got a little icing here.
Lufthansa 450 Kilo.
Top Sky 1 Kilo, München radar, hello. Continue on present heading, descend to flight level 100.
You can see here we've got a little more snow, so that the white squares, that's snow on the ground. But remember, Hunter Girl said that the elevation here in Munich is not as is higher than the elevation in Frankfurt. So that's probably why we're seeing some snow here.
441, turn right, 230, cleared ILS approach 26 right.
Right turn 230, cleared for the ILS 26 right, Berlin 441.
From the 51 Victor,
so we've got a higher elevation here, so that's why we've got more snow here in Munich. Okay, let's rearm the speed brakes. Speed brakes are armed, and we're all ready to go there. After landing,
Radar, good evening, Lufthansa 4 uniform at Quebec 3 Sierra.
We're coming over on the right side, so we're going to try and get Alpha 9 or Alpha 6. And I got the airport right over there, and our runway's just about ready to disappear behind that little center post. We've got everything armed, so that looks really good. Okay, so let's see, landing lights. Cabin call.
Radar, good evening, Lufthansa 4 Hotel uniform at Quebec 3 Sierra, passing 6,000.
Lufthansa 452 Kilo, contact München 136.230.
126.230, Lufthansa 450 Kilo, bye.
Avenue 441, speed 170 or greater, maintain until 5 miles final.
170 knots or greater until 5 mile finals for Berlin 441. Gear going down. How about a notch of flaps? There goes some flaps, there goes some gear. Happy Friday, Big J. Welcome in. Blackwell Ninja says curling takes a lot of skill. They do look a little, funny as they're brushing.
441, request from the tower, speed 170 knots until 5 miles final.
170 knots until 5 mile finals for Berlin 441.
There's a 4 uniform, hello, climb to flight level 190.
And München Tower, 118705.
On the 31 Charlie, turn right heading 170.
I've got 118505, but not 705.
On the 4 hotel uniform, climb to flight level 190.
Let's see, we'll want some curlers to come and do your floors.
Hamburg 79 Kilo, proceed per Kirdi.
Proceeding per Kirdi.
EDDM South Towers 120505.
Berlin 441, contact tower 118.705.
118705 for Berlin 441. Have a good weekend. And 118705.
Condor, thank you, you too.
All right, that looks good. Thanks, Sim Aviation. All ready to go.
Berlin, let's go. There are 5-8 Lima Foxtrot, 1 per unit country. That's 3 Charlie Hotel, be advised there is an Berlin Airbus A319 on a 6 mile final. That's all I know for now. So continue Unicom 122.8, bye-bye.
Lufthansa 3 Charlie Hotel, continue Unicom 122.8. Vielen Dank, ciao, ciao.
München Tower, good Abend, Air Berlin 441's 5 mile finals for runway 26 right.
Berlin 441, München Tower, hello. Your number 1 departing Airbus A320 in front. Monitor Unicom 1 to 2, listen Airbräu.
One airplane ahead of us and before our arrival, and now we're over to Unicom for Berlin 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, you too, and the departing aircraft is about to be able now, so no worries.
No worries here. Thank you. Have a great weekend from Berlin 441.
Thank you too.
All right, so it's up to us. So no clear to land. We do ourselves, I guess. They're probably getting ready to sign off. Okay, so they're departing. Let's go ahead and we're going to try and exit at Alpha 9 would be good. That way we can get over here to Terminal 2 because that's going to be the closest. 120-505. 120-505.
Lufthansa 3 Charlie Hotel Head.
Berlin 441 on frequency.
Berlin 441 now on your frequency. It looks like about 2 mile finals.
Yeah, Berlin 441, wind 190 degrees 5 knots, runway 265, clear to land.
26 right, clear to land, Berlin 441. So we need to go to Berlin was over at Terminal 1. Okay, so that's over on the east side. But Stindl Airbräu is closer to Terminal 2. AP's off, captain's got the airplane. No reason to panic.
300.
Daniel, I think we're doing a depart out of Keflavik to a BIIS.
Taxi to stand 120 via Whiskey 1 Charlie 5.
Traffic.
100.
München Tower, schönen guten Abend, Lufthansa 31 Charlie Island 265.
Lufthansa 31 Charlie, München Tower, Servus, schönen guten Abend. Maintain high speed as long as practical, one departing of A320 out of intersection hash.
Man, I've just been pounding these poor airplanes into the ground today.
Charlie, maintain high speed as yeah, one departing out of A320 out of the intersection hash.
Lufthansa 31 Charlie, contact.
Well, what do you mean we spent longer on the runway?
München Tower, beauty with the sky 910 establishment at 26
Oscar 910 Tower, hello, wind 190 5 knots, runway 26 left, clear to land.
29
Lufthansa 4, Mike, wind 190 5 knots, runway 265, clear for takeoff.
Okay, I think that we did catch Alpha 9.
Berlin 441, taxi to entry November 1 via Mike Alpha 4.
November 1, Mike and Alpha 4 for Berlin 441. And so we are going to terminal number 1.
New recruit
Fat
detected.
B71 just did a
Welcome
follow.
aboard, agent. Stay sharp.
Okay, so Mike is the first one, right? Yep, Mike.
Lufthansa 3 Charlie Hotel.
I forgot the gate number.
Landing about A320 on 3 miles final, land up runway 265 behind.
Behind landing,
I forgot the
lining
gate
up
number.
behind runway 26 right. Lufthansa 3 Charlie Hotel.
Very good evening, VNF, accept information hotel stand 343, request clearance please.
On a 5 Foxtrot Delta, Roger.
Nice little taxi by there. Star Alliance is in Terminal 2. Okay. But it's closer to Airbräu.
Lufthansa 31 Charlie, wind 190 degrees 5 knots, runway 265, clear to land.
There is Alpha 6. I think, is Alpha 6 what we want? No, I think they said Alpha. They said Alpha 5. Alpha 4. No, it's Alpha 4 that gets in there. So we just passed Alpha 6. We need to do Alpha 4.
Request runways in use. Hearing 3 to 1. I just saw your message. Runways in use is 26, but by the time you'll be here, we'll be offline. So
open up the flap. We're going to be going over to the Boeing for our next few flights. It's Bozeman to Seattle to Boise. Bozeman, Seattle, and Boise is next.
58 Lima Foxtrot, München Tower, Servus. After next departing about A320 on your...
Okay, look over there. There is the other terminal. And that should be Alpha 4. Yep, that's Alpha 4.
The Fokker Mike advisory chips. Aberdeen 441, taxi descent 18 via Whiskey 1 shift.
18 via Whiskey 1 for Berlin 441. Thank you.
Almost 188.
188. We'll get that other 8 in there for Berlin 441. 188 is our stand. Okay, we're on the east side of the airport. 188. Nope, we're on the west side of the airport. Most of this part is closed. All right, so stand 188.
And Mike flying correct.
Whiskey 1.
Whiskey 1 Charlie, your stand is 216 and this air.
188 is over here. Okay, so Whiskey. And we didn't get anything special, so there is 188. Okay, that's a little bit closer to Airbräu. So we're going to have a little bit more of a straight shot. We have to cross one street, though. So we've got to cross one road. I guess we can come in here.
Delta, resting
188, not 118. Uh-oh, 188. Brakes. I turned the wrong way. We're going. Oh, we have to walk even further. It's Stindofly. That's right. It's 188, not 118. Hey, I was trying to get us closer to the brew pub. I was trying to get us closer to there. All right. Well, the walk will do us good, right? Get a little exercise before we head to the pub. 187. I think 188 is going to be over there, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Okay, right turn, and we go over to that building. 188, not 118. He could have put you in the cargo area, and it would have been even further. I know. All right, so it should be over here. $188. Look at that, right there. Man, if I just turned right instead of left, that would have been a good arrival. All right, nose light off, APU on. Stand 188. A little bit too fast. That's okay. Parking brakes on. And let's stop squawking. And that looks good. Reset the rudder trim. Did we get the APU up and running? Still need a few more minutes on the APU. So the brewery is behind us. Well, okay, since we had to cross the street, there's probably a shuttle that'll take us. On VATSIM, this is gate 186, not 188. I saw 187 and 188 over there, and I think I saw it over on... So I saw 188 here. Did I mess this up? Oh my gosh, look at that. So it's probably wrong on the VATSIM thing, but we got 188 there. So not bad. Chris had a good landing rate, a minus 186 at EDDM. Powell, so this looks like 186, but my scenery for Munich is probably off a little bit. I forget what this is. Okay, all this looks good. APU is great. Engine 1, engine 2. There we go. Fuel pumps going off as we say thanks to the Airbus for a while. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And 3, 2, and 1 for ADIRs. Cruise supply of oxygen is off. Wing lights, everything else is going to go off there too. Seat belts can go off. And let's go and exit here. And we can go to Phoenix app. We can go to ground services, ground power, preconditioned air, stairs, doors. And look at that, we made it. So Captain Chris had a minus 196, 1.13 Gs. Polyot says we need to get our Gs up to 1.2 to 1.4. 1.2 to 1.4 is supposed to be what we need for our Gs. I was at 408 and 1.1 G. So, boy, that was definitely not great, not terrible. That's definitely terrible. Nothing great about that. Well, passengers don't care. They're excited to go to the brewery. So that looks good. Captain Chris, are you over on the other side? So did they let you... Well, I think you were a Lufty, right? I think you were a Lufthansa. So that's why it is that you got to go over to the other terminal. So you don't have to go and cross any roadways. And yeah, Air Berlin, I think, was down there. Volanta is not great with recording anyway, so while we use Volanta, I have no hope. Oh, believe you me, at this point when it comes to landing rates and getting my landings down, I have abandoned all hope. Big J, so the reversers always startle you. Is it probably because your momentum changes a little bit, right, Big J? Because, you know, when the reversers come in, you start to slow down and you kind of, you know, move, you know, feel yourself move away from the back of your seat a little bit, right? Okay, that was very nice. And let's come over here. And we're done. We're done with the Airbus for a while. So we're done with the Airbus autopilot. And we need to get ready for Boeing stuff. We are a little bit early for Friday night ops and stuff. And we'll plug that in. And now we got Boeing stuff going. And we'll get this going again. And here comes SimApp Pro. And that looks good. And let's see what's going on. So we're going over, we got a 2-hop out of that new airport that we got in Bozeman, which is a pretty cool airport. So Bozeman over to Seattle and then down to Boise. Hey, Senor Tomas, happy Jazzy Friday to you. So Bozeman to BFI to SeaTac. And again, we might be a little bit early for Seattle. Let's go and see what's really going on. Captain Chris, you going to call it a night? Have a great evening. Thanks for doing these first 2 flights. We'll see you next time. Happy Friday, happy weekend. All right, so let's just go and look and see what's happening at the Bow Zone. Looks like they're taking off on runway. It's runway 30. So departing runway 30. And then we can go to Digital ADIS. Thanks for coming, Captain Chris. See you next time. And let's look and see what's going on at the real SeaTac. And KSEA. Seattle Information Delta. ILS and charted visual approaches 16 left and 16 right. So 16 left and right for SeaTac. Okay, so that looks really pretty good. Let's head into the bow zone here. And the terminal is over here, and the real flight is Bravo 5. All right, let's go get Microsoft Flight Simulator. We got everything clear and ready? I think so. MSFS. Boeing time. Can't wear an Airbus hat at Boeing. The hat police will come and it won't be good. Okay, let's do sim brief. New flight, and this is going to be an Alaska Airlines, and it's a 737-900 that does this actual flight. So B739. There we go. And I've got an Alaska, which is ASA. And this is KBZN and KSEA. Again, a little early for Friday night ops. That's probably okay. This is kind of a nice little warm-up. It's going to be in pounds. So departing runway 30, arriving 16 right. That's probably okay. Not much ATC right now. Let's just go with we'll see what happens. We used to have a clock at work that says, if it isn't Boeing, I ain't going. Yeah, there's a lot of people that felt that way. Is this a salmon flight? I looked for a fishy livery for this. Tim Dog has the I ain't going Boeing t-shirt. I looked for a Salmon 37 and I didn't find one. So I'm afraid I didn't find that. Okay, everything looks good. I'm just going to board 15 minutes of extra fuel just in case they show up. Okay, all this looks good. It's about a 2-hour flight gate to gate. Oh, wow, I didn't think it was that far. Generate flight. Willow Rules, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. All right. We'll put a copy of this on the desktop, and I will put a copy of this in chat if you'd like to get the numbers off my flight plan. And we'll go and update the title on Twitch. And I'll update the flight plan link for you. And that should all be good. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. VATSIM, pre-file. So 36,000 feet to get out there. That's not such a bad altitude. Meadow 2, Glazer 3 into Seattle. Daniel says hydrate. Probably a great time to do that. We're filed on VATSIM. All right, let's go and just get the actual route here. Control C, and let's come on up here. So we'll put Control C in here. We don't need all of that taxi stuff, so we're good there. We don't need the Langen radar. We got in and out of a Frankfurt Friday, and we didn't create an international incident. I think that was pretty cool. Hydrate, good idea. Done with coffee. All right, we'll bump this up a line. And remember, Bozeman, Seattle, Boise. Keflavik to a very hard to pronounce airport on the north side of Iceland. And it's supposed to be a pretty difficult approach too. And there's gates. Good knock, Benjamin. Welcome aboard. Is it knock time or is it still Abend? Has it gotten too late over there? Okay, all that looks good. And there is already an Alaska flight on the ground in Bozeman. All right, what else do we need? We can turn off the flight management computer, turn off the brakes, and put the throttles in Boeing mode. And that's good too. Let's see, we don't want to forget Volanta. Or maybe we do. Seeing as how Volanta has been really, really mean about landing rates lately. It's almost 11 p.m. in Germany, so it's actually not Abend. So good knock. Welcome in, Benjamin. Thanks for coming in. So 11 p.m. Oh, it's early. The night is young. Especially on a Friday. Stin McGee says celebration. Hi, Stin McGee. Welcome aboard. What kind of celebration are you celebrating today? Let's see. I don't know what that was supposed to do. It was supposed to be an on-screen celebration on Twitch. I may need to turn something on to make that work, Stin McGee. It's been a long week for you. Well, welcome in. Happy Friday. Pull on up a chair. Grab your favorite snacks. Oh, you did see it. Oh, I didn't see it on mine. Okay. Pull up your favorite snack, your favorite beverage, and the long week can drift away. It's now the weekend. We're a little bit further east from Bozeman here, so you can see a little snow in the field is starting to melt. We did make it a degree above freezing. The thing is that about this time, that means that it's not going to sort of wash away. So first thing in the morning, the roads are going to be icy. That's why I'm staying indoors. No reason to go out. Loading world data, and Stin McGee, I'm glad you saw it there. And it was a message of fact. It must not be showing up in it must not be showing up in my little so I see it over here. So there's the message effect that you had right there, and that's actually pretty cool. So I see that over there. And that's neat. Let's see. AZ says the weather is not nice in Frankfurt. Yeah, I mean, we left and the rain was like medium to heavy at times. Hunter Girls said it was not going to turn to snow, though. Man, I must have missed something, Stin McGee. I didn't see anything about those, but that really looks kind of nice. The highlighted message is really neat. All right, let's get our Boeing. Full free flight. And a very, very nice Airbus. It worked really good. And let's come over here to Boeing land. And look in the 900s. There's the 737-900, and I've already got an Alaska loaded in. So save and go back. And we're going to Bozeman, KBZN. But there's kind of a cool brew pub in the old train depot in the downtown area. As I recall, the beer was okay. I think if I remember correctly, I went there with one of the people I used to work with, and the burger was really good. The brew, maybe I just didn't choose the right one for me there. All right, this looks great. There's the airport, and the real flight is departing out of Bravo 5. Bravo 5. That looks good, and let's hit start. This is actually a pretty cool airport. It was a payware that we got about a month or so ago, and it's actually a really neat airport. The inside of the terminal is modeled The ground side is modeled very nice, and the terminal itself is actually kind of cool. The inside of it, there are parts of it that look like a really nice ski lodge. And there's some cool little Montana things in there as well. Let the little movies kind of settle down while it kind of zips around the airplane here. There we go. And we'll just let it simmer a little bit more while we go and relaunch vPilot and get on vPilot. Shift C to get in the cockpit. And there's our Boeing cockpit. Look down here. Throttles work. The yoke works. The rudder pedal works. And let's go to the electronic flight bag and click the stairs option, because I've got it set up to have stairs always show up, and we've obviously got a jetway here. So we'll go and lose the stairs and bring the jetway over. And it's a nice Alaska livery. And since it's a 900, it does have a door plug. We got to check to make sure that there's no screws loose. All right, ASA, and this is a B739. Although I don't think it was screws. I think they were nuts. Maybe I should bolt when it comes to these jokes. Do you see the little thread that I had going there? Oh, another one. Sorry. Okay, let's come on in here, and we will request a ground power unit. Somebody has a screw loose. Yep, there you go. Definitely has a screw loose. And let's also request a jetway. Here comes our jetway. And we did get a squawk code, but there's no ATC. So one of the things that we're going to need along with that squawk code is we're going to need CTAF. We're in the US. So .ctaf space KBZN, Bozeman. And there is here's the CTAF frequency for Bozeman. So if you're flying the flight with me, jot this down in your notes. And I'm going to jot this over here. Now, just because we've got time, let's do CTAF space KSEA for SeaTac. Just in case there's nobody at home at SeaTac yet, we'll just have the SeaTac frequency and put that in your notes as well. All right, so all that looks good, and there's a squawk code waiting for us too. Now then, let's see. Come on down here, go to door management, and disarm all the doors. So doors are all disarmed, but the door closed. Did you see when I got rid of the stairs? So you can come over here, and you can open the door and come out here. And if you look down, make sure that the bar has been detached. If it has, you can come over here and open the door. And it looks like the jetway is not quite long enough to make it to the airplane. Really? Oh, come on. KDZY, you're on your way from Anchorage down to SeaTac. Yeah, we'll have to do parkour. Okay, we could also open up the cargo pits. So cargo doors are really kind of small on the 737. I know, Big J plays. It happens mostly to me in Atlanta. But yeah, if the jetway can't make it out to the airplane, it's sort of like, oh, come on. Okay, electronic flight bag. Let's load our data. And let's shift over to Jepson charts. Make sure that the flight plan is loaded in correctly, and it's Bozeman, Yellowstone to Seattle, Tacoma. Let's go to the departure page and go to airports, and we'll get airport info and takeoff minimums. And the SID is going to be the Meadow 2 departure. So Meadow 2 is right here. Look in the lower right-hand corner. 16,000 feet is our initial climb and maintain. So we'll pop that in there, and that's usually in the lower left-hand corner. And there we go. And then coming into SeaTac, we're doing Glazer 3 and 16 right and left. So let's get SimBrief put us on the right side. Let's get the left side. And I'm guessing they're using the center runway for departures. And we're going to get SeaTac Airport, parking gates, and the real flight is going to Delta 7. That's November. Delta 7's over here. So Alaska's over here on the north ramp. All right. So that looks pretty good. Come back over here, and all of that looks clear. And the jetway is here. We got ground power. Let's come on up here. The 737-900 recently came out. The Boris sounds are only good for the 737-800. So they haven't released Boris sounds for the 900 or the 600 yet. So these are just regular PMDG sounds. That being said, the sounds aren't all that bad. So battery on. And ground power on. And we'll turn on a fuel pump. Let's come over here and do some lights. Position and strobes. Those look good. Come over here, do emergency exit lights, armed and guarded. And we do windshield heaters about now. I'll usually put in my cruise altitude, which is 360 on our here. Now, over in the iFly 737 MAX, your cruise altitude will automatically dial itself in. So that one actually pops it in there for you. But on this one, you have to remember to do it yourself. And with all of that, that looks really great. I'm going to fire up the APU now to get us some ventilation. While the APU is starting, we're going to come up here, and I usually dial this all the way up. And then we'll do nav on the left side and nav on the right side and see if we've got indicator that says that it's got the memo. Heading and status. There we go. It's working on it. Hi, Stewart. Welcome aboard. And airplane slowly comes to life here. There comes the screens up and running. And all of that looks good. And FMC. Navigation data is now good until March 19th. And positioning it, we are at KBZN, Bozeman, Yellowstone. We are at gate Bravo 5, the gate that doesn't have a long enough jetway. Not in database. Delete it. Page 2, GPS, page 1, and just pop it in. And that looks good. APU should be up and running, so we're going to turn on the APU bleed. That's this switch here. The isolation valve is already open. Looks like we have duct pressure. No, duct, not duct pressure. You knew there was a wisecrack coming, right? AZ had a great flight into Frankfurt. I really enjoyed it too. That was a great flight. I mean, we did Paris to Frankfurt to Munich. It just couldn't have been better. It worked really good. Mike on the radio, you knew that quack was coming in, right? Okay, everything looks good here. All right, there's our flight plan. Let's go ahead and start putting data in. Route. Bozeman up there. There's, well, you know what, Mike? You're probably used to this from work, right? A bunch of wisecrackers just running around crazy, right? And select the payload. Payload is set. And fuel. Fuel is set. And route. Here we go. It's all in good company. We try to keep it, the jokes may be silly and stupid, but we try to keep it in good company. Bozeman CTAF is 118.2. Then we need 122.8. And that's good too. Auto ATC says we should squawk 6540. 6540. There we go. Ashbad, did I say that right? Welcome aboard. Good evening. Thanks for coming in. And Star Lugo arrived too. Welcome in, Star Lugo. Thanks for coming in. Hey, hope you're having a good evening. And all is good in Star Center. Josh, so it's not PMDG. It's Boeing. There's a big difference between Boeing and Airbus. That's just the way it kind of is. Route uplink ready. They're just very different ways of flying airplanes. Let's load the flight plan. You know, one of the ways to look at it, though, is, you know, Boeing's been flying for decades, right? Airbus has been flying for decades, too, but not that many decades. So, you know, Airbus kind of got to go to school on a lot of other airplanes. And so that's why, if it seems like Airbus is a lot more streamlined, well, it's a newer workflow, and they designed everything kind of from the ground up, taking the best little bits of BAE and Fokker and Boeing and McDonnell Douglas and a bunch of other airlines that I can't remember, airplane manufacturers. And so they were able to go to school and learn and build a really superior cockpit and workflow, which I think is great. Victor, yes, we have. Frankfurt is over, and it was a great flight. It really was. McDonnell Douglas took the best of Boeing and Airbus, not the other way. Oh, really? No kidding. McDonnell Douglas, because weren't they around about the same? I mean, it was Boeing first, then McDonnell Douglas. All right, let's do departure and arrival. And our departure is going to be runway 30. And it's the Meadow departure at HIA. I forget which one that is. We were in Frankfurt, Ashbad. We really had a great flight. We needed to pick up some Metwurst. Is that how you say it? It's Metwurst? Yes, but the MD-11 and 717, which started as MD, were based on a mix of Boeing and Airbus. Really? No, okay, I can see that. Kuma, welcome to you. IQB, good evening. We're going over to Seattle and then down to Boise. Okay, I can see how the MD-11 and the 717 were based on a mix of Boeing and Airbus. That explains the top of descent hockey sticks on the MD-11, right? It was years after the MD-11. You see the A320, and that's still what blows me away. I would have figured the MD-11 was long before the A320, but apparently it was. So it's just so different. I need to work on my timeline. Somebody has been messing with the space-time continuum. Where's my sonic screwdriver? 16 right is what we're expecting. And it's going to be Glazer 3 via Mullen Pass. And I think it's Griffey, but I'm not sure. Oh no, I totally forgot the overlay, Carol. Shh, Carol, don't tell Polly that, okay? Shh, don't tell anybody. No, don't. KDZY wants Betty yelling out. I don't think that, you know, whenever Betty yells at me, I actually kind of have it coming.
Do you need a checklist?
I forgot Volanta. How could I forget? Man, Volanta doesn't seem to want to start. Okay, thank you for keeping the secret safe. We don't want to blow anybody's cover here at Spy HQ. Volanta isn't loading. Volanta's not loading. Let's see. Oron? SafeSock Studio. I totally screwed your name up, but welcome aboard. We need to hear Nordic Jazz. All right. If it's over on Epidemic Sound, I can play it. I'd love to do something like that. Cats are love, says Spy Hat. We got to do a Boeing hat, cats are love. Betty doesn't yell at me. Betty nicely reminds me of things that I've forgotten. Volanta will not start. There it goes. I don't know, something. Hey, I'm always looking forward to hearing some sort of jazzy stuff from some places. I mean, that's one of the cool things about flying around on VATSIM is we get to hear different languages and being able to pick up on other kinds of music. That's a really cool thing to do too. It really is. I don't know. I tried to start Volanta like 3 times and it was being a brat. So I think they've been having problems with Volanta earlier, but that's right. We need Betty to say Volanta and to say it in a condescending, menacing way. A condescending and menacing way. Okay, coming out on the Glazer arrival. Glazer is going to put us out at Woody or Heather, and then we make a right turn heading 250. On 16 right, I don't think we want Griffey. That's from the west. Payne and Seabuck is too far out. I don't think we want any of them, actually. Let's go and take the top transition and just go from there. Okay. Ooh, cheers back to London. You would like to fly to Heathrow. We do that every now and then. Irvy is not going to have Betty yelling because you don't like the MD-11. Do you like the Mad Dog? If you like the Mad Dog, Betty will yell at you in that. Just not as much. Kuma's got to go today. Okay, hey, appreciate you coming in and saying hi, though. Hi there. Welcome. Thanks for coming by. We'll see you next time. Tim Dog is departing early for the New York event. Hey, sounds like a good plan, Tim Dog. Irvy doesn't like the Mad Dog either. I'm kind of with you on the Mad Dog. I'm not a big fan of the Mad Dog. I like the MD-11. Go figure. All right, let's see. Cruise altitude, 36,000 feet. There we go. Cruise winds are 303 at 28. Our cost index to get to SeaTac is 32. Let's see, reserves. Final reserve and alternate is 5.98. See, over here, zero fuel weight is 139.5. I'm gonna bet it's 139.6. Hey, I'm getting pretty good at that. Tim Dog likes the MD-11. The MD-80 is a fun challenge every now and then, but I don't want to fly it as often. Well, I certainly don't want to take one of the, the MD-80 into a VATSIM event. I'd do the MD-11, but the MD-80, I just don't have quite the control that I need to do what I need to do with that airplane. Okay, squawk is ready to go. Frequencies are ready to go. APU is up and running. Yeah, I would not do the MD-11 for events. I think if you're like Mustafa and Moose is like really good at the MD-11, then that's one thing. The MD-80, but that's just not one that I'm great at. Let's close the doors. Closing the doors. Let's also close the cargo doors. Doors are closing. Cargo doors are closing. I'm going to arm our doors for departure. Doors are armed for departure. I'm going to release the jetway that didn't quite make it out to the airplane. So there goes the jetway. I said there goes the jetway. Hello, jetway. Hello, jetway. Come on, you couldn't even make it out to the airplane. Why are you being so stubborn? There it goes. Hey, Loviz is going to go to Bozeman and taking the Fokker. Loviz does not fuck around when it comes to that little airplane. Welcome in, Loviz. I hope you got a good rest after your long day. Loviz had a pretty long day today. We've got a little bit of fuel in the center tanks. Hi, Heidi is in chat. Heidi Hokenbaum, did I say that right? On YouTube? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, the jetway's been a brat today. Oh, look, another human is in chat. Okay, I got no idea what that is, but thank you. And let's do parking brakes. Parking brakes are good. I'm going to remove, let's see, did we flip? Nope, we didn't flip the power over. And let's go and do APU power. I'm going to release the ground power unit. And I'm going to remove my chocks. And that gets us out of there. Let's go back over here to... Nope, we should do our departure performance first. Okay, so we're departing out of Bozeman on runway 30. Runway 30. Let's import the weight and the weather and calculate. So the altimeter here in Bozeman is 2976. Let's set that. 2976. Okay, 2976, altimeter's checked and set. Our initial climb clearance for this flight is 16,000 feet to get us around the mountains around Bozeman. So 16,000 feet, that looks really good. Good night, Irvy. Hey, thanks for coming in, Irvi. Have a great Friday. Happy Friday night. We'll see you next time. Najib is back in chat on YouTube. Hi, Najib. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by. And Tim Dog says, Kennedy, yeah, I mean, Friday night ops at Kennedy is always a good time. But, I mean, look at it. They've already got 66 arrivals. It's going to be a madhouse. Okay, selected temperature. No selected temperature. Rating is going to be takeoff. So takeoff and no selected temperature. And we're going to do flaps 5. Flaps are 5. Center of gravity is 24.7. 24.7. Speeds for takeoff. 147, 149, 156. 147, 149, and 156. Let's get 156 up in the speed here. 156. That looks good. Let's go to charts. And we're going to do departure. First of all, arrival altitude, we have to check that. And the elevation at SeaTac is 432. So we need to put 450 up here. So 450 up here. There we go. Arrival, elevation for arrival. Okay, that's the wrong one. Airport info. There we go. No, that's SeaTac. I don't want SeaTac stuff. I want Bozeman. Bozeman. Airport and parking. There we go. Okay, so we're departing off of runway 30. The heading's going to be 303. Altimeter set, speed, heading, altitude. Flight director's going on. Flight directors are going on. Have you ever flown to Sabiha? Normally out of Istanbul, we usually depart out of the new airport at Istanbul, and we usually go from there down to Greece or down to Antalya or up north from somewhere. But there's a really cool freeware airport over at FlightSim.to for the new airport in Istanbul, and that's usually where we do our departure from. And then Antalya because it takes us close to the coast. Hydrospace, welcome aboard, and the new airport is super windy. I think it's almost time to go. FMC and progress. Let's start squawking. And squawking is on, and mode Charlie is working. Let's come up here and we'll get GSX to push us back. Prepare for pushback and departure. Let's see. We've got American, Allegiant, Delta, Envoy. We don't have Alaska here? What's going on? Spirit, SkyWest, Southwest. We'll just do standard arrow. No, we don't want icing. It can be Big J plays. It can be a little resource hungry. I will say that I think that they've gotten a little bit better though. Let's see. Heidi checked in. Oh, you did a subscription over on YouTube? Hey, thank you for the subscription. And Heidi's checking in from Bavaria.
Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push is completed and brakes are set.
We had a great flight into Munich just a little bit ago today. That's part of Bavaria. Okay, we're going to go nose left tail right. Nose left tail right. Okay, seatbelts.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Everything looks good too. Doors are closed. Electric hydraulic pumps can go on. Seatbelts are on. Let's ask the flight attendants to sit down. I don't know if you're in the same elevation, Heidi, but when we flew into Munich in the simulator, we saw that there was still some snow on the ground. So the snow on the ground looked like it was really nice. It wasn't too cloudy, so maybe the snow is ending for you. I don't know. Low-vis was spawned in the F-28 and the nav data did not update. Can you I don't think you can update nav data. I don't think you can update nav data in the F-28. You've got to go out of the sim, right? Take your time, Low-vis. I'm way early for the Seattle FNO, so as you probably guessed. All right, let's see. No, I messed that up. Continue pushback. Ice warning, do you want to de-ice? No. And we're gonna go, we said nose, left, tail, right? Yeah, nose, left, tail, right.
Release parking brakes, please.
We have the pushback truck operator with attitude. Yeah, when we did the flight into Munich, the whole thing was we wanted to go over to Airbräu in Munich. Okay, everything's good there. 118.2, that looks great. I think it's time to go. Beacon goes on. Beacon is on. Everything's good here. We've disconnected ground power. We're ready to go. Mr. Poshmartin did Jeddah to Madrid today. Mr. Poshmartin is really liking the A340 for any builds. Minus 155. Mighty Morph, you fly Alaska Airlines a lot in the real world? So you can hear the pilot, but you can't hear ATC. I can't imagine why that's a thing, Big J. Are you flying on VATSIM or AI stuff? Let's see. Mike on the radio gets to do a trip on Alaska. You get to be on the A175. You're doing AI. I'm not sure what to tell you about the AI stuff. I've never done that. I usually turn it off fairly quickly when I get a new sim just because it's not great. Mr. Poshmartin, see you soon. ATC has cleared Mr. Poshmartin for a trip to bed. Happy landings, Mr. Poshmartin. Thank you for flying along. I, again, always say this, but thank you for coming in today, reminding us to keep things a little on the posh side. And we'll catch you next time. Have a great evening. Happy Friday. Mighty Morph likes flying Alaska Airlines. That's right. They've got the Hawaiian 787, so they're going to go a little bit faster. Yeah, I don't know, Big J, about the AI stuff. I haven't done much with it.
Please set parking brake.
Parking brakes are set. Engine number 1 is looking good. Looks like it's stable. Starting engine number, actually engine 2, this is Boeing. We start 2 first and then engine number 1. And we'll look down here. The oil pressure is still good on engine 2, so we don't have any oil leaks. And we're looking for 30% here. I have not seen the wide body livery for Alaska. And here comes the left engine. And we have a violation of the laws of physics as our crew chief has walked straight into the fuselage, proving that in some places a solid object can occupy the same space at the same time without catastrophic effects. But I don't recommend that you do that in the real world. Not unless you have a lot of aspirin. And she's going to hold up a gear pin. Thanks for the gear pin. We can steer the plane. And then if we were nice, she'll wave at us. If we were mean, she flips us off. So we got a nice wave. And everything looks good there. We got 2 good starts. Let's get the packs back on. Keep the cabin comfy. Engine generators going online. There's the engine generators. We'll turn off the isolation valve and the APU bleed. We're going to turn on the yaw damper. I usually monitor generator 1. And we're done with the APU. Continuous restart for takeoff. Flaps are going to be 5. Flaps are 5. Speed brakes are set. And let's get ready to rumble. We didn't set trim. Trim is 4.99. That's about as good as we're going to get there. So take the throttles, run them up about halfway. If something beeps at you, that's a good indicator that you've gone and not set something up correctly. And out we go. There's an unmarked airplane over there. That could be low-vis in the cute little Fokker, the little F-28. Bozeman traffic. Alaska 441 is coming out of the terminal at Tango 3. We're taking Alpha all the way down to runway 30. Bozeman, that was low-vis. And look over there, nobody's coming. And look out there, there's taxiway Alpha. And around we go there. And we've got some really nice, big nice terminal here. They've also got a huge parking garage here. A really big parking garage. Minimum takeoff fuel on charts. Minimum takeoff fuel is 16,288 pounds. Our totalizer says we have 18,100 pounds, so that means that we have enough fuel. I have never been to this airport IRL. I've heard it's the nicest airport in Montana. I hear this one is the nicest one. And if you get the payware scenery, you can go walking around in the terminal, and a lot of the groovy little Montana things, like the bears that you can stand up next to and have a picture with, stuffed bears, they're not going to eat you, and everything else. So the airport itself is actually really nice. Actually, yes, the bar is low. This one's a little different. Now, I don't think you ought to go out of your way to go to this airport, but if you ever have to, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. And this would be, so like if you were going to do a winter vacation to Big Sky, you might go to this airport. So this is where all the people who are flying into Big Sky come in. So they made this relatively nice. Mike on the radio. Yeah, Helena can be hell. Curly Air has been to Billings for one of a wedding in Laurel. Billings Airport is okay. That's what Polliot means by the bar is low. It's just, it's a terminal. It's nothing special. This one is actually a little bit like a ski lodge. They got a big old fireplace in the corner and, a bunch of other stuff. A lot of Montana stuff scattered around the terminal, which is neat. The Missoula Airport has been built onto several times. I've been out of the Billings and the Missoula airports. Let's get Tara going there. And we're fully ready for departure. Auto throttle arm. Now, Helena, I've never been to. The scenery, it's not the biggest of airports, but it's okay. Helena is the capital of Montana, so they may have spent a little bit more on it, but I don't know. There's just no snow here at all. I'm east of here, and you can see we still have snow on the ground. Wow, a couple degrees above freezing. Roads are going to be icy tomorrow, though. Uh-oh, we're actually crossing a roadway. No, Tups, I'm over on the east side, over in Billings. Now, if I were over in Bozeman, the everything behind me would be much, much smaller because the apartments there are much more expensive and a lot smaller. That's because Montana State University is over there. And it's ridiculously expensive also because they're close to both Yellowstone and Big Sky. Big Sky being a very, very big ski resort. And we're going to do airport, data, traffic. There we go. MFS, yeah, it's the weekend already. Bozeman traffic, hi there. Alaska 441 is at runway 30. We are departing on the Meadow departure, taking off Bozeman. Strobes, cabin call. Yep, it's the weekend already, MFS. MFS is going to do flying tomorrow. Where do you get to go? Mustache, good idea. Let's stretch a little bit before we go. Oop, oop, oop. Look over here. Make sure we don't see any lights coming. I don't see anybody coming our way. Hey, Mountain Man. So far, so good. We had a great flight. We did a 2-hop into and out of Frankfurt. So we flew over from Paris into Frankfurt on Friday with Frankfurt Friday. Then we departed and went down to München. And sadly, we weren't able to go to the Airbräu. You were playing golf. You were playing golf, huh? Oh, never did taxi lights. Shall we get out of here? And throttles up about halfway. Start the clock. And takeoff thrust. So let's see. Mountain Man did some golfing today. No kidding. 80 knots, checked. Flaps 1. Command. Landing gear off. Auto brakes off. Flaps up. Little quick on that, but not bad. Oh my gosh, they've got like no snow at all over here. Holy cats. That's I-90 going over to Missoula. It'll also take you over Homestake Pass. And we're done with fuel in the center tank. Turn the pumps off. And there's our climb. So Kuros, one of the things that you do is on, you start what's called the elapsed timer from takeoff. And there are actually, if you look in the flight plan, you'll see where it is that you are. Are you ahead of schedule? Are you behind schedule based on when you get to a waypoint and stuff? So if we wanted to be really good pilots, we, come down here a long way. So we come down here, there's the schedule, there's passengers, there's the flight log. So you see that there are, this is where you would write down your time that you're over. So over Meadow and Wasatch and Whitehall. And that's that you'd write down your elapsed time and you'd write down your fuel. And that's what these dots are about. So you actually keep a running total of where you are on all that. And so you start the timer. I'm, of course, a very lazy pilot, and when it comes to flight simming, I don't do any of that at all. But I at least start the timer, because I've discovered that if I don't start the timer, some people get ticked off. And let's do seatbelt. Let's do landing lights off, taxi light off, continuous restart off, cabin call. Let the flight attendants know it's 10,000 feet. And up and away. Make the mountain map a little bit bigger. There's always time for a joke. Yep. And there's a big bunch of farming out here. And basically, I-90, if you stay on I-90, the 4-lane highway that you see disappearing under the left wing, that's going to take you all the way over to Seattle. So it'll take you through Butte, it'll take you through Missoula, across Idaho, Spokane, and over to Seattle. 12,000 feet. Everything's good down here. And let's go ahead, no ATC, flight level 360. So 36,000 feet. And we'll just let VNAV take us up there. Mighty Morph says that I-90 goes from Seattle all the way to Boston. So if I ever need to go and talk to my former attorneys at Crane, Pool & Schmidt, I know how to get there. Mustache, we got a nice stretch in before we departed. And let's get the heading bug straight up. Got to do that in a Boeing. SeaTac, here we come. On your way out here, you see we're going to HIA. Over here is a VOR that you can actually see from the highway, from I-90. You actually see that one, and that's Whitehall, I believe. Iceman, you've got the 737-900 today? Or what route is it going on for you? This is a nice airplane. Let's see, United flies one of these into my town every night. They fly a 737-900 in here. I can't imagine that they fill the airplane every day. So my guess is it's just a great place to, park the airplane overnight. Because I can't imagine there's that many people. 18,000 feet and stud button, STD. And I was looking over, and Alaska flies the 737-900 from Bozeman to Seattle. I didn't look to see what they do down to Boise. So let's see, QXE, there's low-vis pushed back. So low-vis is flying the Horizon version of the F-28, and then Alaska Flight 608 is on the ground too. Tup says it would be an E-175. So I haven't done the E-175 because you have to do this ridiculous little dance.
Confirmed.
You have to do a little dance with the nav data, and I'll wait till they fix that and go start playing with the E-Jet again. ID Zenoff just did a resub for 4 months. Thanks for a 4-month resub. Thank you for some really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. I do use the fix button for this, and it's really quite simple. And I basically have the same scheme for this. So what I'll do is we could do that right now. Low Viz says this is the flight to Boise. Yep, there we go. So SkyWest does an E-175. Alaska runs a 737-800. There's E-175s. There's a 737 MAX from SkyWest. So it's SkyWest, which is Delta Connection. And they're going to do, Horizon does an E-Jet. And so it's a 737-800 or a 737-900 MAX or an E-Jet. Thanks, Low Viz. One time, Will did Denver to Alamosa. They had 2 planes that weren't much bigger than the oversized minivans. You got stuck in Alamosa. They only had 2 planes, and the one you were supposed to take was broken. You could also do an F-28. Actually, I'm a little bit tall, but I had a very nice flight on my E-175 flight. Low Viz was on another airline, though, and said it was not a nice airplane at all. Manife's going to do some more sessions in Jacksonville. I don't think it's probably nice to be eaten by anything. So let's see. We're expecting that we're going to come in on runway 16 right. So we think it's going to be 16 right. And then the November taxiway across center and left. Because they usually blast them off on 16 left or the center one. So what we can do is for this, we can set some fixes, which are really cool. So I'm going to hit the fix button. And so now we can go and tell it what we want to use. Well, we know we're probably going to get runway 16 right. So let's go RW, runway 16 right. It already knows we're going to Seattle, so we'll pop that in there. Now let's come up here, and we need to get the opposite direction of that runway. This is going to give us an extended center line. And it says 344 degrees. So 344 degrees and do a /5 for a 5-mile range ring. Then we're going to do /10. We don't need another center line, but that's going to be a 10-mile range ring. And then the last one is /25, and that gives us a 25-mile range ring around the airport. And that basically helps us with situational awareness, gives us another point of reference to look down and see, are we on the center line? How far away are we from the runway? And all that looks good. So did you see an F-28 in there, or are you just saying that? I see it's E-175 long wings. Here's an E-75 short wing. a 737 MAX 9, an E170, and a 737-800. Those are the real ones. Let's see, gate November 14. November 14 out of SeaTac, and gate Charlie 6 into Boise. Now my guess is, you know, since we've got the E175, the F-28 livery for Horizon, my guess is Horizon probably did F-28s, because they, you know, Horizon did fly the F-28. All right, this looks good up here. And let's make the map a little bit bigger. I usually leave it on 80 miles. So let's see what's coming up here. Not much. Passengers upset because the clouds moved in and they don't get to see a lot of really cool airplanes. So what we could do on this flight is, once we get into Seattle, we could, like the real people, this airplane's going to go someplace else. They don't fly a 737. Well, they do fly the 800 down into Boise. But what we could do is we could change planes and fly an F-28 out of SeaTac into Boise. That usually requires copious amounts of alcohol on my part, or a massage, and about an hour in a hot tub to recover from the F-28 flight. It usually is quite traumatic. Let's go seatbelts to auto. And lights are all good. And you can see that the cabin is climbing, so we're not killing our passengers. But are we streaming that? No, we'll stream the flight. As far as the recovery and stuff like that, that might not be the best thing to do. No, Thalo, we still have the hot tub emote. We have the hot tub emote for sure. I've got to keep that. And if you wonder why a flight simmer has, you know, a hot tub emote and stuff like that, there was a time on Twitch a couple of years ago where the big rage was, you know, hot tub live streams, because whoa, you know. So, you know, we're not going to do a hot tub live stream, but we do have the hot tub emote. That's right, we'd have to change the Twitch category to hot tubs. And there is a hot tub here at the apartment, but it's an apartment hot tub, and I'm not entirely certain what might be floating around in the water there, so I'm going to pass. Make all the chicken sounds you want. Okay, so we just made the turn. There's Helena VOR up there. Pretty quick with those chicken sounds there, Polyon. And then there's Missoula over there. We've already passed Butte, BTM, and that's going to be the Continental Divide. So that's the range of mountains that goes right down the middle of the western part of the United States, the highest altitudes there. Fastest fingers in the west. And in London too, apparently. Except unless, you know, you're a driver, perhaps. Maybe there's the fastest finger, you know, in the car, but that only depends on if somebody's having a bad day driving. I think the 737s are a touch loud. Let's turn the 737 down just a little bit. There we go. And we should go to 122.8. Seattle CTAP is 119.9. Let's turn GSX off. And 119.9 is Seattle CTAF. There we go. Lovis says we're going to fly the F-28 to the Boise VOR like the good old days. Hey, we took that, was it the F-28 or the BAE? One of the two before it had RNAV capability into Santos Dumont on a cloudy day. That was definitely a daring flight for sure. It was the F-28 on a, and it was a Rio Airbridge day too. We had ATC, and it's sort of like, we've got no RNAV data at all. No clue where we're going, and it's cloudy. Yeah, it was a bad stormy day in Rio de Janeiro, and Santos Dumont only has RNAV procedures. They have no radio navigation aids at all. That was back in the day when the F-28, and I think even the BAE for a while, only had VOR to VOR and non-directional beacons, and that was it. You didn't have the nice little waypoints and stuff, you know, that we have here. Here's the Missoula airport, and doesn't look like we're going to see an awful lot of Missoula today. Yeah, not going to see a lot of Missoula. Which was, I believe, the hometown of Laura Palmer in Twin Peaks. All right. Any sign of action here? So we got a couple of airplanes coming out here. Arrivals into SeaTac. SeaTac has 25 arrivals right now. We're probably way early. It is currently 22:57 Zulu. We're probably an hour early for this event, aren't we? Let's do VAT USA. And spring in Seattle. Yeah, it's supposed to start in an hour. So that's okay. We had great ATC in and out of Frankfurt. In fact, we didn't have anything in Paris, but that's because we arrived an hour early for Paris ATC. We had great ATC in and out of Frankfurt, and Munich ATC was very nice too. So we got some good ATC flying in today. We can do some chill flying and jazzy flying. And that looks good. Seattle is 394 miles out. Actually, we should be arriving about the time the event starts. And we should have 9,700 pounds of fuel in the tanks when we land. And Econ Cruise says we're 262 miles from top of descent. I didn't think it was that far. Just going over the Missoula airport. So let's see. There's I-90 going down. So we're about, there's the downtown area there. And the airport's going to be somewhere in there. One of the cool things that you see in Missoula is on the side of the mountain, that's the University of Montana town. And on the side of the mountain over the town, there's, you know, the big, you know, white letter M on the side. And you can actually see the white letter M in the scenery on Microsoft Flight Simulator. So Microsoft Flight Simulator has the Grizzly M. Hey, Beppy is driving in Missoula right now. How's Missoula today? Looks like it's kind of cloudy outside. Can't see an awful lot. Watch out for crazy people. There was a place in the downtown area that had really great gourmet mac and cheese. Really great mac and cheese. And then, of course, Stone of Accord. I think those are the only two places I really went to, except that place on the south side for lunch at work. Watch out while you're driving, Beppy. Looks like it's clouds all over this side, north and south of us. Okay, right now, since ATC is going to be popping on, let's see. Polyot says that kids are smart. Some are really smart. Well, absolutely. Condoms prevent minivans. Yeah, absolutely. I never wanted a minivan. Yep, kids are definitely smart. Hey, we're starting to see some snow here on the mountains west of Missoula. I'm going to guess that we'll probably see some snow on Mullen Pass, too. Dat Guy Mo is back in chat. What is the more technically finished, the 738, the B-77, or the Phoenix A320? I think all three of those airplanes are really, really good. Like Polyot just said, they're on par with each other. I would say the Phoenix is a little bit better than the PMDGs, but not by much. And both the 737-800 and the B777. The 777's a really good in-depth airplane, like the Phoenix A320. So all three, if you're trying to figure out which one to get, based on that, they're all about the same. So, all right, we know it's 16 right is what we're expecting, so let's go and program that in. 110.75 for the ILS. 110.75. And then the other runway, the one we don't think we're going to get, but they could bump us over to, is 110.3. Okay, so we got that set pretty quick. Inbound course for both runways is going to be 164 degrees. So let's do 164 on the inbound course up here. 164. There we go. That looks good. And minimums for the runway that we think we're going to get are 615 feet. Okay, I've got 690. So we have to dial this down a little bit. Okay, that it's supposed to be 615. I'm at 617. So 2 more clicks and minimums are set. Cool. Let's see. Most of us won't appreciate the depth because we're not real airline pilots. Sadly, that's true. Although every time I can learn some new depth, I try to jump into the pool. That was pretty clever. When I try to learn some new depth, I always like to jump in the pool, unless there are alligators in it. The 737-900, Big J plays, yes it does. Yes it does. Polyot says that Palm Beach International Airport is going to be renamed. Okay. Sunjammer is going to call it a night. Good night to you, Sunjammer. Wonderful evening. Hope it is a pleasant night near Birmingham and Nottingham, and it's a great evening, and have a wonderful night. Thank you for coming in today. We'll see you next time. Hookem is here, and Buckeye says it's time to hydrate. You should hydrate with me too if you're flying with me. I don't know. I kind of think I probably will not update that scenery. I don't think I'm going to update scenery. I think I'll just leave it the way it is. I thought that the airport that we bought the other day, the new scenery's really nice. I think that that's going to be not, you know, the new airport's nice. 212 miles to top of descent. We've got the ILS set. We have the inbound course set. We've got everything in good shape. We can come to the main page and do arrivals and get an ATIS. Low vis will not go back there again. Hookup has got a nice cup of joe and a salad tonight. Pasco to Minneapolis in the Delta A319. That sounds like a really, really nice. That sounds like a good flight. Pasco to Minneapolis. That's Pasco, Washington, right, Hookup? Yeah, maybe they'll change it to kids. I don't know. That is just too, it's become too bizarre for words. And there's some things that are just horrific, so, oh well. I doubt that I will be going to that airport. Wabi is here. Hi, Wabi. Welcome, welcome. We are on our way to Seattle. And 200 miles to top of descent. Does look like we'll be landing about a minute after the VATSIM event begins. Hookem is 5 minutes from landing, so you did a long flight. You've been flying for a while then. We're coming up over Mullen Pass, MLP. There's a highway camera that I used to use all the time when I did weather over on the west side of the state. And it was a really good snow camera. Hookem has been in the sim skies for 2 hours and 50 minutes today. Some of these can be kind of long, can't they? And everything looks good there. Just checking a few other things. Dom T Gaming just did a nice resub. Thank you for being here for 22 months. Dom T Gaming, happy Finally Friday and welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming in. We're going to do Seattle down to Boise, and there'll be ATC in Boise when we get there too. Hookem says there's turbulence into St. Paul. When you leaves again, you'll take a picture of snow in the mountains. Yeah, there really wasn't any snow out of Bozeman when we left. So there was like, no snow at all there. Our snow is melting. We're a couple of degrees above freezing now, but the temperature's actually going down. And actually, I think we've got a little bit more moisture to go through. So there was a little bit of melting today, and that means that road over there is going to have ice on it tomorrow morning. Dom T Gaming, you just got home, and you're going to catch Friday Night Ops. So you've got a choice for Friday Night Ops, Dom T Gaming. There's Friday Night Ops in New York, but it's already starting to heat up. Kennedy's already got a ridiculous number of arrivals. We're doing... there's another FNO, and that's here, and we're going into Seattle on that one. There is a disruption where Hookem's going. We're staying inside. Yeah, I don't have to go anywhere tomorrow. I'll go and do something maybe quickly on Sunday, but there are a lot fewer drivers out there, and that's a better time to go do that. So, Dom T Gaming, we're on our way to Seattle. We'll have ATC from Seattle down to Boise. Just a quick trip to the grocery store, maybe. Hookem, yep, we're doing a very nice Alaska Airlines flight today. And then we were going to try and flip over to the F-28, which has a Horizon livery, because Horizon, which is Alaska Connection, you know, their small airplane, feeder airline, they used to fly F-28s. Did I check the calendar? Beppy is on Twitch. Did you pay attention to what was being said today? I didn't. I looked at the calendar a little bit. I actually looked at stuff last night and figured out stuff then. Green was making dinner tonight. Okay, you got to tell us what's for dinner tonight, Green. Is anybody else in New England about to take a snow beating? Dad, game time. Is it going to be snowy for you? Hookem is a retired Alaska pilot on the 200, 4, 800, and the Q400. Best 42 years of your life. I'll bet it was, Hookem. Absolutely. Oh, okay, Green. I'm sorry. That's Pollyann. So one of the things that we had, Hookem, over on... Oh, is there a Kaitak event tomorrow? I'll put that in the schedule. Is that going to be before or after the Fire and Ice event in Iceland? Did you, Hookem, so over in the other big flight simulator for Flight Sim, there is, it's in X-Plane. And in X-Plane, they had a really good Q400. They had a great Q400. And you said that you were a Q400 pilot. So if you looking for one of those, now Majestic is supposed to be updating their Q400 that they made over in P3D, but that's going to take like years, not months. You're doing bartending and flight simming. I did 2 seasons of bartending at an Irish pub, at a Irish pub at a marina in an inland lake in Virginia. It was long days, but it was okay. Okay, we are direct to GEG, GEG. So good old GEG. Hopefully, well, I don't know. You could probably do a little bartending while simming, or a little simming while bartending. Either way. Russ is making barbecue brats tonight. Oh my gosh. With Swedish Johnny's mustard. Oh, you know, I remember making brats on the back of the boat. Man, was that good. Beppy knows a little bit about what's been going on with sim crashes. Well, Hookem, that was your airline for 42 years, like you said. So, of course, it's going to be your favorite. I would imagine it would be, too. And you know what? This is not a bad airline to call your favorite airline. It really isn't. It's actually, I think, a pretty good airline to call your favorite airline. So, Beppy, you're still having sim crashes from yesterday? Yeah, geg me with a spoon. Yeah, GEG is Spokane. There's some not so nice people that I know that live over there, so that's not my favorite place to go. We'll just fly over and hope the clouds don't break apart. Hookem has done so many miles your brain can't count, but you have 33,000 hours on Alaska. That's all I know. That's a lot of hours. That is a lot of hours. What a great career. And again, like I said, this is a really cool airline to have been with. I mean, Alaska and Hawaiian are two nice, you know, airlines that just do a really good job of flying airplanes and not making headlines. Plus, Hookem, did you ever get the Salmon 37? The big old airline, you know, with the big fish on the side. Let's see, something about a big blue poopsicle. I hope not. That's gross. I think it's a pretty good company too, Mike, on the radio. I looked into them for the possibility of doing like media relations and you know, media things after everything kind of blew up in television, but there was nothing open there because they're a good company. They don't have a lot of turnover. Beppy has good news on the flight. No crashes, and you flew from Salt Lake to Vegas. If it's even bad, I'm locked at 34 FPS to be stable. You know, I'm locked in at 30 FPS, and I don't have a complaint with that, Beppy. I've got, you know, and, you know, most of my scenery settings are medium except for my clouds. So it's working pretty good for me there. But yeah, Hookem, this is a great company to have been with for that long. If ATC comes online, we need to let Loviz know because Buster needs to go outside and have food. If ATC comes on and they call for you, Loviz, we'll just say, you know, the captain will be back in the cockpit. Now Hookem flies a Cessna 185. Retirement is better in a way, I'm sure. Some of it is. You know, but, you know, I think you also miss, you know, going into the airport, doing things, I'm sure. Dad Game Time has a 900 and a 600. They are crashing frequently. Is it chase plane? Hi, Fixed Wing. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming back in today. I hope your Cessna 185 is flying good, though. So, Dad Game Time, the 900 and the 600 are crashing frequently, and you think it's chase plane. Well, what happens if you temporarily uninstall chase plane and fly around? Does it go away? If it goes away, then that's a pretty good indicator right there. 127 miles to top of descent. We're already with our preparations. And everything looks good here. We have a little box down here. That looks like a little speaker. All right, clouds thickening up a little bit. Yeah, looks like it's getting thicker as we get closer to the coast. Thicker clouds the closer we get to the coast. Well, we can see a little hole here. I think we're kind of out over parts of Idaho now, coming into Spokane. And it looks like we got a little bit of snow in that little break in the clouds. I think that that's a really good call. You know, Beppy, those are good suggestions from Lobiz. Get a couple of planes. You know, you can always use Pushback Helper, which is free. Pushback Helper will push you back for free, and it works really well. And then you just turn it off when you don't need it. KDZY says it is overcast in Seattle. What? Clouds soggy in Seattle? That never happens. Hookup, we'll be right back. We'll see ya. We'll be right here. I have chase plane, obviously, so I can do flybys and have some interesting things to look at while we're sitting here, you know, babysitting the autopilot and stuff. So I do have chase plane, and that works good. I don't have FS Realistic. And that's been okay. That's been okay for the flight. Let's see. Low Viz said there is a Kaitak heart attack tomorrow. Tomorrow is, let's see, Saturday, right? Saturday. So there's Fire and Ice. There's Salzburg. There's a First Wings, Potty Trading. Oh, Porto Trading, sorry. That was mean. Brussels Overload, Karachi, Hong Kong. Okay, so it's not on this map. Let's see. VATSIM events in Hong Kong. So this is their events. Let's see. Anonymous Jody, you are never late to the party. You get to come in whenever you've got time, Jody. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming in today. You're flying the F-16 Viper. Happy Vipering. Okay, so here it is. This is the Hong Kong Overload Kaitak Edition. And this is from, let's see, 10 to 1600 Zulu. So this is actually going to be over before I usually do my live stream. But if you have not done a Kaitak heart attack, it's an awful lot of fun. It really is. I just put a link into this events page. And so there's all the information there. But yeah, 10 to 1600 Zulu. We start at 18, so we'll miss that a bit. Let's see, we've got Salzburg. I've got stuff set up for the Fire and Ice event here. So Fire and Ice, it starts at 1800 Zulu, so we'll actually get departure. I'm set to depart out of Keflavik, even though we're going up to a small airport on the north side of Iceland, and normally they would depart out of Reykjavik. The event is going to be at Keflavik. So that's what that's all about. And the event itself is this kind of a route here. So it's about 125 miles. You can take the ATR on this one. And this little airport is actually kind of challenging. If you look and see here on the map, so if we come on in here, here's the, there's a non-directional beacon, and you kind of come down this little valley, and then you've got a last-minute turn to final. So this is kind of a cool little airport to go to. So we'll do that. As far as scenery, we've done this before. Let's see if I've got scenery. Tim Dog is doing Charlotte to LaGuardia. I'm sorry. Good evening, Dusty. Welcome aboard. Charlotte to LaGuardia for Tim Dog. We need to fly ENSB from ENTC. Well, ENTC is Tromsø, Jim. I don't remember ENSB. That's right. You do listen. You can use a non-directional beacon. Loviz and Captain Whip are going to do the Kaitak event tomorrow. So there'll be some spies there. Let's look and see. BIIS. I don't have a scenery for that. Have I got a payware? BIIS? Nope, I don't have a BIIS. Svalbard. I'm trying to remember. I don't remember that we've done Svalbard before, Jim. Is that another one of those really cool arrivals? Like Alta? Into Norway? So we can go here to FS add-on compare. and to BIIS and see what there is. So there is a BIIS airport. Looks like you can get it for $5 at the marketplace. You can get it for $4 at flightsim.to. AnyBuilds has got it for $4. So there's AnyBuilds. I think we've been here. This looks familiar to me. I think we have this airport. I might have gotten it from the marketplace because that's where you can get it, is from the marketplace. So I think we've got an airport for that. And I think we've also got Keflavik. It's a Norwegian island in the Arctic Circle. So let's see. Let's clear this and see. ENTC, that's Tromsø. ENSB is Svalbard. Oh my gosh, this is like, okay, so this is depart out of Tromsø and go way up here. Oh my gosh. This is like a 519-mile flight. I think we've done this. This looks a little bit familiar to me. Man, this island is a long way away from Norway. That's a long way away. There's also, Loviz says there's a custom Asobo City. It's an IRL flight. I don't think it's too long.
New recruits detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Man, I'll bet it. I don't think they have too many warm days up there, do they? Elba Pino did a nice follow on Twitch. Thanks, Elba Pino. Welcome aboard. How we doing here? 60 miles from top of descent. I see Boise approaches up. That's about it. So on the Star, the Glazer arrival, we're going to be coming down. There's Spokane. Jets landing south. Jets landing south maintain 12,000 feet at Jackson and 250 knots. So I don't see any ATC. I'm going to go ahead and dial in 12,000 feet. Let the airplane take us to that particular point, and then we'll kind of go from there depending upon ATC. So 12,000 feet. Jim, I remember that we've done that. As I recall, there weren't a lot of nav aids into that airport, and the weather can be frightful up at Svalbard too. Bonsoir. Elba Pino checking in from France. I hope it is a beautiful night in France, that there is all sorts of really great French wine, French food, and your favorite stuff tonight, because it's Friday and it's the weekend. Been kind of also craving one of those big, I don't know if you use a lot of garlic in France, but you know, one of those long baguettes, freshly cooked with a little bit of garlic butter on it. We don't have anybody cooking anything like that here. It'd be hard as a rock here, but boy, there is some of that that's really, really good. And 48 miles from top of descent, we're all set and ready to go. And we know that the altimeter is going to be 2995. So preset 2995. And I got 2994. There's 2995. Jim, one of your favorite flights, and okay, so Jim, you're talking about Oslo all the way up to Svalbard? What do they usually fly on that particular route, Jim? Is it like a 737 Airbus A320 type of a flight? Iceman is going to call it a night. Iceman, thank you for coming in today. Hey, happy Friday. Have a great evening. We'll catch you next time. Thanks for being here. Have a really, really good Friday night, a safe evening. Scandi flies an A320. Norwegian flies 737s. Good night, Iceman. See you next time. Well, I guess we probably should check and see. Best pizza in Svalbard. All right. In Svalbard, Norway, the 10 best pizza places. All right, there's Drop-In Pizza, Pizza Bakeren, Zork Restaurant, Alfarino Pizzeria, Pepe's Pizza, Express Pizza, So let's look over here at Drop-In Pizza. Drop-In Pizza. Do they have a website? They have deliveries. Add photos and video. Nobody's added any photos of Drop-In Pizza. I mean, if we're going to go someplace, we've got to find out if there's some good place to meet for pizza, right? Loviz says we should take the Scandinavian A350. Oh, Russ, I got the wrong one. That wasn't Svalbard? Oh, uh-oh, that was wrong. Russ was there. Did you have any really good food there, Russ? All right, let's see if this is better. All right. The 10 best pizza places in Svalbard. It looks like that's what I did. Best pizza ever. These are the 10 best pizzas near Svalbard Pass in Stavanger. But that's not Svalbard. Maybe they don't have anything there. And this one had 2.3 reviews. But I don't think that's right. Here's some pizza pictures there. Here is a pizza. And this one, Baron's Gastropub in Spitsbergen. I don't think that's right either. But that pizza looked really good. Maybe this is not the best place to go for pizza. Will from online, if they have pineapple on their pizza, no, they only do that in Hawaii. TripAdvisor had it. Okay, I'll look at that one. I did Scary. It is a cod that lives most of the time in the Barents Sea, but it goes near the shore to the Lofton Islands in Norway in the winter. Loviz, yeah, the pineapple and pizza there. So TripAdvisor had this. So let's not use Yelp. Let's look at the TripAdvisor. So this is the one we want. Will you look at TripAdvisor? All right, what do we have here? Best pizza ever. Fantastic hamburger. It's called the Svalbard in Norway. And so that's it there. Well, I don't see any pizza pictures. Here's food pictures. Okay, so there's a burger. It looks like they have a little bit of everything. The burgers look okay. That looks like a, okay, there's a pizza picture. So there's a pizza picture. Jim says this is in the village. Mike on the radio wants the oh, you want waffle fries. There's the waffle fries right there. There's waffle fries on the burger. Looks like they've got some really tall burgers there. Let's see, we've got a pepperoni pizza here. So there's a pepperoni pizza and another dish. There's another burger. Those steak fries look good. That looks pretty good. It looks like the food here is actually not bad at all. Okay, so we would go to Svalbard in Svalbard. That's where we would go if we wanted that. Loviz wants the onion rings. And we've started our descent. Our descent has started. Loviz says we will not starve if we go there. And Jim, so that's in the village area. So they've got a place in Svalbard that's called the Village. SeaTac, here we come. No, we're not going to Starbucks. $119.9 is CTAF for SeaTac. Cool. Landing south, that means we might get to fly by the Space Needle in Seattle. A couple of those burgers looked really, really good. Couple of them looked really good. Okay, so Jim says that the main village or town is Longyearbyen, maybe. And that's the main village or the town. And looks like we're going to hit 12,000 feet at Jackson just fine, so that's good. That's an awful long way up to the north there, Jim. I mean, that's even way north of Tromsø. So my guess is it's probably pretty chilly there, icy and snowy. Is that people up there doing winter Arctic research? I can't imagine that there's too big of an agricultural season there. Probably fishing. I would imagine that there's lots of Arctic sea fishing and stuff. Maybe around that area. Remember earlier in the flight, I was drawing range rings and stuff around the runway? There is my 25-mile range ring. So you can see there's Jackson and Woody, and there's the 25-mile ring from the end of the runway. There's Wenatchee. Yakima is going to be to the south of this. Or as it is sometimes referred to as Yaka Vegas to the south of that. How about seatbelts? A little early, going into the clouds, probably a little bumpy. Pretty good descent here. No ATC. It's all gone pretty clear. The Global Seed Vault is based there. Yeah, that's the place where they keep seeds for every kind of plant in case there's some sort of a catastrophe. That way we can go and get, wheat seeds. Let's see. Mike wants to go to Pike's Place for mac and cheese. There's been a couple of places that I've visited over the years that have these incredible mac and cheese, you know, big noodles, little noodles, and all sorts of different combinations of cheese. Maybe one's got ham in it. They've got like a Parmesan, shredded Parmesan cheese on top of the other stuff. I mean, obviously it's going to go and, you know, clog your arteries. But man, there's some really great mac and cheese places scattered around the world that are really good. 25,000 feet, our descent deviation looks really good. Beecher's makes their own cheese and it's fantastic. They've got a grilled cheese sandwich, mac and cheese, or you can get the cheese by the pound. Wow. I'll bet that's cool. Passengers complaining, not many good views out the windows today. Let's see, temperature, it's minus 23. We're entering into some clouds. We may need to turn on the anti-ice. You know, when it's really chilly and stuff outside, you know, one of those grilled cheese sandwiches and tomato soup is just a really perfect combination for warming you up a little bit. Yeah, I think we're going to get a little bit more moisture tonight. It's going to be a little more moisture, but that'll keep us out of trouble. It's only 30%. Yeah, it's going to be pretty spotty out there. Probably not much. Here's a couple of areas of heavier moisture. It looks like that's going to come over town. I'll just stay here. 22,000 feet. Next thing for us to do is hit the altimeter button, which we've already preset like a good pilot. Man, it is awfully quiet here on VATSIM. I don't see anything here. .9. Looks like we're starting to see a little bit of clearing here. Yeah, maybe a little bit, but not much. Don't see an awful lot of other stuff here. We can make the map a little bigger here. Trying to look and see. I used to work and live in the town of Yakima for a while. I don't recognize a lot of these names anymore. I mean, I recognize Wenatchee, that's about it. All right, after Woody, after Jackson, it's going to be below 14,000 at Woody. That's for Jets Landing North. That's not us. Heather, Jets Landing North, that's 12,000. So for a south landing, it's 250 knots, 12,000 at Jackson, and then we do our own thing. So after we come in here at Jackson, probably continue to Woody and Heather. Looks like it's got a little bit of a turn here, but we'll see when we start to pick up the VOR. Maybe it'll be nice for visual coming in over the downtown area. Just clouds all over the place today. All right, over on the arrival, we think we're going to get on the right side here. So let's see, at Agni, That's going to be 5,000 feet. So after 12,000 at Jackson, we would descend and maintain to 5,000. But there are some hills to the east of Seattle. So there are these hills to watch out for. Altimeters, STD button. Altimeters checked and set. Let's see. We could come over here and hit the terrain button. And bring in the map a click and keep an eye out for a little terrain here. There's terrain. So you can see we got a couple of hills here. So we're going to stay above 12,000 at least around Jackson, because we don't want to go splat. Oakland Center has just popped on. And if you're missing going to theme parks and stuff, this should make you feel like you're about ready to get on an exciting new ride at Universal Theme Park. As we could be getting on a ride as well, since we're going to take the F-28 on a flight. I did fix my F-28, so that's working. Major Tom, those are they call them the Crashcade Mountains, really? I've never heard them referred to as the Crashcade Mountains. That's hilarious. I know that there were a lot of, bad drivers in the area, but I've never heard them called the Crashcade Mountains, and that's funny. Okay, still pretty quiet here at SeaTac. I saw a little bit of ATC popping up down here at Boise. There's already an ATIS up at Boise Air Terminal. So we're good for that. And Tower and ATIS have popped on at Bozeman. They probably saw a bunch of spies there and decided, what are we going to do with that? Okay, 13,000 feet. By the way, Major Tom got a PC. What is your schedule? It is on Discord. And it's not exact. I don't fill every slot anymore because, we change quite often. But I usually try to make sure that the first flight each day that we're doing is listed. So just to give you an idea, Major Tom, there is our first flight for tomorrow. So it's an ATR flight out of Keflavik to an unpronounceable airport. Okay, that looks really good. I'm going to continue and let it go down to 7,000 feet. And then Monday, let's see, Sunday we've got a Greek island hop and a few other things going on. So let's see, Keflavik, we've got Skiathos to Corfu. There's a VATSIM thing, Indianapolis to Memphis for our third flight on Sunday. And I think that is like a big cargo kind of a deal. So we've got a nice little cargo flight going on there. And then Monday is always Vectors to Copenhagen. And that's the plan at the moment. Also, I don't know what your plans are earlier than the live stream. But tomorrow, Loviz and Captain Whip are going to do, there's a VATSIM event on VATSIM Hong Kong. And they're doing a Kai-Tak Heart Attack, which is, the famous flight into, the old Hong Kong airport Kai-Tak. And they're doing the VATSIM event exclusively for Kai-Tak. All right, I think we need to break off from this. So we're going to go to heading select. And we're going to make a turn out. And are we already on tower? 119.9. We're good to go there. Next is going to be Seattle to Boise in the F-28. So get ready for all sorts of cute little Fokker jokes. Let's also go and do IAS mock now. Take control of that. And we're going to go to init ref and flaps 30 to land. 145, so 147 or something like that. Let's see, continue the descent. Let's ask the flight attendants to sit down. And landing lights. We haven't done any kinds of holds, Anonymous Jody. No holds today. Okay, so over on Discord, we have some clever spy names for some of the things that we're doing. And what you're looking for is mission briefings and operational orders. So look for mission briefings and operational orders, and that'll tell you where you'll see some of the schedule stuff there. Nope, we haven't done any holds, Anonymous Jody. And speed down to 210. And map in a click. There we go. Hang on. There is the link to Discord, Major Tom. Maybe that'll help. How about flaps 1? Auto brakes. How about 2? They're long runways in Seattle.
New recruits detected. Welcome
Speed
aboard,
brakes are
Agent.
armed.
Stay sharp.
Let's see. One Chutney. Did I say that name right? Thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard. And flaps 5. SeaTac traffic, Alaska 441, 737 on a extended base for runway 16 right. SeaTac. All right, that all looks good. And we'll just go about 1,000 feet per minute now. Temperature outside the airplane is -5 degrees. Got clouds up there. You know what? Let's just not mess around. Engine anti-ice going on. Just 'cause you never know. Start the turn, and let's have it pick up the localizer for us. You only see, oh yeah, so one of the things about Discord, you're already a member there, Major Tom, so one of the things is you may need to do the new verification that everybody has to do on Discord. I'm not sure. Irvi says you do have to verify your account. That's one of the new things that's going on there. 180. So we'll start slowing it down just a little bit here. It shows that you have a green check after the verification. Boy, I think I may need to get I don't know that I've got a green check. I know I have a checkered past, but I don't have a green check. I'll have to check that out. That was probably too many check jokes, right? Auto brakes, speed brakes are set. Mike will check for us. Thank you. Gonna need a little speed brake here. A touch too fast. Flaps 10. Wheels. Switch over from localizer now to approach because we've got glide slope and we're below it. After landing, we are going to try and snag probably November across the runway, and then we make a right turn and go over to the north side there. Hey JSG Droid, welcome aboard. Another lurking, eating in bed, 10 p.m. to start tonight. 10 p.m.? JSG Droid, so you're going back to work tonight at 10 p.m.? Holy cats, that is like really late. So I hope you've got some good food there. It's been okay today. We had a really good double hop into Frankfurt. So we hopped in from Paris, Frankfurt, and then popped out to Munich. And it was really good. So hopefully when you get to fly again, you get to enjoy that. It was a nice flight. All right. Posture check. And speed is going to be 147. Major Tom says problems are solved. Congratulations, Major Tom. 13-mile finals. Seattle traffic. Alaska 441 is about 10-mile finals for 16 right. Landing SeaTac. With, of course, a tacky joker, too. Now, what we're doing is we're going to stay at Seattle, but we're going to continue on to Boise. And some of us are switching airplanes from a nice modern jetliner to something a little bit more challenging because, at least in my case, I'm not very smart. Armed. Loviz's F-28 has been very good on the flight. Well, that's because we haven't had ATC telling us to, do things. The next one might be a little bit more action-packed. And we are 9-mile finals. Let's just go to 147 right now. And how about flaps 15? Gear down. 3 green. Auto brakes, speed brakes. Looking good. And let's get flaps 30. There's flaps 30. Ooh, we broke out of the clouds. Did we get to see anything? Oh, we didn't get to... Oh, there's the docks. There's the floating bridge out to Mercer Island. But we didn't get to see we didn't get to see the Space Needle. And we're going to go right over Boeing Field, so be sure and wave at the the very first 747 ever made. And last click of the map, we'll just leave it there. Let's wait till we see the runway before we pop off the autopilot. Loviz took the F-28 for Seattle Roulette before it had RNAV and ended up in Billings, and it was the longest night ever for Friday Night Ops. Oh my gosh. Man. Seattle to Billings. You know, they used to fly that in the Q400, and we love the Q400. It's a fun airplane, right? Man, that took for freaking ever. Billings to Seattle in that thing. It was a long slog. All right. Clouds have cleared. Looks good. Autopilot disconnect. Autopilot's disconnected. Captain's got the airplane. Did we see the football field? No, I think we didn't break out of the clouds until we were past all that. You didn't file a flight plan. They told you where you were going to be going. That's almost a little bit like the trick or treat event that we like to do every Halloween in Oakland. The trick or divert event, which is fun. Major Tom, go Seahawks. I should look out the window now. We're visual, so. It was the kind of event, though, that you need a slot for. Yeah, they just popped online.
Minimums.
Landing.
Flight slope. Flight slope. Flight slope. Flight slope.
Reverse. Green. And just as I'm touching down, Seattle Tower wants me to contact them. All right, let's clean up Seattle Tower 120950. Wasn't even the right one. So we were over on CTAF. All right, we're off Papa. Holding short of Tango. And 120950, that looks good. Everything's cleaned up there. Let's turn off the lights. SeaTac Tower, very good evening. Alaska 441 has just cleared runway 16 right. We are on Papa, holding short of Tango. Parking tonight is going to be, looks like Delta 7.
Alaska 441, Orphan Tower. Continue on Quebec, hold short, runway 16 center, then monitor tower on 119.9er.
Okay, we'll move it down to Quebec, and was that hold short of 16 center and monitor tower at 119.9 for Alaska 441? I guess so. Let's go and monitor.
Alaska 785, monitor tower on 119.9er.
All right, let's go and we'll do that. So they want us to go down to Quebec, all the way to the end. Yeah, when you're on like a 5-mile final or something, I don't think that they can yell at you. Actually, they want us to call this number. SeaTac Tower, very good evening. Alaska 441, just crossing Tango at Papa. Our parking tonight is Delta 7.
Alaska 441, Seattle Tower, good afternoon. Welcome to Seattle. Taxi straight ahead on Papa. Cross runways 16 left and 16 center on Papa. And you can contact ground 0.7 short of Bravo.
0.7 short of Bravo, continue on Papa, clear to cross 16 center, 16 left at Papa for Alaska 441. Cool. All right, so straight ahead, and then ground is 0.7. 121.7. I may I don't know. There's a ton of ATC right now. I'm not 100% sure that the smartest thing for me to do is to hop in an airplane I suck at. Make all the chicken sounds you want about that. Mike on the radio says that Alaska Airlines has a 20-minute bag policy. Either your bag arrives at the carousel within 20 minutes, a block in, or you see a customer service agent for a free 2,500 points or 25 bucks. Could I get a gift certificate for one of those really nice salmon dinners aboard the Salmon 37? And the thing is ATC is not a problem. You know, they understand you're on short final. They understand you had already set everything up and are on a takeoff roll. They don't bug you like that. They're cool people. Delta 7. I didn't know they had a 20-minute rule, Mike, on the radio. That's kind of cool. SeaTac ground, very good evening. Alaska 441 is just crossing runway 16 left, turning north on Bravo. Parking tonight is Delta 7.
Alaska 441, Seattle ground, good afternoon. Taxi to the ramp via Bravo, hold spot 55.
Taxi to the ramp on Bravo. We will hold at spot 55 for Alaska 441. Okay, spot 55.
Alaska 441, you got a Alaska 737 on November. Give way. I'm sorry, he's on Mike. Give way to that traffic. He's going the same direction.
Alaska 441, we do have the company aircraft on Mike, and we will avoid playing bumper planes. Okay, hold short of spot 55. There's 66. Okay, they want us to go all the way up here, and we're going to go around. Got it. I see how we're going to do that. So we're going to wait for that airplane up there. Let's see. It's great. IAD is pretty much physically incapable of doing anything at 20 minutes, so it's almost guaranteed. Irvi had a ground controller log on at EGPH, and as I was on mid-push, That's probably, I think that's more the exception to the rule. If a controller has been popping on and we're already moving around, yeah, if they were, they probably had a bad day, because I've never experienced that before. Stop the clock, hold it down to reset it. There we go. Departing Charlotte, Tim Dog was on CTAF. You got a message saying contact ground before taxi. Ground had just popped on. Low-vis is, yeah, see, Low-vis is getting it together. They're probably making some changes. That's why I'm being a real chicken about, I'll probably just stay in this plane. This is my fourth flight today, so jumping into the F-28 is, like I said, make all the chicken sounds you want. I deserve it. AZ, a few years ago experimenting, you had tower log on.
Alaska 785, contact ramp 126.87.
We've got
Alaska
ramp and everything
contact,
here.
Ramp 126.87.
And this is going to take
Alaska 441, did you copy your contact ramp 126.87?
126.87 for Alaska 441. Thank you so much. See you on the way out. Martel, is it time to call it a night? Thanks for being here, Martel. Finally Friday. I hope your weekend is already off to a great start. We'll see you next time. I'm just kind of inching my way around here. Spot 55 is up here, and there's another airplane ahead of me. 12687. There we go. Time to light off the grill. Happy grilling. All right. 126.87. 126.87. SeaTac ramp, very good evening. Alaska 441 is over here at spot 55. Our parking tonight is Delta 7.
Alaska 441, Seattle ramp, good evening. You continue your taxi, take the green line all the way to Delta 7. Good night.
Green line to Delta 7. See Alaska 441. Thanks. What? See you on the grill. All right, green line. And there's spot 55 right there.
November 6th. We have hotel ready for push.
Okay, off to Boise.
26, Seattle ramp, stand by. I got two company aircraft that's going to be passing off and behind you. Once they're clear, I'll get your push going.
Roger.
I remember when that was just a long, low building. The north gate area here, that used to be United Land, and it really was nothing at all. Oh my gosh, look at that. Somebody has got, it looks like an American Airlines MD-11 up there. Someone's got a big old MD-11 over there. That's pretty cool. Someone's MD-11ing tonight.
And Alaska 26, just for planning purposes, do you have these 3 colored lines behind you? Should be orange, green, and blue.
Affirmative.
Thank you. Alaska 26, once the company 737 is clear behind you, push to the orange line is approved, tail to the north.
Okay, once company passes, clear to push, orange line, Alaska.
There's our gate.
And Alaska 26, just confirm, tail to the north.
To the north, Alaska 26.
KDZY is SeaTac. It's crazy here. Hey, look at this. We got gate guidance to come in. Boeing 737. Look at that. So, gate guidance. Okay, come on, airplane. Don't stop. Senor Tomas, yeah, we're just about ready to go. There is a ton of ATC that has just popped up. So I definitely suggest taking an airplane that you know how to fly. Again, be safe. 3, 2, 1, stop. All right, so that looks really good. We've got an APU. Not quite yet. Not quite yet. So almost ready to go with the APU here. And let's go ahead and we'll turn off the radio and we'll at least stop squawking now. Standby and standby. So that's good to go too. Now we have an APU, so we're going to come over here and do the generators. And we'll come down here and do engine 1 and engine 2. Okay, let's leave one fuel pump on. And we're going to turn on the APU bleed and the isolation valve. We don't need to turn off the probe heaters. They're automatic, but we are going to recycle the navigation. And let's go and do anti-collision lights are off. That's good. We'll let the flight attendants get up first. We'll come over here and let's go and we'll use GSX and request deboarding. Request deboarding. And it's Alaska Airlines. And all of that looks good. So we got that going on. We'll do seatbelts now. There goes seatbelts. And we may need to come over here and help with some of the doors and stuff. So let's set chocks in place. I'm going to request a ground power unit. The jetway has already connected. Let's go and disarm our doors. And we'll have to go and open, request ground power. I've got ground power. Let's go and opening the doors. And we've got all sorts of deboarding stuff going on. Okay, we made it. So let's see. This is going to be Friday Night Ops number 2. There's 2 Friday Night Ops tonight. So there is a really nicely done terminal here. Really nicely done Alaska terminal. And there's our airplane. Okay, let's go and clear this and get ready to go to Boise. Oh my gosh, look at this. When we came in here, there was like nothing on, and now it's a huge, big, crazy thing. All right, first start off with the arrival airport. What do we got? So Boise Air Terminal, landing visual runway RNAV Zulu 28 left. So RNAV Zulu 28 left. All right. .28 left to land. So landing on 28 left, departing on 28 right, I guess. Is that it? Is that it? Visual ILS 28 right. I would think that what they're doing is landing on the right side and blasting off on the left side. If I remember right, yeah, we come all the way down here, take off, and then they land you over here, and then you would do the high speed at Echo and go into the gate area. So maybe 28 right. I think. Let's just see. We'll plan on the right side and be ready for anything. Okay, up at SeaTac, let's see if they've changed anything since we've arrived. So up here at Seattle, let's see, there is ASA Flight 608. I don't see Alaska 2. What happened to Loviz? Okay, 8 is here. Departure runway 16 left and 16 center. 16 left and center. The reason more people are on ATC is more people are off work right now. That's a good, exactly. Now's the time. Okay, let's go do a flight plan. New flight. And it's going to be ASA, Flight 441. We are KSEA, KBOI, the Boise Air Terminal. We're going to stay in our 900. Yes, I'm a huge chicken. Maxu, welcome back into chat. Thanks for coming by. And we're going to stay in Alaska. Okay, 16 left and 28 left is what we got. Let's just stick with what SimBrief gave me. They may know more. There is ATC all over the place. I'd like 30 minutes of extra fuel just in case. Just in case. Suma departure, Cayenne 4 arrival. This looks like a good flight. And let's generate flight. Maxu, thank you for coming in today. We're doing good. This is our 4th flight. This is going to be our last flight today. This one, we did 2 flights in Europe, and we're doing we did in and out flights into big VATSIM events. So we're doing pretty good. Let's get a PDF, and I will send the PDF stuff to you in chat so you could look at all the numbers of the flight plan here. And there we go. That is updated there. I'm going to save this over to the desktop. Okay, that's good too. Let's go pre-file on VATSIM. Pre-file. We're going to go out at flight level 330. Yeah, it's probably pretty good. Altitude. And file. Flight plan is locked by ATC. I think I have to disconnect and then reconnect. All right, we're good to go there. Okay, that looks good. We're all pre-filed there. Shotless. I'm not sure. Now, sometimes I don't see every message because, quite frankly, things get like really busy and stuff. Especially landing and taking off. Low-vis wasn't that far. Oh, here we go. Here comes low-vis. Just flew over Boeing Field in the F-28. Sim pilot nerves of steel, I tell you. Absolute sim pilot nerves of steel in that airplane in a big VATSIM event. Okay, everything looks good here. Let's come on over and get the new stuff in here. Electronic flight bag. Request new data from SimBrief. And check it out. Seattle to Boise. That's correct. Looks good. Let's come on over here. And it's just easy to go and clear out stuff. This one doesn't clear out as easily as others, so I just go and erase everything. And there's Seattle. Okay, now we can go and make this work. So, airports, this should be SeaTac, parking gates, airports, and let's go click the airports. Sometimes the GSX things gets in the way when you're trying to click things. Okay, our departure is going to be, let's see, it's the Suma 2 to the Cayenne 4 arrival. All right, so Suma 2. And let's click on that and have a look at it. If there is a, okay, the departure altitude is going to be given to us by ATC. Okay, so all of that looks good. And outside we go. You can see the doors are open. So that's still open, but we're good to go for a while. All right, coming in, arrivals. It's going to be Cayenne 4. And the Cayenne 4 arrival, we come in here at Devil. And let's see, we're going to be landing. For the 28s, we have to come up here to Camel and 8,000 feet, and it's going to be vectors to the arrival. Approaches, so they're using the RNAV Zulu to 28 left. That's the first one that they listed. RNAV Zulu to 28 left, and then they had an ILS to 28 right. So we'll get both of those, and then we need airport and parking gates. Now go to pinned, and everything should be there. And it looks as though we just got a PDC. Hey, look at that. Okay, so let's see. Alaska 441, SeaTac to Boise, Seattle Suma, that's the arrival. Flight level 330, we got a new squawk code. It's 3450. Let's go and start cleaning this up because it's going to be busy. So first of all, we're going to get rid of all the junk over here. And 3450 for our squawk. We don't need that big old taxi there. We don't need that climb and maintain. We know that we are at Delta 7, and we're going to get off at Charlie 6 is the gate in Boise. Okay, so all of that's good. Let's also just move this over here so I don't see the word Bozeman anymore, because at this point you start to get a little tired and you say the wrong things. All right, so all of that looks good. Now then, remember they didn't give us a climb and maintain, so it's here in the it's here in the clearance. Maintain 7,000 feet. So put that in there. Let's see. Departure frequency is 120.4. 120.400. Advise with ATIS, contact 126.875 to push. 126.875 for push and start. And there's our clearance. Okay, so that looks good too. Now then, let's restart all this from the start. So we go and I usually will do menu, FMC, index, and ident. And we ought to go and do the same thing over here. Menu, FMC. I need an index. There we go. There's an index and ident. Okay, that clears both of those out, and that looks good. So we'll come up here and start realigning, and I should have turned off the electric hydraulic pumps at the gate. Okay, restart the alignment. So fresh alignment coming in. Also, it's flight level 330. And before we forget, we don't want to blow out our passengers' ears when we land. So the Boise Air Terminal altitude is 2,872 feet. So 2,872, the closest is going to be 2,850 for our arrival. All right, let's do position in it. We are at KSEA, SeaTac. We are at gate Delta 7, which it probably won't know. Oh, it did. Okay. Next page, grab a GPS position, put it in the scratch pad. Compare that with your gate position. It should be really close, and then pop it into the boxes. Next is route. Put SeaTac up there and hit request. There's our sim brief, SeaTac to Boise. Watch it flip back again. Then we can come back and set the payload. Passengers are essentially aboard. Set the fuel. Fuel is essentially aboard, and we'll get our route, which we get to wait for a while on. Low-vis should be about ready to taxi, and there's low-vis over there. So low-vis came in on the Fokker, so there's that. Oh my gosh, low-vis had a missed approach. The ILS would not capture. Eek, really? Okay, I'm feeling a little less chickeny now. Hi, Epic Gaming, welcome aboard. It would not capture. Really? That's like something it does so easy, though. No kidding. Okay, so everything looks good there. Do we have the door open here? So passengers could get aboard if we wanted them to, right? Yep, doors open. Passengers can get aboard. Route data uplink. Clear. Check it. Page 2. Suma BKE Devil. Looks good. Activate it and execute it. They did not give me a runway. The ATIS says probably it's going to be 16 left or center. The latest ATIS at SeaTac says left or center. My guess is we'll be on the left side unless it gets really busy. So departure and arrival. Departure 16 left. And we're going to plan the Suma 2 departure. And we exit at Suma. So we don't want either one of those transitions. Back to the index. Arrivals. I'm going to go for the ILS on this one. 28 right. It's Cayenne 4. Cayenne 4 via Devil and Tolus. Eric, is your autopilot go to the airport but not to the runway? It won't. Well, you'd probably have to set more stuff into your autopilot. I mean, it's not quite as simple as you might think. So we're going to go for the right side and maybe get something else. Okay, so Tolus is the one that's the longest way out. It's not really a transition, so I'm not going to do that. because we're probably going to get vectored by then anyway. Hi, Asherwin. Welcome aboard. Okay, all that looks really good. So, route performance. Let's see. We're planning on... It's flight level 330, 33,000 feet. Winds 278 at 25. 278 at 25. Cost index 57, that's not bad. Reserves are 5.49, so 5.5. Zero fuel weight should be 144.2, maybe 144.3. 144.2. Looks good. And now let's go and do the other stuff. So everything looks good here. Let's come on over here and start closing up the airplane. Ground operations. I'm going to close my main door. Our cargo doors are already closed, so we'll close that door. You can actually hear the door close. And I'm going to arm our doors for departure. And I'm going to release the jetway. And that should get rid of that. Let's see. We are on the APU, so we never plugged into ground power. So I'm going to release ground power. There goes ground power. The jetway has been released, so that's good. Our parking brakes are on. I'm going to release the chocks. And everything is clear there. Cool. We can get off that page now. Let's do performance for takeoff. Seattle, Tacoma. Let's see. Let's first of all clear this. Import from flight plan. And we're going to go for 16 left. Import our weight. Import the weather. The altimeter is still 2995. So that's still pretty good. And calculate our speeds for takeoff. We're going to derate to -2 and set a selected temperature to 35 degrees. It's going to be flaps 5. It always is in the PMDG. Center of gravity is 24.79. I'm going to guess 24.8. Yep. Trim is 5.32. Probably good about there. Twisted Sharbeed. Did I say that right? You're coming in, you're going to Boise? Welcome aboard. Come on in. We're doing potato jokes going into Idaho. 150, 152, and 157. 150, 152, 157. 157 on the speed. Altitude, we got an initial climb clearance of 7,000 feet. 7,000 feet. And our initial heading is going to be out of SeaTac on the 16s. It's going to be 164 is our heading. That looks good to go too. Charybdis, thank you. I'm sorry, and I really appreciate you putting in the. I really appreciate you telling me Charybdis. I will do my best to remember. You might have to do it a few more times. Just hit me over the head. But welcome back in. Yes, we will do potato jokes. Okay, altimeter is set. Looks good. Speed, heading, and altitude. Flight directors going on. Flight directors are on. Let's do our squawk for today's flight, which is going to be 3450. And we're going to go get on their scope. We're going to talk to 126875. We're already set for that there. Everything's clear here. Let's go ahead and let GSX push us back. Prepare for pushback and departure. Trav's been twice baked since lunch. Really? Anything good? Let's listen in on the radio.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Hey, we got a nice pushback, crew chief this time.
Ground good day, Delta 6.
Not a cranky one.
Spot 77 for gate Bravo 1.
Delta 629, Seattle ramp, you can go straight into Bravo 1.
Straight into Bravo 1, thanks, Delta 629.
Everything's good here. Doors are closed. Seatbelts going on.
Departure checks completed.
Let's go ahead and pop on our hydraulic pumps. Let's get the rest of our fuel pumps on. Do we have anything in the center tank?
Good afternoon, Southwest
Yes,
1792.
so let's get a little bit.
Information, I believe hotel is current. Yeah, information hotel on board. Requesting push start.
Southwest 1792, Seattle ramp,
Information
thank you for
hotel is
do you have the
indeed
3 color lines
current.
behind you? Should be orange, green, and blue.
Yes, we do, sir.
Southwest 1792, push to the orange line is approved, tail east.
Orange line, tail east, 1792, thanks.
Delta 20, once you're holding short of spot 88, contact ground 121.7, so long.
3147 at Fort Roger, we are 88, Delta 1130, so long to you.
So we're going to come out here,
American
and that's going to be
14,
spot 66.
Delta 11 with information hotel looking for push start.
American 418, Seattle ramp, do you have the 3 color lines in your scenery?
Affirm.
American 418, can you make a push all the way up to the green line?
I can get out to green. Do you want me facing south or north, American 418?
American 418, if you could face south, that would be great.
We're going to go out
green, facing
right.
south from Delta 11. American 14, negative.
Release
Thank you.
parking brakes, please.
Are we ready to go? Seattle ramp, very good evening. Alaska 441 is at gate Delta 7 with information hotel. Got a nice PDC all set up, requesting startup and pushback.
Alaska 441, Seattle ramp, thanks for hotel. Push to the blue line is approved. Tail north, and don't go further than the company traffic, park left. I got an MD-11 pushing out to the green line.
All right, over to the blue line. We're going to watch out for your MD-11 and watch out for the company traffic as well. And that's Southwest 441. Let's go. And
Good day, Korean Air 041.
Shall we go?
Spot 99.
Parking brakes.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Korean Air 41 Heavy, Seattle ground, say parking.
Parking.
Somewhere on the Sierra gates, please. Korean 41 Heavy, you can go straight into Sierra 15. Just straight into Sierra 15, thanks. Korean Air 041 Heavy. And Alaska 441, I'm pretty sure you're filed and spawned in as Alaska 441. I think I heard you calling it Southwest.
Alaska 441. Yep, we are not Southwest, we are Alaska. But I may have said Southwest because there's something funny in the coffee today.
Yeah, the coffee machine is always messing up sometimes.
That is a red line. I don't know. That could also be blue right there. I think the blue is this one. So we'll have to move our... Okay, there's the MD-11 that's coming out. Okay, so we got to watch that. Let's go get started up here. So packs off. Ground start engine number 2 so we can get out of the way.
Alaska 441, just stop your push right there for me.
Stop the push here, Alaska 441.
Thank you.
Please set parking brakes.
So I see that one is clearly an orange line. This looks like a red line to me, not a blue. Well, there's blue. Okay, wait a minute. There's blue stripes on either side of it, so that was the blue line. That's not fair. And let's go ground start engine number... I don't know what that sound is. Something's really weird.
Unlocking gear.
Blue is the inside. Thanks, AH Mike. Well, now does this one have a funky color on each side of it too?
Delivery, Mike 62, ready taxi.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin
Mike
removed.
62, take the blue line to spot 66 and hold short contact ground.
Okay, that's got red on either side, but that's orange. This one's like really weird. They need to fix that in the scenery. That should be blue. Hey, Captain Minnesota, welcome aboard. Carol, good luck with that. I think, you know, just a nice email would be good.
Ramp, good evening, Frontier 1177, spot 55. Frontier Fly 1177, Seattle ramp, continue into the ramp, and you're going to be behind an MD-11 that just pushed back. Okay, continue into the ramp, I'm behind the MD-11, Frontier 1177.
Trim is 5.3. We're good to go there. So that says blue there, I guess. SeaTac ramp, hello again. Alaska 441 pushed and started from Delta 7, and we're ready for taxi.
Alaska 441, take the blue line to spot 66 and hold short contact ground 121.7 when holding.
Blue line to spot 66, then it's ground 121.7 when holding at spot 66. Thanks from Alaska 441. Let's go. Lights.
And ramp, Southwest 1792, also ready for taxi.
Southwest 1792, take the orange line to spot 66 and hold contact ground 121.7.
Is this over here?
Orange spot 66 and hold, will contact ground, Southwest 1792. See you.
Grill is going. Oh my gosh, Mike, what are you putting on the grill tonight? It's time for everybody to get really hungry. What's on the grill?
Ramp, good evening, Alaska 98, spot 55, we're headed over to Delta 3.
Alaska 98, continue to the ramp, you're going to be behind the Frontier 8320.
Okay, continue, and we'll be behind the Frontier, Alaska 98.
It's steak on the grill tonight for Mike on the radio. That is always so nice.
American 14, ready for taxi.
American 418, take the green line to spot 66 and hold short. Make sure you're behind the Alaska 737 on the blue line for wingspan.
Green to spot 66, and we will stay behind the Alaskan 737 for American 14.
Frontier
Station in front of us, Southwest 1792.
Ground
Delta 1120, contact tower 1.
You holding short of Papa Bravo.
19.9.
West Gate, S11, 011.
Last aircraft calling standby, Delta 1120, contact tower 119.9.
That's it, 49 and Delta 11.
Okay, we're fully ready to go.
Last aircraft calling, say call sign only.
Call sign only.
Delta 9888.
And Delta 9888, Seattle grounds, where are you parking?
S11.
Alright, Delta 9888, make a right on Bravo and taxi to the gate via Bravo, hold
So
spot
it
99,
says that is the blue line right there, but it's got a red stripe in the middle.
Right on Bravo, hold spot 99.
I guess I can understand why they would do that. SeaTac ground, hi there. Alaska 441 is holding short of spot 66 with hotel.
Alaska 441, runway 16 left, taxi via Bravo Charlie, number 4, following a Southwest 737 northbound on Bravo.
Bravo Charlie, number 4, will follow that Alaska 737 for Southwest 441. Shall we go?
Delta 9888, could we have the frequency for ramp?
Here we go.
126.87.
Aerother, there's 2 Friday night ops
126.87.
tonight.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
There's 2 Friday night ops tonight. Bravo and Charlie. There's one in New York, and there's one in Seattle. So we're over in the Seattle one this time. Bravo and Charlie. Bravo, Charlie. All the way to the end.
Waxy 62, contact tower now, 119.9, see ya.
1199.62.
Seattle ground, American 418, spot 66.
American 418, Seattle ground, good afternoon, runway 16 left. I'm sorry, American 418 heavy. Runway 16 left, taxi via Bravo Charlie number 5, following a Alaska 737 northbound on Bravo.
Bravo Charlie 16 left on the Alaskan that's currently going north on Bravo for American 418 heavy.
Chris is going to call it a night tonight. Good night, Chris. Thanks for being here. Catch you next time. Have a great evening, Captain Chris. Watch out for all that snow and ice. IQB, so it's a medium rare New York steak, sounds good, with chimney cherry sauce. Carol, Friday Night Ops is in both New York and Seattle. They're not connected, they're just 2 different ones, but this one's a real nice one. It's not as crazy
New recruit
in New York, so that's really quite nice.
Station.
There's the big old MD-11, so somebody's got an American MD-11 today. And we've got this nice little Alaska. Loviz had to go around in the F-28.
Southwest 1792, contact tower 119.9, we'll see it.
19.9, Southwest 1792.
Curly Air's taking the MD-11 today. New York City. That's right. Bring your own paste picante sauce. We don't want the sauce from New York, right? Lots of cool airplanes tonight. So Curly Air, you're flying the MD-11 doing a passenger flight. Good job. I hope you're enjoying it. Menson Decay. Did I say that right? Thanks for the follow. Welcome on in. There's some of the cargo stuff. We're taking this down to the Boise Air Terminal. Boise Air Terminal is 383 miles to the south and east. Thanks, Curly Air. I didn't know you were flying the MD-11 on this one. I wasn't sure who was taking that airplane today. They've got a really good cargo operation here. You were waiting for the New York City voice. Yes, Dad, game time. The Freight Fest is between, I think it's Memphis and Indianapolis, Dad, game time. So I'm probably going to MD-11 that one. We've got Fire and Ice out of Keflavik for our first flight. Not sure what we'll do for the second flight. And then that event, like you said. And we're supposed to go all the way to the end, which is Charlie. And then tower is going to be 119.9.
UPS 12 Heavy, Seattle ground, good afternoon. Continue holding on Alpha. We'll have an American MD-11 that you'll get behind.
Oh yeah, Volanta just needs a quick update here. It's not as big as the other one. That's the nice thing about doing these continuing service flights.
16 left, clear for takeoff, Southwest 1792.
Alaska 441, Seattle Tower, runway 16 left, line up and wait.
Runway 16 left, line up and wait. Alaska 441. Departure is 128.4. Jeff, yeah, we've been doing a couple of fly into a VATSIM event and then fly out of a VATSIM event. Wilds, thank you for reminding me to change
American 418 holding short, 16 left, Charlie.
Senor Tomas is departing out of
Tower,
Chicago.
Good afternoon, welcome. Southwest 1792, contact departure, have a good flight.
Okay, looking pretty
Departure,
good.
Southwest 1792, see you.
Everything's ready.
Alaska 441, wind calm, runway 16 left, clear for takeoff.
16 left, clear for takeoff, Southwest 441.
American 418 heavy, runway 16 left, line up and wait, traffic will cross.
16 left, line up and wait, American 418 heavy.
Uh-oh, auto throttle won't engage. Auto throttle won't engage. What could be going wrong with that? There it is, got it. Jeff says it's been a crazy evening. Oh, hey, watch when you can. And don't worry when you can't, Jeff. Hope it wasn't too bad. Sit back and relax. It's flying time.
V1. Rotate. Positive rate of climb.
Alaska 441, contact departure, have a good flight.
Over to departure for Alaska 441, thanks.
United 2152 heavy on Quebec, cross runway 16 left, right turn to spot 99, contact the ramp.
I think that is my weather camera connecting and disconnecting right now. It's being a brat. Seattle departure, hi there. Alaska 441 is passing 2,500 for 7. $120.4. I don't know how to tune a radio. There we go. Seattle departure, very good evening. Southwest 441's passing 3,000 for 7.
Alaska 441, Seattle departure, radar contact.
Okay, continue the flight. Flaps going up.
Climb maintain 7,000.
Alaska 441, climb and maintain 7,000. Flaps up.
Alaska 62, turn right heading 190.
190, 62.
Delta 1120, contact Seattle Center 135.45.
No, it wasn't the yoke. It's probably... No, it's not the... Well, wait a minute. Yeah, it's the weather cam. You see the car in the middle of the screen that, on the road? See how it's frozen?
15,1792.
That actually hasn't happened for quite a while. Something's weird with that camera. It's not a very good one. It's a cheap little thing. It's really small. And everything looks good there. Climb to 7,000 feet. out we go. Kind of cloudy, chilly, cool day today in the Seattle area. Good day to go to the Leaky Cauldron and have a beverage sitting next to the fire with your favorite friends and book or something. And there's 7,000 feet. Stop there. Boise, here we come. Boise Air Terminal is 373 miles. We'll be landing at 156 Zulu.
Back to 60, direct Suma, climb maintain 15,000.
Jeff had ribeye steaks tonight with garlic butter is so good. Baked potatoes, green beans. What a great evening. Hey, Jeff, that sounds like a really good dinner tonight. Arether has got tea and flight sims. That sounds good. I've got no idea. I've got some tea, but that's about it. Hey, Moody Rocket, thanks for some cheers.
Thanks, Agent.
Really nice of you. Thanks, Moody Rocket. I appreciate the extra support.
Sima, I maintain 15,000. Contact center 135.45. See ya.
3545. Nice way to see White 62.
Classic 441, climb maintain 15,000. Direct Suma.
15,000. We are now direct Suma, Alaska 441.
Southwest 1792. Contact Seattle Center 132.075.
Seattle Center 132.075. Southwest 1792. See you.
Departure, good evening. American 14 Heavy Rocket passing 2.8, climbing 7,000.
American 14 Heavy, Seattle departure radar contact.
Direct Suma,
climb maintain
15,000.
15,000 direct Suma.
55 degree temperatures yesterday. It's mid-30s today, and it's going to snow tonight for Jeff. So you had a really nice dinner ahead of the snow. That is actually a really good thing to do. If you're expecting the weather to be like inclement and nasty, if you can have a nice dinner and stuff, that would be good. Twisted, why did the potato move to Idaho? I don't know. I sense a joke is coming. And it's always good to have a joke coming in.
Waxy 62, if you're still with me, contact center 135.45.
They look pretty good, don't they, CT Aviation? The wings here are the split scimitar wings, which is good. Wanted to be appealing. Always good to keep the jokes going. Okay, landing lights going off. And taxi lights off. Continuous restart off. And cabin call.
Alaska 441, contact Seattle Center 135.45. Have a great one.
135.45 now for Alaska 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend. (13545) Seattle Center.
7, good day.
Seattle Center, very good evening. Southwest Alaska 441 is direct Suma, climbing to 15,000 feet.
Alaska 441, Seattle Center, climbing team flight level 330.
All the way to flight level 330, Alaska 441.
Alaska 26, Salt Lake Center 135.77.
Alaska 26, good
Flight level 330. We are going to the Boise Air Terminal now. So all your potato jokes are definitely appropriate at this point. Okay, let's see. Checking over here. Cabin is climbing. Well, if flight attendants get up, it's kind of a shorter flight. Not as long as the flight in from Bozeman. Landing lights off, taxi lights off, APU is off. We've also got engine starters to auto, position strobes, collision, logo lights off. Everything's good to go up there.
279 Seattle Center. Roger, what's your
looking good. Dad Game Time says the barrow is now increasing.
0.77. I've been instructed to go best forward speed.
Milwaukee. So Dad Game Time. I thought that's probably what you got a front coming through, and then snow later on tonight after it passes. So that's a good indicator that the weather's starting to make its way into your area. There's climb power, and all is right with the world.
Roxy 62, clear direct Baker City.
Baker City is direct, Mike 62.
The Wild says, what do you call a movie about uncooked potatoes? Dad Game Time says, Roots? I don't know. Mashin' Impossible. The potato jokes are just sprouting all over the place. And that keeps it kind of fun. Goofy jokes are the best. And there's direct Suma.
15, contact Salt Lake 125.57, good day.
125.57, take care, County ASUS.
All right, look at all the ATC in Seattle right now. Just amazing.
Center Alaska 279, request about 2 minutes out of the flight deck.
And it looks like we're going to talk to...
That's fine, let me know when you're back.
We'll go, Alaska 279.
Looks like all of the West Coast is lit up right now into Canada. So you could go all the way up and down the West Coast, all the way out to Denver. Wow, Denver's up, Salt Lake's up.
Delta 704, descend via the Chin 5 arrival, landing south, Seattle altimeter 299.5.
Really nice ATC over here. Of course, New York is going to be a huge mess.
Chin 5 arrival, landing
Let's see how crazy it is. Hi, Boeing Baga.
Seattle Center, good evening. American 418 Heavy, level 15.
Kennedy
American 418, Seattle Center, climb maintain
has
level
123 arrivals.
Climb maintain 370, American 418.
I'm really glad we decided not to do that. I'm really glad. Here is FedEx 1914 coming in. Looks like they're going to Newark. They came in from Indianapolis.
Contact Seattle Center 134.9er, good day.
Over to center on 134.9er, Alaska 773.
So we got some good ATC here. A little bit of a gap in the middle of the country. That's not bad. Oh, yeah, the lines are going to be stacked tonight. Just as any potato joke, any jokes at all, we love keeping the jokes going here. And a very busy night in VATSIM. Friday night. And, you know, it's really cool that we've actually got two, you know, Friday night ops in New York, Friday night ops going in here into Seattle too. That spreads it out. Let's see. The Wild says, what do you call holy men who are obsessed with deep-fried potato products? I don't know. Do I want to know? Chipmunks. Oh. Mike on the radio. Oh, Mike.
1120,
Friars.
expedite your climb. Flight level 300.
Mike, that works, you know. That works, Mike. That works. Okay, coming on in over here. And we got a nice little turn.
2147, contact Portland approach 118.1, good day.
18-1 for Delta 2147, good day.
Looking good.
Proxy 62 for traffic, maintain flight level 280.
280, I 62.
I think there's one of the volcanoes. That's not a cloud, that's a snow-capped volcano peak. Justice wants to know, which day of the week do potatoes fear the most? Twister, what do you call a nut that won't jump into the hesitator? A hesitator. Did the chipmunks put the potatoes in their deep fryer?
Alaska 328 with you, flight level 380, direct Mullen Pass.
Alaska 328, Seattle Center, roger. Flight 360, just blew through that altitude, so just maintain 290 for me.
Okay, looking pretty good here.
290, I 62.
First flight tomorrow is a really nice little route. This is going to be a nice little ATR flight for us. And I have no idea how to pronounce that. So that's something that I've got to learn for tomorrow. I think we have been there before, and we should have a really nice little, we should have a scenery. I know we've got Keflavik. And then there is a, actually, I thought that the Indianapolis to Memphis, the cargo flight was Sunday. Did I get that wrong? Is the cargo flight Saturday or Sunday? There's an event doing cargo. Could have been Rainier. Bring in the Swedish chef as a consultant. Heated yam. I'm falling behind. Tim Dog, it's Sunday. Okay, so we got that. Thanks, Tim Dog. Yes, we are doing that, though. 23,000 feet. I think seatbelts can go to auto. There we go. Not a bad looking cabin here. Not a bad looking cabin. Yeah, that's right. It's the Freight Fest. That's what we're doing, and that's going to be Sunday out of Memphis. Boeing bug, I haven't figured that out yet. It's kind of chilly here right now, so probably something warm. I'm not sure what. Uh-oh, we're leaving Sky Trails. Not very good for spies to leave Sky Trails. Tim Dog is going to do Indianapolis ground for Freight Fest. So maybe what we ought to do is plan to depart out of Indianapolis so we can chat with Tim Dog going out, and we'll go down to Memphis. We'll be flying down to Memphis. We won't be walking in Memphis, though. 45 miles to top of climb, 300 miles to Boise. And be sure that your Indianapolis airport scenery is all set and ready to go, which is pretty nice. After Fire and Ice, not 100% sure, after Fire and Ice, which is this event right here. So there's Fire and Ice. There's something in Salzburg. So there is Salzburg Charter Saturday, LOWS. We haven't been to Salzburg very much, so there might be time for us to do something out of Salzburg, which is really pretty cool. There's a ton of snow right now in Austria. In fact, somebody was in chat earlier today and said that Austria Vienna had to shut down because of snow. So we might just barely be able to squeak a departure out of Salzburg after the Fire and Ice event. We'd have to work pretty good. And Salzburg is lows. Ironically, apparently, so Vienna had to shut down because of snow, but Innsbruck didn't. Innsbruck didn't need that one. Need to shut down, which is kind of amazing to me. So we could probably take that up to someplace in Germany or something like that. We could figure that out later. Hi, Jerry. And let's see. All right, that's good there. And then usually I rotate through some of the airports for vectors to Copenhagen. Oslo's going to be up on Monday. So Oslo is a really nice departure. Nuremberg and Dusseldorf are always up on Monday, but Oslo is not every time. So that might be a good departure for us for vectors to Copenhagen. And Oslo is ENGM. How could I forget?
San Juan 681, radio check.
If you haven't seen these event calendars, if you haven't seen, hi Jerry, I hope I said hi when you came in. These event calendars are really, really nice. This is the one that's mostly for Europe, and then there's another one here, and this one is going to be for the U.S. I'll put links to both of them in if you'd like those. And those are nice.
9790 climbing through 13 up to 15,000.
Skywest 9790 Seattle Center climbing team title 330.
Up to 330 Skywest 9790.
Boeing Boggy, yeah, Oslo is one of those that happens like every 2 or 3 weekends or so. Let's see, flaps up. Did I forget my flaps? Yeah, my flaps are up. Yeah. Oh, is it that flap? Nope, not that flap down there. Jeff, did we take the A350?
Oh, that's 458 contact Seattle approach.
I actually really like the A350.
3.9 or less.
The thing is we unfortunately get WASM crashes in the A350. And that kind of gets to be a little bit old after a while. Now, it doesn't happen that often, but because we have WASM crashes, I don't always think about taking the A350 someplace.
New recruit detected.
Oh,
Welcome
did a
aboard,
Boeing
agent.
Bond? No,
Stay
Boeing
sharp.
Baga, not Bondi, Baga. I saw a post, and I know we try to avoid politics and stuff like that. I saw a post from somebody in Australia that said, could you please change this person's name because we have a very famous beach named after that. Major Shushma, did I say that right? Shushaman? Did I say that right? Thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard. Major Shushman wants to know if anybody uses auto FPS.
On the ground at Bellingham.
I have not used that.
Harbor.
Other people have. It didn't do that much for me, Major. So it really wasn't all that great.
Climb via acidic set, maintain 3,000.
Now, it could very well be that I screwed it up. I don't know. But there you go. Irvy's back, and you're taking the A340 on VTC. Oh, vectors to Copenhagen. I was going to say, what's VTC?
Clear I-5 at Friday Harbor via the Colton 2 departure.
I've kind of found, Major Shushman, I found that by limiting, like capping my frame rates at like 30 FPS and stuff, that actually worked better for me than anything else.
And departure 133.7.
All right, there's flight level 330, and we are in cruise mode, 146 miles to top of descent. And let's go and start preparing for our arrival. Boise Air Terminal.
Colton 2 departure,
Information Lima is correct. The altimeter is 2999.
San Juan 681.
San Juan 681, read back correct. Call for taxi. Expect runway 34 for departure.
And 2999 is the altimeter. That's good. We are, let's see if it gives us an idea. So visual and instrument approaches in use. Landing visual in the RNAV, 28 left, visual in the I left to 28 right. So they're not giving us an idea of which one to plan for. So let's go and set up the ILS here on the arrival. So the ILS, let's just get that popped in there. Juggernauts does use auto FPS, and it works for Juggernauts, so says give it a try. All right, so let's see. 110.15. 110.
Delta 1120, turn right 30 degrees. Climb maintains level 320.
The inbound course is 282 degrees.
Right,
282. There we go.
Negative 320.
And minimums are 3,121 feet.
Seattle FNO, good evening. Delta 458 holding at 150.
Delta 458, Seattle Center, climb maintains level 390.
390, 458.
Seattle, how's it going? Alaska 214, file.
There's 2,000.
Alaska 214, Seattle Center, alert.
All right, so there's 3,121. I'm at 3,130. So 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
Delta 704, contact Seattle Crest 123.9.
We're all set for that arrival. And the weather looks like it's not so bad there.
Alaska 441, same Mach number.
Alaska 441 is at Mach 0.79.
Alaska 441, maintain Mach 0.76.
Mach 0.76 for Alaska 441.
WAC C62, maintain maximum forward speed.
Max forward speed, Max.
Alaska, correction, American 418,
on,
maintain
GSX,
Mach 0.76
I keep turning it off and it won't stay off.
0.76 or less, American 418.
Mach 0.76, we got a little slowdown there. Let's see, Jeff is making venison stew for dinner tonight. That sounds good, Jeff. That sounds really good. I've got one bowl left. I made some homemade Mediterranean-style lentil
Seattle
soup.
Center, Horizon 2214.
I got
Could we
one
get-
more
or
little bowl of that. I
2414,
think that would be perfect tonight.
232 Capri transition for
Irvi just posted auto FPS settings. If you'd like to see those, Major.
16,000.
That's what that picture is if you want to see that.
2987, that's on request.
Wilson maintain 16,000. And what was on request?
119 miles to top of descent.
All right, thank you.
Let's see. Let's make that a little bit bigger for later. And if we have to, we could just sidestep to the RNAV Zulu. That'll be easy enough. And on the Cayenne arrival, let's see. Okay.
2489 descend via the 10-5 arrival.
Okay, that's good.
South, the Boeing field altimeter 29997.
Boeing Baga, I think it's probably best to get them online as soon as you can get your tickets. If you want to go to FS Expo, be sure you get them. Good luck with that, Major. Irvi, thank you for sharing that. Major, let us know if that works for you. It's always good to hear if things are working. You know, if you figured out something really cool that works good. All right, everything's good to go up there. Tim Dog says, though, you could get them in person. The only reason I suggest is for events like that, it seems to me, and I could be totally wrong about this, but it seems to me if you're going to go to an event that's going to be popular, and it's not like you're going to see Taylor Swift or something like that, not that popular, but still, the flight simmers that can go are going to go. And it just seems to me that the thing to do is if you can get them in advance, that way you're not going to be turned away at the door. That's the only reason I suggest get them in advance. Because if all of a sudden they're sold out and, you know, you've taken the time to get there, our 737's working really good today. Irvi's doing the native Honda Jet test. Sim Caesar was flying the Honda Jet yesterday, and it looked like Sim Caesar was having a good time. And so, yeah, Irvi says the Honda Jet's working good. I think we're going to be kicked over to Salt Lake, maybe.
San Juan 681, runway 34, taxi via
No,
Foxtrot
maybe
Alpha.
it's Oakland Center.
Runway 34, taxi via Foxtrot Alpha, San Juan.
No, we're going to talk to Salt Lake
And
Center.
2414, was that the
125575.
Yes, please, for 2414.
Horizon 2414, clear direct Capri, cross Capri, at or above 7,000.
125,575.
Capri at or above 7,000, clear to the aisle from Q3 Capri transition.
I like to look ahead and get my frequencies set up because we always get busy. That's right. See, I know you live in the Minneapolis area, and that's where it's going to be, Boeing Baga.
For 15,000.
American 65, Seattle
So
Center,
you
Clemente,
live
Center,
there. You're not going to have to drive that far, but still, if you could
Waxy 62,
get them
contact Salt Lake
online,
Center,
that way they're just
125.57
there, and
today.
that way you get in your car, you drive down, you show your ticket, and you're in.
Oscar 41, contact Salt Lake Center, 125.57, good day.
12557 now for some Alaska 441. Thanks. I can't remember Alaska. What's the matter?
Lexi 62, Salt Lake.
Irvi likes
Roger,
small
welcome.
personal jets.
Lexi 62, see here, descend via the Kane 4, Boise, landing west to Boise altimeter 299er, and what's your present indicated?
305, Mach 0.789.
And Waxy 62, Roger, maintain that 280 knots in your descent.
280 in the descent, Mach 62.
Salt Lake.
Horizon 2137.
I think that's the smarter way to go,
hello,
Boeing
climb
Baga.
maintain 50300.
Salt Lake Center, very good evening. Alaska 441 is at flight level 330. Good evening.
Alaska 441, Salt Lake Center, hello. Let's see here. I'm assuming Airbräu is the arrival. Let me double check. And Alaska 441, thanks. Descend via the Cane 4, Boise landing west, except maintain 280 knots in your descent to Boise altimeter 2999er.
2999 on the altimeter, descending on the Cane's arrival, but we will be maintaining 280 knots in the descent for Alaska 441. So 280 knots on the descent. All right, looking good here. Looking good there. So 280 knots in the descent. 67. We got cleared to descend via. So we need to go and check it out. All right. So landing west, that's 8,000 feet. 8,000 feet.
So 3688 Seattle Center 13545.
Okay, we're good to go there. We are in LNAV and VNAV mode, so profile, we're all set and ready to go.
Were you at your top of descent?
All set for our descent.
Starting your descent now.
We're at top of descent.
Top of descent for us is in 62 miles. We are currently 186 miles out of Boise. We're still going to be landing at 159 Zulu. So if you've been watching for a long time, want to know how much longer we're going to be flying, about 35 minutes, and then we'll be done. So if it's getting late where you are, thank you for staying up. But that's how long it'll take for us to get into Boise. I don't think there's going to be a ton of extra traffic.
American 418
So we'll just kind of jet on in. First flight tomorrow is in the ATR. So it doesn't move very fast, but it's a cool, it's a cute little airplane.
Except maintain 280 knots in your descent. The Boise altimeter is 29er.
2999 descend via Cayenne 4 landing west.
It's a little bit longer, Senor Tomas. I kind of, you know, with some of these big VATSIM events,
what was the speed for American 14? Is that 280?
you know, the idea of, you know,
yes, maintain 280.
it's kind of cool to be able to choose an airport outside of the big VATSIM event, fly into the VATSIM event, get a clearance, and fly out. I mean, that's kind of the way real jetliners work. You know, they fly. You know, they fly from Bozeman to Denver to Kansas City or something like that. So today we actually did two
How long is your top of descent?
double hops. Alaska 441 is 50 nautical miles from top of descent. We'll be getting that at about 134 Zulu.
Okay, Alaska 441, stay you're indicated.
Alaska 441 is indicating 267 knots.
Alaska 441 slow, maintain 255 knots.
255 knots now for Alaska 441.
And Alaska 441, once you start your descent, maintain 280 knots in the descent for the King 4.
Okay, 255 knots for now, and then 280 knots in the descent for Alaska 441. That's an awful lot to remember.
Spearwing 419, contact Big Sky approach 119.6.
Somebody's going to
119.6. Had a great night. Spearwing 419.
Somebody's going to Bozeman. Big Sky approach.
For flight 159, descend via the Spud 4, Boise landing west, Boise altimeter 29er.
2999 down Spud 4, 459.
119.6 is Boise approach.
Salt Lake Challenger, Walker 1321 out of Salt Lake, 19.5 for level 230.
119.6 is Boise. Most pilots don't really go and do, you know, grab the They don't really go and pre-tune the radio as much as I do, but because I'm alone in the cockpit, it just saves a little bit of time and effort if you can get that done. Let's see here. How about auto brakes 3? We'll go ahead and get them armed just because I'm bored.
Alaska 424, contact Seattle Center 13545. Have a good day.
13545.
Let's go and look below. So TCAS is now below. I think there's an airplane up ahead of me. That's why the speed's so important. So that's Mach 0.72. Clouds are starting to break up a little bit tonight. Should be a nice arrival in there. Gonna have a nice little sunset arrival.
12652. Have a good day.
Rough cost for traveling to Flight Sim Expo for AZ is going to be 1,300 Canadian dollars. You're going to skip again? Yeah, I just have not grown the business side of what it is that I do to be able to afford to do that.
441 isn't going to work. Maintain 280 knots.
Maintain 280 knots for Alaska 441. Warp factor 10. There's a Cessna. Oh, there's a Cessna Citation up there. Those business jets are always getting in the way. Boeing Baga says to hydrate and to stretch. We should do that now. Perfect timing. AZ is saving up for a big trip to Spain next year. I think that's a good choice. I think Spain is probably going to be a really nice trip for you. Yeah, well, the costs for you are going to be a lot different. You know, you don't have to do airfare, you don't have to do hotel, you know, you can just pay admission and go and enjoy the show. So I think that that's great.
United 1933, stay location.
Location.
Oh, United 1933, Salt Lake Center, Roger. Welcome, no ride report down there.
You got excited. Well, yeah, if an event like that's going to be in your backyard, I think that's pretty cool.
Salt Lake Center,
15 nautical miles to top of descent. Senor Tomas bought airline tickets for Japan in October.
Welcome aboard, no ride reports today.
Where do you get to go in Japan, Senor Tomas? Is it a business thing, or is it a tourist thing, or a family thing? Tokyo for fun with the boys. What a great time, Senor Tomas. That's awesome. What a good time. Have you got a special place that you want to go? Oh, you get to do a 787 flight.
Roger. Welcome aboard.
That's the 787 is like the A350 in that they pressurize the airplane. Instead of like 7,000 feet, they'll pressurize the cabin for 5, and they'll add a couple of drops of humidity in there. So when you get off the airplane, you don't feel all dried out and kind of hung over from being at 7,000 feet for 8 hours. And that's supposed to really make a big difference on a flight.
Services terminated. Let me pull up the winds here for Boise.
Say again, 3 Whiskey.
No, 3 Whiskey. Radar service terminated. Squawk VFR. Wind is 2005. Runway 13 for the land.
All right, here we go. starting our descent. And it should leave us at 280 knots on the descent.
Approach 119.6, have a good day.
119.6, United 520, thanks.
Well, I know you don't necessarily go to Tokyo for Italian food, but if you find some really good pizza when you go to Tokyo, Senor Tomash, you need to let us know. Yeah, that's something that is in the A350, the A380, and the 787. So apparently what they've done, they've designed the airplanes so that instead of pressurizing the cabin to 7,000 feet for a long flight, they pressurize it to 5,000 feet and add a little bit of it, because they never used to allow any kind of humidity in an airplane. But now they've designed it so that you don't feel so like hung over, you know, hung over at the end of your flight, kind of, even if you didn't drink anything. You know, 7,000 feet for most people is not easy. And plus it's so dry. And so that's why they do that.
SkyWest 9790 at flight level 330.
Yeah, Boeing bug, I think the A350 and the 787 for sure. There was a pilot, he had a YouTube channel. He's retired a couple of years ago, and he used to do a lot of videos for, I think it was Scandinavian Airlines. He was an SAS pilot. He used to take his little video camera all over the airplanes and stuff like that. And one day he went and he did a little video back where there's the big cabin filters, and said that, you know, this is also where they add a little bit of humidity in there too. And juggernauts, yes, because they use some of the composites in there, they can afford to do that, and that's good.
21, 37, contact Seattle
Boeing Baga, yeah, I think you're right. The 777 X-ray is going to be like that too. All right, and 280 knots on the descent.
262, you started your descent way too early there. Turn left now, heading
but
we'll call it 0,
and we've had several people come into chat a few times when we were talking about this before, and they said, "Oh yeah, it's really nice." You know, they've been on a real long haul flight, and it's not. It really does make you feel not as bad, because, you know, you get on a flight and if you're not used to it, you really kind of feel bad after a big long haul flight. You need a day to recover. Even if you're, you know, don't drink any booze, you just feel hungover and the next day. So
Delta 871, Flux Energy, check-in.
Hey, firm, we're climbing. You gave us a 380.
25,000 feet. Seatbelts can go on. There's seatbelts if you've never seen them in an airplane. In the Boeing, that's seatbelts for the Boeing. Those kinds of seatbelts, Boeing Baga. Okay, everything looks good here. 280 knots in the descent.
Star 232 Charlie Lima, Fallway Center, Roger, welcome, climb and maintain flight level.
Briggsy is here. You can't sleep tonight? It's 1:36 a.m. in the UK. What's going on, Briggsy? I don't know. It's been some pretty action-packed flying here, Briggsy.
Yeah, I gotta look.
We're going to Boise, Idaho here. That's you know, it's gonna really energize you and keep you ready to go. We got Boise Approach and Boise Tower. And I was originally going to go out of Seattle down to Portland, but somebody popped into chat and says, "Oh, by the way, we're going to have all full ATC in Boise for you." So that's why we're doing.
Lufthansa 739.
Yeah, one of those nights, Briggsy. We've all got them. Well, thank you for coming in. We will try and bore you to tears. Well, not to tears, but at least bore you back to sleep. Hope you don't have an early wake-up call tomorrow. That's even harder. Passengers getting a much better video. A much better video. Passengers getting a much better view outside the... I'm not sure. That might be the Columbia River right there. No, that's not the Columbia. Columbia is going to be much closer to the coast. It's going to be much over closer to Portland. We're too. That's not the Columbia River. Got a bunch of airplanes flying
Number 232
over
cleared to the Aspen Airport
Boise right now.
Dolly, direct Erda. Echo,
Oh wow, they're
Romeo,
rerouting people
Romeo,
now.
Delta Alpha, then the Lloyd 1 arrival. Lima, Oscar, Yankee, Delta.
After Dolly.
Shogun says that would be the Snake River. Okay, thank you. Man, I totally forgot about. So that's going to be the Snake River coming out. Thanks, Shoguns.
And November 232 Charlie Lima, that readback is correct.
Well, it's definitely doing a good job of snaking around that valley over there.
Again, 1605.
And reset this over here. That looks good. 19,000 feet. Altimeters are checked and set.
I'll have the 12 altimeter just set.
We're looking pretty good there.
1605, thanks. The Provo altimeter 3000.
Oh, somebody's going to Provo. Oh, man, the approach into Provo is a little bit unusual. And if you don't know what you're doing, it's really, really, really frustrating. Boeing Baga wants to get back in the Mad Dog again. Well, I don't recommend you take the Mad Dog into Provo. That's just not fun. I mean, we went in there once together like we usually do, flying in as a group, and we just thought, hey, let's just go to Provo. It's a cool little airport. Had no idea that their procedures were different. And it's mostly because there's no radar, because there's all the mountains there and people can't see, and yeah, boy, that one was really a day. Barrow is set. I didn't hear what happened to Lovis. I know Lovis had to go around.
United 990, contact Denver Center 012765. Have a good day.
Had to go around in the F-28, so my guess is it was not a fun
United
flight.
1933, pilot's discretion, send and maintain off flight level 320.
Got the lights coming on. This should be a nice arrival. Sunrise and sunset arrivals are the best in the sim.
No, 5615 Whiskey Solid Center. Hello,
Shotless is back in
maintain
chat.
flight level-
I hope dinner was good tonight.
maintain 15,000. I'll have the cedar altimeter if you inspect.
So our descent's going really pretty good. Above 10,000 feet at Mailer, 8,000 at Cayenne. We stop at 8,000 at Camel. I think we're all set and ready to go there. That's good. Should be in with approach by then too. Speed brakes set, auto brakes set. That's a little. Yeah, Boeing Baga, the Hawaiian sunset flights are nice. Well, any of the islands. Sibby was doing a sunset flight into Mykonos earlier today, and she's in Flight Sim 2020, and it looked really good. It really looked nice. Oh, you got street tacos tonight, and rice and refried beans. That was great. Yeah, that's actually one of my favorite approaches. Sorry, favorite approaches going into Mykonos at sunset is really nice. You go in over a couple of the other islands. A couple of the other islands there. One of them is Naxos. And if you're low enough on the approach and you do it right, you can see Apollo's Gate, which is this big sculpture on a rock. On the island of Naxos as you're making your turn, depending upon the approach that you do.
Contact Big Sky approach 119.6. Have a good day.
1960.
Alaska 441, contact Big Sky approach 119.6. Have a good day.
119.6 for Alaska 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend. 1196 Boise Towers 1181.
Big Sky approach 4 flight 159.
118.1.
4 flight 159, Big Sky approach. Continue descending via the Spud 4 arrival. Boise is landing west. Boise altimeter is 2999er. You can expect the RNAV Zulu 28 right approach from Sealore.
RNAV Zulu 28 left from Sealore.
Big Sky approach American 418 heavy.
They're coming in the other way. That's somebody else. That wasn't us.
Correction, American 418 Big Sky approach continues into the Cayenne 4 arrival. Boise is landing west. Boise altimeter 2999er. Clear and that approach is on request.
Continue to descend via Cayenne 4 and appreciate that for American 418.
Alaska 441, Big Sky approach.
Big Sky approach, Alaska 441 is on the Cayenne arrival. We've got information. Lima aboard.
Alaska 441, continue, Big Sky approach, continue descending via the Cayenne 4 arrival. Boise is landing west. Boise altimeter is 2999er. You can expect vectors for the visual approach runway 28 right.
Expecting vectors to the visual 28 right. We'll continue descending on the Cayenne arrival, and our altimeter is 2999 for our Alaska 441. So vectors for the visual 28 right.
4 flight 159.
Now, let's look at departure and arrival and see which one we've got.
The RNAV Zulu 28 right approach.
So 28 right. It's going to be vectors for the visual. So we've got the ILS loaded in, but we're going to make it a visual approach. Should be beautiful. We got great visibility. Life is perfect. So coming on in, it's going to be the right side. And let's see. So 28 right. Okay, so that's the closest one. And we're going to want to be able to get off here at Echo at about 5,000 feet. And then once we get into the gate area, our parking tonight is Charlie 6.
Tower now 118.1.
So Charlie 6 is right there at the end of Echo. So that's what we're going to do there. Don't need the SID anymore. And here's the Cayenne arrival. Looking pretty good. Let's bring in the map a click. And there is Boise ahead of us. There's the airport right there. So we're doing really good. Nice lights tonight in Boise.
In Alaska 441, you can expect the visual approach runway 28 left.
Let's see. Alaska 441 now expecting the visual 28 left. Okay. Okay. So we'll just go over and do that. Let's do init ref 30 degrees. So 150
Alaska
to land.
441 flighting of 100. Descend and maintain 8,000.
New heading is 100. Descend and maintain 8,000 for Alaska 441. Okay, so we're not going to use the ILS. I'm going to turn it off here. So we'll just let's just plan on doing it visually.
Was that 2 left or 2 right for 14?
American 418, you can expect vectors for the ILS 28 left approach.
Expect vectors ILS 28 left, American 418.
We're going a little fast.
Big Sky approach, Buckle Flight 63, currently flight level 206, descending via Court 4.
Have Club 563, Big Sky approach, continues descending via the Court 4 arrival. Boise is landing west. Boise altimeter is 2999er. You can expect the visual approach runway 28 left.
Okay, let's go over here, and I'm just going to change it in here so that the map looks a little bit better.
And American 14, that's my apologies. You can expect vectors for the visual approach runway 28 left, unable the ILS for 28 right due to traffic.
So we just popped that in there, so it's now set for the right side.
28 left, visual approach for American 14. You're all good, thank you.
All right, we're all ready to go. Now expecting the left side. Airport. All right, looks good. How about some flaps? Flaps 5. Auto brakes, speed brakes are set. I got an airplane up ahead of us here, so we don't want to bump into that airplane. Passengers able to see anything. Anything out over here? There's the airport. Looks good. And there's 8,000 feet. There is a Salt Lake Center scenery. It's okay. It's getting a little bit old. We've used it for quite a while. And there's a Red Wing, Dream Scenery,
American 418.
I seem to recall our scenery is called Pack Sim. But here's a Red Wing sim that might be nice for you to look at. So there's the link to this FS add-on compare to figure out if there's one that you might like.
159, contact Boise Tower now, 118.1.
What is Tower 4.1 that I can do?
Good thing we're staying at 8,000 feet. We got these hills over here. Would not want to go bashing into the hills. I don't see any potatoes or anything out the windows. Hey, we've got a little snow over here. There's a little snow up this canyon. The engine sounds are finally making Briggsy sleepy.
Code 563, say airspeed.
Airspeed. We ought to turn the logo light on.
Code 563, reduce speed 280 knots or less.
Yay, we got logo lights.
Sorry, 280?
Code 563, affirmative, reduce speed 280
we're peeling the mountaintops. That's
sequence.
what we're doing. Irby's Toby eye tracker fell off the bottom of your monitor. You had to Gorilla Glue it back
Departure,
on.
good evening, Alaska 230, 5,000,
Uh-oh.
16,000.
Dad doesn't like the Gorilla Glue thing.
Alaska 230, big sky departure, air contact, proceed
I
direct
can
Ola.
imagine.
Proceed direct, Ola, Alaska 230.
We should be getting a turn and a descent in just a second here.
Alaska 62, big sky approach, welcome. Alaska 441, turn right heading 190.
Right turn 190 for Alaska 441.
Nautical 563, we continue reducing speed now 210 knots or less per sequence.
210,
It could be a sticky situation. Okay, Briggsy's not that asleep right now. Continuous restart in case we have to go around.
Big sky approach, and the Boise altimeter 29099er landing west. You can expect vectors visual approach runway 28 left, and for now, fly present heading.
Hookham is back. Welcome back.
Alaska 62, maintain 8,000.
We're on our way into Boise, and there's the airport.
Alaska 441, descend and maintain 7,000.
Send and maintain 7,000, Alaska 441.
Alaska 441, turn right heading 250 on the roll to fill the Big At shore. Approximately 1 o'clock and about 4 miles, report in sight.
Alaska 441 had the airport in sight before we made the turn.
Alaska 441, roger, clear visual approach and only 28 left.
Clear for the visual, 28 left, Alaska 441.
Alaska 441, say indicated airspeed.
Alaska 441 is at 210, slowing to 180.
Alaska 441, roger. South Coast 563, reduce speed 160 knots or less for sequence.
160, South Coast
Autopilot's off.
Alaska 441, maintain 180 knots or greater until 5 mile final.
180 knots or greater till 5 miles on the final for Alaska 441. Flying the airplane. Who needs a silly autopilot on this one? How about some more flaps? Flaps are 15. And speeds for landing.
Alco 563 at the airport.
147, we'll call it 150.
20 miles, report in sight.
At the field, Alco 563.
Alco 563, clear visual approach and 28 left.
Visual 28 left, Alco 563.
Alaska 441, contact tower now 118.1. Have a good flight, Bill. See you later.
1181 for Alaska 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
Now I'll have you cross shortly.
We'll continue homing guys.
Boise Tower, hi there. Alaska 441 is on the visual for 28 left.
Alaska 441, winds 350 at 7, runway 28 left, cleared to land.
28 left, cleared to land, Alaska 441. There's 5 mile finals, 150 to land. And let's get some more flaps.
United 528 cross runway 28 right on Echo and then Alpha to the ramp.
Hookham, we took this airplane from Bozeman to SeaTac, and now we're doing continuing service from SeaTac to Boise.
Alaska 240.
So we're coming into Boise right now.
Arch Alaska 240, tip.
Gear down 3 green, auto brakes, speed brakes.
Tower Alaska 100, short 28 right, ready to go.
Alaska 100, hold short runway 28 right, landing traffic.
Hold short 28 right, Alaska 100.
Actually, Alaska 100, runway 28 right, line up and wait. Traffic is landing on the parallel runway.
Alright, 28 right, line up and wait.
Auto throttles are off. What a great night. Look at those clouds on the horizon. Absolutely beautiful night for our flight. Mad Noob, this is where Mad Noob grew up. Really?
Minimums.
Landing. We won't scratch the paint. Reverse. Whoa, get over there. Reversers are green.
Alaska 441, welcome to Boise. Turn right when able, hold short, runway 28 right.
Right when able, holding short of 28 right, Alaska 441. Auto brakes off.
Alaska 100, winds 25, for correction, winds 350 at 7, fly runway heading, runway 28 right, cleared for
Missed
takeoff.
the echo.
Runway heading 28 right, cleared for takeoff, Alaska 100.
Boise Tower, Echo 563, visual 28 left.
There's the taxiway. I was going to say, something looked a little weird over there.
Tower,
Mashed potatoes with butter. It was it felt good.
Land 28 left, Echo 563.
And there's the Boise Airport. Landing lights off. And let's do strobes. Continuous restart off. And we're holding short of 28 right. There goes another Alaska departing. There's a lot of Alaska flying around here tonight.
Alaska 441, cross runway 28 right on Gulf, and then taxi to the ramp, or taxi to the gate via Alpha.
Crossing 28 right at Gulf, taxi to the ramp via Alpha for Alaska 441. Thanks. And taxi
Alaska
line.
100, contact departure. Have a great flight.
Departure will see Alaska 100.
Not a bad arrival. Mad Noob is doing Minneapolis to Boise. Oh my gosh, you got a long flight tonight. You are always welcome to fly. We're flying Sohoka. You know by now we fly every day, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Our first flight tomorrow is in the ATR. We're going out of Keflavik to a little island on the north side of Iceland. And then there is a VATSIM event in Salzburg, Austria. I don't know if we'll make it to Salzburg, but we're going to try for that one. And that'll be, should be a nice flight for us. Not sure what we'll do after that. VATSIM, I think, is kind of going to sleep a little bit then. APU can come on up and run. And our airplane's looking good. Let's see. Hookem, you want to get a sim? Oh, what kind of ATR? So there's an ATR that you can get in the marketplace.
Boise Tower, American 418, on the left side.
We did one last time, so we're going to give it a break for a few weeks. I don't want to do it too many times.
American 418, Boise Tower, good evening.
We do them about every 3 weeks or so, Mad Noob.
Clear left, American 418.
And there's the terminal. We're going to...
Club 563, welcome to Boise, say parking.
Parking.
First available, Echo 563.
Said you're going to the north FBO?
First available.
Club 563, actually, yep, if you want to cross runway 28 right on Echo there.
I think that's Charlie 6 right there.
Whichever you like.
28 right via Echo and then the ramp.
That says Charlie 12. Charlie 6 is over here. Charlie 6 is down here. I'm in the wrong place. Let's go over here. Also, is the ATR in the marketplace? It does. I will tell you that I think it's probably a little bit too much reverse thrust, but I'm not complaining. Why don't we go to gate 10?
P7 request taxi with Lima.
You picked the wrong week to quit sniffing glue. What's going on, Dad? Game time.
Digit 27.
But yeah, I
Boise
think
Tower.
you're right, Hookham. I kind of feel like it does have way too much reverse thrust.
Alpha Papa.
28 right via Alpha
And
Papa.
here we go. So taxi light can go off.
And attentional aircraft information might just became current at Boise. Wind 060 at 8. Altimeter 3000.
We'll do our own gate guidance coming in here. That's about as good as that's going to get. Parking brakes on. That looks really good. Let's get the APU generator over. That way the lights don't go completely out and scare the passengers. There goes the engines. We'll come down here and transponder to standby. We'll leave one fuel pump on for our APU. APU bleed and isolation valve can go off. While the engines spin down, we'll shut down navigation. That looks pretty good. We don't have to turn off the probe heaters or anything like that, so that's nice too. And everything's good there. Electric hydraulic pumps can go off. We'll let the flight attendants get up, and then we can come down here and we'll go to ground operations, get some chocks going here. There goes some chocks. I need a ground power unit. And let's see if it will also get us a jetway. And here comes the jetway. And seatbelts can go off. And we should have done anti-collision lights. And everything looks good to go there. And our airplane worked out pretty good. Let's come on. Also, we'll go to door management. Disarm our doors. Open the doors. Open up the cargo. And how about that? We made it. Not bad. A nice little airplane. Looks like we got a little biz jet that's taxiing fairly smartly behind us. Got an Airbus over here too. LQB, thank you for being here. Yeah, Juggernauts, we're probably ought to wrap it up today. I'd actually still like to do a little bit of flying, but if I keep going, my voice will be gone by the time Sunday rolls around. So we got to do that. And let's see, Steve was over flying with us, and Steve was American 65. Yeah, the hold spots at SeaTac. There's a lot of hold spots at SeaTac. There really are. Tomorrow's live stream starts at 1800 Zulu, and it's always 1800 Zulu, so that is 1 p.m. New York time. And it is 6 p.m. London time. And right now the plan is the ATR flight out of Keflavik. And we'll take that up to that small little island that I have got to learn how to pronounce. So I'll work on learning how to pronounce that little island's name between now and tomorrow. And that is part of the Iceland Fire and Ice event, which they are starting to do a lot more regularly on VATSIM. That's going to be, I believe, 10 a.m. Pacific time. I think it's 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Hookham. And then after that, there is a VATSIM event out of Salzburg. They don't do an awful lot of stuff out of Salzburg. And so I thought that might be kind of a nice event for us to go and do some flying with. So we'll try and go and do that event as well. So definitely going to look forward to those two events. Really enjoyed the flights today, going in and out of VATSIM events like this. It's actually kind of a cool deal. So definitely want to continue doing some of the things like that. I think I saw that Slant Alpha Adventures is flying around. Usually Slanty, I don't know. Let's see. Stu is doing ATC in New York. Moose is doing Kennedy, DC to Kennedy. Let's see. I saw Slant Alpha Adventures, I thought. There. Slant Alpha Adventures is actually flying. think Slant Alpha Adventures is flying the BAE 146. One of those hated airplanes. Just, boy, that one's annoying. So let's go see Slant Alpha Adventures. I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Our departure time is, as always, the normal time, 1800 Zulu. For those of you that took advantage of the 35% off sale, we don't get to do it very often, but thank you for doing that, and thanks for the nice little boost. I appreciate the extra support. This is how I keep the lights on, and I'm so grateful that I get to do that. Thank you for being here. Briggsy, good to see you again. We'll see you soon. Twisted, welcome on in. Let's go and see Slant Alpha Adventures. Looks like Slanty's just getting ready to taxi out in the BAE 146. Some nice cheers, some nice resubs. Thank you for the incredible support, but mostly, as always, thank you for being such great flight sim friends. I cannot wait to see you. Our departure time is, as always, the normal time, 1800 Zulu. In the meantime, as always, please stay healthy, stay safe. We'll see you in the friendly sim skies tomorrow. Cheers.